going through my mind, and I kind of felt, I mean, as you can hear there, I went full fan mode and it totally lost my mind because it was the same reaction as I think every household or every Maize and Blue fan had at the moment.
Absolutely. By the way, Matt, speaking of your partner, he's working today. Where the hell are you?
I'm not working.
I know.
I'm calling you.
I know.
I'm on overtime. I'm going to send you my overtime bill here on my way back.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
We did see Doug, and there are no tire marks over him after you trampled him, which is good. He's in good spirits, and it sounds like he had a good time, too. The game itself, like going in, everybody had different feelings on how good this Alabama team was, and could Michigan stand up toe-to-toe. What was your impression of how well Michigan matched up?
Well, I thought the strengths that Michigan had, obviously on the defensive front, were going to be, going up against one of the weaknesses. It's not a traditional Alabama offensive line, and they were going to have to use that to their advantage to get after Jalen Milroe, and thankfully, they were able to, be able to capitalize on some mistakes by their center Seth McLaughlin, and make them pay for it because that's one player, Jalen Milroe, that I'm going to be very interested to see what he does next year. Very, very talented, strong arm, still working on accuracy, still working on young quarterback things, but my God, is he an unbelievable athlete.
John Jansen joins us now. He'll be with us tomorrow. 4th and 2, 3.5 minutes left, all his timeouts left. Obviously, the right decision was made. Did you think for any chance that they might punt?
No, I didn't. And I think I even called it in the moment. I'm like, you got to go for it. There's no other decision to really make at this point. And I thought, and I also, and I know we'll get into it more tomorrow about the Lions and what happened there. But, in that situation, I was fine with him, with Jim Harbaugh going to overtime. And not letting it rest on one play, especially following that drive that they were able to put together and, come away with a touchdown at the end of regulation. And just the fact that the defense would be able to stand up and play well, even if you had to go into a couple of overtimes.
Who was the biggest, I don't know, celebrity or somebody that you saw, whether it would be at the game or in your short time in the LA area that you said, wow, I can't believe this person's here, a Michigan fan, whatever. Who would that be?
Well, I guess I'd have to say, maybe my partner there, Doug Karsh. I'm trying to think who else I would have seen.
Was Tom Brady there?
I did not see Tom. I don't think he was able to make it. I didn't even see Charles. I heard he was going to be there, but I didn't see him. I don't know. I didn't stay in the L.A. area. I had a chance to see Desmond Howard for a little bit, so I wasn't looking for stars. I was looking for a little rejuvenation, a little time off, and a Rose Bowl championship.
You definitely got that. Did you see who was there, though? Connor Stallions was at the game.
Oh, you know what? I did see that, and you know what?
I thought it was perfect that Winovich, of course, is the one who posted it. He's a whack job, too.
Yeah. Is he back on his revenge tour?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So during
he can cut his hair.
Okay. I mean, we'll talk about this more tomorrow and Friday, and of course, as we lead up to the game. We talked about this in the Wide Nine. A lot of people kind of thought that this is the type of game that was going to be a breakout game for Donovan Edwards. Maybe, the whole season he really hasn't. Is there anything you can put a finger on where that's been?
They just really haven't needed them. I mean, they've given them some opportunities, and there have been little, flashes of what we saw last year. But when you've got a running back in Blake Corum that's setting records in terms of touchdowns, and some of them are 2-yard touchdowns, but you got a guy that's a senior that came back, is playing healthy. He was going to get the bulk of the carries, and I just don't think Donovan ever really got in a good rhythm this year. And JJ was so much more a part of the offense, and in terms of being able to run the ball a little bit more. I still wish they would run it more, and I hope they do on Monday night. But it just never felt like Donovan Edwards was able to find a rhythm this year. Even though last year I know that they split it, between Blake and Donovan, but he was at the end of the year last year when he really was needed, when Blake went down, like he was the dude. He was RB1. And if he comes back, which I think he should, he'll be RB1 next year.
John, the venue, the Rose Bowl, and Michigan hadn't been there in a minute. I think you remember the last time they were there. Herb Street said this should be where the national title is played. Do you agree with that?
Well, my heart does, but my mind, I don't think so. It's one that does need to travel around, much like the Super Bowl. I don't want to see the Super Bowl in one spot. I like the different venues. I like being able to, especially since I'm hoping Michigan is playing in these regularly. I'd like to be able to see some different parts of the country, which over the last 3 years we've been able to do. But, I mean, there's no question, there's no doubt the Rose Bowl is the greatest setting in college football. It's really even hard to describe. I was sending pictures and videos to different people throughout the course of the game as the sun was setting and even before the game. I mean, and the history that's there. It's remarkable. But this game, I think, is should be traveling around, much like I think the Big Ten game should be a Big Ten championship football game, should be one that travels around the different cities.
How cool was it to be broadcasting from the Keith Jackson press box or broadcast booth?
Oh, man, I tell you what, there was a lot of excitement and a lot of tingling in a lot of different places in my body because I was so excited to be able to walk out of the tunnel, stand on that field, and then know that, hey, I had my moment there. I had my chance to put my mark on playing in the Rose Bowl, and then I had a chance this time to go up and see and do everything that some legendary broadcasters have done. And obviously Keith Jackson, the most famous for the way that he broadcast from that game. I mean, he's the one that coined it, the granddaddy of them all, and he was spot on. But, yeah, it was exciting to just be in that area.
Their chances against Washington, what do you think?
Oh, I think they're great. Now, I mean, this is an epic matchup, and not necessarily because it's two epic teams, but the timing of it is epic because Michigan's going to be going to Seattle next year to play Washington. Washington's coming into the Big Ten. We always talk about rivalries in college football, and by no way do I believe that Michigan-Washington becomes a rivalry, but this is a great way to create some character and some, just some presence for these teams coming into the Big Ten. But when you look at, and I wasn't a big Washington believer. I wasn't a big Michael Penix fan. But I sure as hell am now because when they played Oregon the second time, and then even when they played Texas, Washington was the more physical team. You could just simply see that they wanted it more. They went out and took what they thought should be theirs, and that's an opportunity in the national championship. It's a Pac-12 championship. The Pac-12's been out of it for, 6-7 years? I think they're a very good team. But I do think Michigan matches up well, and it's kind of ironic that the Joe Moore Award would travel from Michigan to Washington, and now we've got to. I thought the Michigan's offensive line played well, but the defensive line, I can't wait for that. Our defensive line and their O-line matchup, and we know how the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line fares in the college football playoffs, so I'm going to pick Michigan in this game.
Well, that's definitely a good excuse. Finally, on the semifinal game, can you remember? And you probably can. I can't remember a game where special teams was so bad in so many ways, and they still won the game. And in fact, because Alabama's special teams were so good, I thought at one point when Michigan was trailing, you could argue that the MVP of the game was Alabama's punter.
The kid from Australia.
Yeah.
Sure. It's you could, except for, I mean, he didn't get the Academy Award. That's one award that he won't be able to walk away with or limp away with. But when you think about what Michigan overcame in that game, from the opening snap, and the mistakes on special teams, the mistakes on offense, thank God we had a great defense and a defense that could go in there in challenging situations and come away with something golden. But yeah, that's the first time in the last 3 years where Michigan special teams nearly cost them a game. You'd have to go back to the 2020 season, and nobody really wants to do that, where you had guys lining up off sides and just stupid mistakes. And, that's the way it was. It just felt like the special teams could never get out of their own way.
Yeah, and it started to snowball from Samaj's muff to the missed extra point with the bad snap to missed field goal. To actually Thaw, fumbling when he made the substitution, put him back there because he's at least sure-handed. Then he almost got a heads-up play to make sure it wasn't a safety, because that would have been the worst ending ever.
Yeah. I was ready to punch myself in the face, that's for sure. But it just, I mean, when you have a player like Jake Thaw who's been so reliable, there's nothing flashy about him. He's not going to go out there and break a big run, but just reliable. And even he had some issues. That's when it's just special teams. Sometimes it's just not your day.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're going to be home. We're glad we will see you tomorrow morning, and we'll see you tomorrow. Nothing more to say.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, John.
Hey, thanks for letting me call in. Love you guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
All right. That's John Jansen, ladies and gentlemen. Stoney and Jansen with Jim Costa. 97 won the ticket.
He does, in fact, work here Wednesdays with Wojo at 9:35.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
And I think he'll even be on his regular show. Wow. Later on tonight.
Unbelievable.
Stoney,
yeah.
Lions got a game this week.
Mm-hmm.
Likely the 3 seed, but an outside shot at the 2 seed if they win, and the Cowboys and Eagles both lose. Problem for Detroit, they're not going to know the scenario when they kick off on Sunday at 1 o'clock.
NFL screwing the Lions again.
But what do? Do you, this is your favorite thing,
I know,
rest players, bubble wrap them up and play it safe? Or do you say, you know what, there's still something on the line?
I think because there's still a little something on the line, it's a big thing on the line, but the chances that it'll make a difference are small, in my opinion, because I don't think Philly and Dallas both are going to lose, although I will not be stunned if Philly loses. I would play the game normal, and then as the game goes down, no matter how the score out of this, like, basically phase guys out slowly and get as many of the reserves in as you can. You still have to put a team out there. It's not like you're going to, bring guys up from the minors. I don't want to see a practice squad full lineup. But, after 3 quarters, it's time to say, all right, you know what? We're counting our blessings. Our quarterback was one of the few quarterbacks who did not get hurt and miss any time this year. Let's save it and not have to deal with it and just put him aside.
I think there's a curiosity to see Hendon Hooker.
Well, there is.
But I don't want to put it ahead of the 2 seed. And I know it's a very slim chance, but I'd still take that chance because of what it would mean. And it only makes last week hurt even more when you consider where they would have been.
Right.
If they win and everything else happens, they're the 2 and they control their own destiny,
right,
and you play your guys and you lock that spot up. But the dream's not dead. And
correct.
I think until the dream's officially dead, you do have to play to win this game. And if it means playing guys 4 quarters, so be it. I think the reward is worth it. Again, multiple home playoff games in front of you if you secure the 2 seed.
Yeah, I get that. I mean,
the other scenario that would have been nice for the Lions would have been the world where they lose, but Philly would have won last week, and you're the 3 seed.
Right.
And then you can say, hey, this offensive line that is so important, I don't know if Dan Campbell would have done it or not, but you could have made the case to rest a couple of those key guys and sit Jared Goff and play Hendon Hooker just to see. But instead, they're in limbo, and I think while it's still possible, you have to play your starters.
Yeah, limbo is the worst place to be in a lot of situations. Whether it's standing-wise, the teams that are not bad enough to get a good draft pick or not good enough to contend. They are in limbo. It's a great term, Jim. Like I said, I'd start the guys normally and then just, phase guys in and out or, maybe substitute more than you normally would do.
Teams do that. And so the Packers did it a couple years ago against the Lions. How do you draw the line, though? You're like, all right, Decker, you get to leave in the 3rd quarter, but Sewell's done at halftime. How do you make the decision? And why do you make the decision when you make it? Like if you're up 2 touchdowns, it's easier. But if you're within a score, do you keep them in? I mean, it's a weird, you can't script that, right?
I understand that. I believe, just based upon what he told us yesterday and the way he coaches, I think you'll see full bore Lions until the outcome is known. Like if they're up big, early in the 3rd quarter, whatever, I think he should pull them.
I don't think he will.
I don't think he will either. Or if they're, getting blown out for some strange reason, like Nick Mullins has a career day, pull them. What's the difference?
I'm just telling you what I think.
Oh, I know. I agree with you.
Well, first of all, I'd play them. And here's what I think Campbell would do. I don't know that he pulls them at all. But if he does, maybe it's a series at the end. I don't think he's going to really take his foot off the gas, and he's shown us that time after time.
Right.
So.
The chances of it making a difference one way or another, I think, are slim. I don't think, like I said, I don't think Philly and Dallas are both going to lose. And quite honestly, I don't think you're going to get a catastrophic injury either if you do play them. So, but I don't know. I'm always on the safe side. And it's, as you know, I'm not. Jared Goff's a good quarterback. It's not like it's Mahomes or anything like that. But this team is so reliant on him. And it's no disrespect to Teddy Bridgewater. If Jared Goff, God forbid, got hurt, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you don't have to think he's top 5 quarterback to still understand what he brings to this team, which the drop-off is what it is on most NFL teams. If you have one of the 10 to 12, let's be conservative, best quarterbacks in football, the drop-off is you're taking over with a guy who's 32, 33, 34. Hopefully, and more likely, the 40th or 50th best quarterback. That's a massive drop-off at the critical position.
You look at you look at the teams, the ones even there who are still, playoff teams, how many have had, major quarterback situations? The Lions, I mean, that's the other part of it to me is like, you know what? Thank our stars. We always say, people, idiots like, Stoney thinks the team is cursed and all that stuff. Well, you know what? There's a reason for that. And why take that chance? I mean, look at the top quarterbacks. Look at the teams. Okay, Miami and Buffalo, they haven't had really any quarterback situations, right?
And they're two of the teams that are alive.
Yeah. Baltimore hasn't. Cleveland. They have. Look, they're surviving with Joe Flacco. Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence has missed a game or two. Indianapolis. Their starting quarterback, granted, was a rookie. They might be better off, with Gardner Minshew than they had Richardson the whole year. Stroud went down. Look at Tennessee, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Vegas. The Chargers, Herbert, that's just the AFC. Yeah. NFC, okay? Philly, although Hurts has played kind of injured at times, Philly and Dallas, you know what? They've had no injuries. The Giants, no matter what you think of Daniel Jones, he was their starter. He's gone. The Packers, their situation. The Vikings, their situation. Justin Fields.
It's been a brutal year.
Right. Go on and on and on. The Lions... No. Do you want to risk that? You've been blessed, basically.
Don't play with fire. I mean, that's the other side of the coin. 248-539-9797. The debate: rest versus you just
It's not even rest versus rust either, because it sounded like a bye week situation.
No, you're going to be right back out there the next week. The other big Lion story today, you may have seen him on your commute on the way into work, and we'll get Wojciech's thoughts on these too. The billboards. Decker reported 11-5. Scratched out, crossed off, 12-4. The anger in this city is palpable.
Yes.
As people continue to listen, the players got to move on, the coaches got to move on. They'll use it as octane and a controlled fury and all that stuff.
We don't have fans in the media don't have to move on.
Stoney, you're not putting the pads on this week.
No.
You're not going to get out there and have to execute and one-track mind and worry about Minnesota. So fans are still very upset. So if you've seen those billboards, I love them. Lions fans are not going to let this go. And Stoney, based on the league's response, I love that the Lions fans are going to keep this in the news. The NFL, for people who missed it, put out a memo yesterday, sent it out to teams, and they said...
With video,
right? Holding everybody's hand. Hey, here's how it's supposed to work. The players are responsible for reporting. Tisk, tisk. And they showed video from the Lions-Cowboys game, implying that the Lions did not follow the right method of reporting. The video shows Decker following the description in the video.
Right.
The goal to post this gotcha video, which isn't even consistent, was ludicrous. The league is implying that the Lions screwed this up. Their player didn't do it right, but on video it contradicts everything that they said. So if they're not going to do anything formal and to the contrary, going to kind of say, hey, this is on the Lions, put up more billboards.
Yeah.
Hold their feet to the fire. And at some point, I know the Lions as a team have moved on. Higher up in the front office,
I'd like to see a statement coming from ownership saying, we disagree with what the NFL's response. Mm-hmm. We think we were jobbed, and so be it. Whatever the way they frame it. Look, and I was watching a lot of shows yesterday. They said, well, the Lions got the benefit of a bogus, tripping call on Hendershot that definitely set up a 1st and 25 situation. Yeah, okay, that's different. That's a judgment call. Okay, this was a procedural call. There's no judgment there, I guess. Well, the judgment was that Brad Allen's a moron.
The difference is we all understand football's fast, and the players are really quick, and it's bang, bang. Oh, what did he get there early? Was it PI or not? Did he grab or not? And it's instantaneous. This is much slower. This is an offensive lineman walking towards you. You have a couple seconds to digest it, and the fact that you don't, the fact that you won't publicly acknowledge it, and are now trying to shame the Detroit Lions and all of this, where do you get off doing this?
It's incredible. It really is.
All right, we'll get to Wojo, get some of his thoughts next. 97.1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Savages. Mm-hmm.
Back from Pasadena.
Oh, geez.
And we're glad to be this little stop, this bridge from Pasadena to Houston. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season, this year, and it's the only really appropriate time for him to say this, we bring in Bob Wanowski. So, Bob, Happy New Year.
Well, good morning, fellas, to Stoney and the Jim Cookies guy. Do you mind if I say one thing first, real quick?
Sure.
Just one thing. I'll get it out of the way. Okay. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Happy New Year. All right, so hold on. Happy New Year!
Woo! That's what we're talking about, Wojo.
Hello.
Yes.
That's a playoff Happy New Year right there.
That's right. Both playoffs.
Where do you want to start?
Going on everywhere.
Yeah, we'll go chronologically, shall we?
Oh,
let's start with Saturday. We'll start
Saturday. You're talking about that would be the Lions, right?
Yes. You were obviously watching somewhere in California. Your reaction to the game, the play, all that kind of stuff that we've been discussing ad nauseum.
Well, and I'm sure I won't break any new ground, but here was my initial reaction, and sort of humorous and then sort of sad at the same time. My first thought was, no, did the NFL not realize the Lions don't suck anymore? They don't deserve this anymore. Like before you could say, the Lions have made so many mistakes. They deserved whatever the NFL did to them. We've heard that for years. Okay, they don't blow anymore, and that should not still be happening. Now, obviously, that's the humorous side of it. The real side of it is that Brad Allen is an officious little dweeb, because I think he got that wrong, partly because of arrogance, partly because he sort of, to be honest, misread what was being said and what was being done, but also didn't really take a moment to read it correctly. It's like he misread it and ran off, and what was the hurry to run the play? And I heard what the NFL said was the response.
That's ridiculous.
Did the Lions out and Dan Campbell out trick the referees to a certain degree? Well, I guess, but
that's legal. You can confuse. The game plan is to confuse the defense. Now, it's not the Lions' fault. They also confuse the referee. And Woj, I think it comes back to Brad Allen suffers from Stony disease. He didn't look
attention.
He didn't. Well, no. Well, yeah, that's part of it. I don't think he looked Taylor Decker in the. I don't think he looked Taylor Decker in the eye.
No, he didn't. And again, this is 99.8% on Brad Allen and his officiating. Obviously, because the NFL refuses ever to admit a mistake, they've come out and tried to protect their own, although they've already somewhat, through Adam Schefter, admitted they're somewhat being demoted, his officiating staff. But in the future, and I can't even – I tried to look at it and say, all right, did the Lions get a little too cutesy? And they clearly – it was a ruse having all three of those offensive linemen kind of around to trick the Cowboys. Even if you say that, that's mitigated by the fact that apparently Campbell laid it all out to the officiating staff before the game.
Right.
Like, if he hadn't done that, if he hadn't explained what they were planning to do, I would sort of say, okay, they caught Brad Allen by surprise. Still a dopey move for him not to recognize it. But they took care of that seemingly, and there's no retribution and no accountability and all that good stuff. So they'll just have to go down to Dallas in the second round of the playoffs and lose on a pass interference call on the final play of the game.
Don't.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. Let's be honest. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, Wojo, in a lot of ways, it was like the magician that explained how the magic trick was going to be run, and then the ref still didn't. How did he do that? Where'd his finger go? You had this explained to you. You should know. I got to ask though, are you behind these billboards that we're seeing as we drive into work today? Are you aware of what's going on?
Whoa, no, what?
The ones that say Decker declared and the 11 wins are now 12. You haven't seen any of these yet?
Well, I know. I just got back from L.A. last night.
Oh, they just popped up.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
You're probably not out of the house yet. I don't know.
They're not as good as the eye candy, ear candy billboards from way back, though.
No, that's true. That's absolutely true. And the other thing is, I know people are craving Sheila Hamp or somebody to stand up and scream to the. Listen, I get that, and that's the emotion in everybody. But to me, that would just add to the, like Campbell is trying to stamp out, the talk about it, and he has to. We don't have to, and fans don't have to, media doesn't have to, but he has to stamp it out. And I think privately, I hope Lions ownership has spoken to somebody at the NFL privately. Publicly, I don't think they need a loud, shrieking, fist-pounding statement. I don't.
All right. Monday night in Pasadena, you were there. Actually, it started in the afternoon where you were there, but it was Monday evening here. Michigan wins the semifinal. We'll play Washington for the national championship, as everybody knows. Did you think, with 4.5 minutes left in the game, when Michigan took over the ball, and then obviously they had the fourth down play, did you think they were going to win the game?
I cannot be a liar and say, oh, yeah, come on, they're going to march down the field. Not the way they had been playing after that third quarter where they were really outplayed. That said, and let's stick to what we said at the beginning, or I did, or others did. That was not a dominant Alabama team. And in the bottom line in that game, and it was why I thought Michigan would win, is that I didn't believe that Jalen Milroe would go from a guy that was benched, that was very raw and could barely throw the ball in week 2 or week 3 of the season, to all of a sudden Vince Young. I thought he would make mistakes, and he did. That said, I thought Alabama was going to win when they were up. I think they were up 17-13 at the time when he fumbled near midfield. And I know Michigan didn't score on that possession, but it stopped at least Alabama from taking the larger lead. And when Michigan took over, 319? No, 319 was the fourth down play, I believe, 4th and 2. Fabulous call, obviously. And from that point forward, Michigan just flexed everything they do. I mean, Roman Wilson with one of the all-time clutch catches on a ball. When you watched it live, the pass that took it down to the 5-yard line, I thought, oh, my God, why did McCarthy throw it so high? It was tipped higher.
Right.
He still went up and got it. A drive for the ages, obviously, but to answer your question, no, I mean, they hadn't shown the passing consistency in that game to drive that distance. But once they converted the 4th and 2, I thought they were going to tie the game after that.
So, Wojo, why was this year different? We've said that about the Lions. Things are different. Michigan has not done this, right? Win a playoff game or have postseason success under Harbaugh, or even going back further. Why was this situation different?
I think the biggest factor, and we've said it a lot, but really came true, was the experience. And I'm not just saying the experience, they've been there before. The experience on that team, the number of seniors, the number of players that have been in big moments and big games. And, and I heard you guys talking earlier, they've done it without, breakout performances by somebody you've never heard of. You know what I mean? Like, often a team that finally breaks through, they had some freshmen that stepped in and they did it with the same cast and just made a few more plays, and I do think it was because of experience. Technically, J.J. McCarthy did not throw any interceptions in this game. I know that first play
right.
Certainly brought images back, but that was a huge factor that he played a mostly clean game. Blake Corum was tremendous, and the thing we've overlooked all year, and I don't know if you guys did, and I don't know if I did either, maybe I did, but because they played such a weak Big Ten and non-conference schedule. Oh, are they really the number one defense in the country? I mean, come on, who did they actually beat? When they clobbered Milroe 4 times in 6 snaps early on, just a relentless, deep defensive line. They are the number one defense in the country statistically, point-wise, yardage-wise, and they sure looked like it in that game. And Did Nick Saban get a little bit out-coached by Harbaugh and his staff? I think he did from this standpoint. Michigan was dominating, at least at the line of scrimmage in the first half, with 5 sacks in the first half. Mm-hmm. Saban rightly and his staff started getting Milroe out of the pocket, moving him around, running north and south, not as much east and west, and really took control in the third quarter. But then he got stubborn and right down to the final play. Michigan had been stuffing the guy and runs a quit. I don't know if the low snap affected Milroe on that final play, but he just dove straight ahead, and that was going to be the play, I guess. It was going to be in Milroe's hands no matter what. I didn't think Alabama adjusted well enough ultimately to how Michigan got heat and pressure on Milroe.
And it seemed like the play was set up to go left, and then I forget the Michigan defender who basically pancaked Latham down, and there was nowhere for Milroe to even go. And the low snap didn't help, but that wasn't the predominant factor. All right, so that said, what do they have to do to stop the machine that is Michael Penix Jr.?
Well, it's odd to say this, right? And it's probably somewhat unfair, but I'll say it anyhow. Yeah, they beat Alabama, but let's see what they really can do against a great quarterback.
Alabama was no good, Wojo. This is the real test.
I know. Please, come on. Now, that was a tremendous game in the trenches, and that's where Michigan won it. This one is the one. Nobody was really fearful of Milroe's passing ability, and even their running game was relatively pedestrian coming into the game. Washington has all the weapons. They have the Joe Moore winning offensive line. Oh, there's going to be vengeance for Michigan on that, I assume. The Penix pinpoint passing, that's a lot of P's, Penix pinpoint passing, sure will be a concern. And the guy and you watch that game, Will Johnson wanted to get into it, the Michigan cornerback, so many times where those receivers was really John and really getting after it and didn't get quite as many opportunities. Oh, they're going to be tested by Penix and Rome and all of those receivers. And I think it's going to be absolutely phenomenal matchup. Michigan's defensive line against Washington's offensive line. And, I think there's a reason Michigan's, a 4.5-point favorite so far. We'll see where that line goes.
I won't ask for the Damas prediction yet. I'm sure you'll do it on your show, whenever the hell that is.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I will ask for a Damas prediction on this. Will Monday be the last game Jim Harbaugh is the head coach at Michigan? Your gut feeling.
Ooh. Well, my gut feeling, gut, knowing nothing, you know me,
right.
I know nothing.
I know.
Gut feeling is if they win, yes, his last game. If they don't win, all bets are off, I think, to a certain degree, because if everybody thinks it's all about unfinished business in the NFL, I would think it would still be about unfinished business in college football, and they wouldn't go away, especially if J.J. McCarthy doesn't go away, and there's certainly a chance he would come back for another year. Is that a fair enough answer, depending on the outcome of the game? Did I fulfill the Stoney and Cookies prediction matrix?
No. You actually got on the Stoney fence, basically.
Yeah, I don't know how you did it, too. You roped in McCarthy with even more indecision. That was actually kind of impressive.
Yeah,
And it depends on what the score is and what the weather is. Oh, the weather won't matter in Houston.
Now, I hope you answer this next question better than John Jansen did earlier.
Oh, boy.
Biggest celebrity you got to see, hang out with, or surprise that you saw?
Biggest celebrity?
Was this not a star-studded event? Because John didn't have an answer either.
Yeah, John's was Doug Karsh.
No. When you're out in L.A. and Pasadena isn't necessarily Hollywood, per se. But I didn't mingle with. I was, in press conferences and in buffet lines. And mostly in press conferences. And no, I didn't see a star. Does this count? I don't think it does, and I'm even sheepish saying it. But sitting 3 seats to my left, behind a glass barrier in the press box, but he was in a separate suite, but was sitting right next to me and Angelique, the angel of the big house. Does this count? Dave Portnoy, does that count?
Yeah, kind of.
Do you think he actually bet $1 million on the game?
Yeah, I do, actually, because, he was sitting, honestly, right next to us, but a glass partition. But somebody said at halftime he was out mumbling and telling everybody, I'm so nervous. I got $1 million on this. And I think it turns out he did, and he sat there, and I know he's a big Michigan fan and has been touting them. He sat there in this suite, and he was mostly by himself, had a few people around. He had the most obnoxiously garish, glossy maize.
Oh, I know. I saw the picture. That jacket was ridiculous.
Jacket. It looked like it was from 1974, but he sat there the entire time. I don't know if that counts, but that's all I got to offer you.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
I'm
better
sorry.
Than John.
Yeah, it is. At least it's a little bit better than John.
Wait, who was Jansen?
He said Doug Karsh.
He said Doug.
Oh, come on. I didn't even get to see Doug. No, I did. I saw Doug as well. Yeah. That would be it. I'm sorry. I got nothing else for you.
Yeah, you did your best.
Yes. All right, so you have a show.
I'm not a star blanker.
Yeah, you have a show with Rieger tonight, and then you're off to Houston on Friday again, I hear? Not again.
Well, yeah, because Michigan's playing in the national title game, right?
Yeah, I do.
You're aware of that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anything to get out of another show.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not. You know how many times I wanted to just shriek to somebody about that Cowboys Lions?
I know. I think we all were itching to talk about it with a long weekend.
Well,
no. I did my radio show on Twitter. I couldn't stop twittering that night.
Yes, you made some nice comments about one of the videos I was in.
That's right.
Yeah.
On the treadmill with the glasses and the hat.
Yeah, I was horrified, but also encouraged that Stoney's out there getting the exercise, but mostly horrified.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think you also commented on my after the Lions won the NFC North when I was on vacation. I had my little Crown Royal with me.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Stoney was celebrating.
Oh, yes,
and by the way,
yes.
Say it to my face. I think Campbell was right to go for it again.
From
three
seven?
times,
From the
2-point
7,
conversion.
Wojo?
Yes. Yes. I don't care if it was from the 40. Go for it again.
Now you sound like Dan Campbell.
Yeah. Okay, I wouldn't do it from the 40.
Maybe you can. I'll pretend I'm Caputo. Are you whining and crying?
Oh, God. I thought you were going to punch Caputo on Fox 2. Did you?
You probably should have.
No, my daughter Jessica thought I should have too. All right.
Wojo.
Talk to you later.
Woohoo!
Wednesdays with Wojo. All right, coming up next, some interesting odds on the NBA trade deadline. Who might be heading to Detroit? 97 won the ticket.
All right, Stoney, before you tell us who Troy Weaver's trading for.
Yeah. I got to find it again. You know how sometimes you click things, you
could take a second. I want to pass along what Jerry Jones had to say following Saturday night's fiasco. Okay. He was on a Dallas radio show, their version of The Ticket, and he said, first and foremost, the defense is supposed to know who's eligible.
Yes.
Anything you do to fuzzy that up can get fuzzied up, and that's what happened, implying that the Lions got too cute with the way that they put the play in. He also said that it was a convoluted way for his team to win, but there you go. That's Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Did you find the odds?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so who are the Pistons trading for?
So we have the NBA trading deadline is almost a little over a month away, February the 8th.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that close.
And there's big names that are out there as far as trading deadline rumors. I already saw one trade over the weekend where
OG Anunoby.
Yeah, great trade by the Knicks. Really,
it's what fueled the Pistons' lone win since Halloween.
It probably did. Anyway, so they have a list of people, next players, players to be traded. Bogdan Bogdanović, not Bojan, Bojan Bogdanović of the Pistons. Odds for him, Orlando Magic 3-1.
Okay.
I'm going to give you some names of people that they have as the Pistons.
Okay.
What do you think the odds are for the Pistons? Keldon Johnson to be a Detroit
from the Spurs.
Piston. Yes.
Good young. They need a wing. That's actually a move I kind of would like. I don't know, 5-1.
2-1. The lead is the Pistons odds.
So what are we giving the Spurs? Tell me it's not like
that doesn't.
No, I know, but now I'm just starting to think about it. Go ahead.
Kyle Kuzma.
Flint native.
Mm-hmm. Now the Lakers are the favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, he's played there. I think won a title with them, right? On the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
3-1.
7-1.
Okay.
Lauri Markkanen, not to the Pistons.
No.
Miles Bridges.
I hope it's like 20-1.
8-1. It's like the fifth.
Okay.
The lead is Portland. Unfortunately, Siakam's not Pistons. Thankfully, Russell Westbrook isn't. Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris is a unrestricted free agent.
This would be a rental if you trade for him.
A rental, right? You get rid of his.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with cap space anyway? They need players. 5-1. 5-1 they get them.
The lead at 2-1.
Interesting. So Keldon Johnson and Tobias Harris, the lead targets according to the market.
Yes, and Zach LaVine.
I hope not. 15-1.
75-1.
Oh, okay.
Down on the list. The Lakers are one even money.
What a panic trade it would be to bring in a bad contract and a guy who doesn't play any defense in Zach LaVine.
Tobias Harris is actually. I don't think Philly should trade him. Now he does come up small in the playoffs, obviously depending on what you get.
But he's like their third or fourth option, right?
Yeah, he's their third option.
Yeah, behind Maxey and obviously Embiid.
Yeah, correct. Now like I said, he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. I was trying to remember. I said, God, who did the Pistons give up to get Tobias Harris?
The first time.
Yes.
Who was it? Do you know?
I looked it up. I didn't remember.
Okay.
They got him from the Orlando Magic.
Yeah.
In 2016. And this was like.
This is a good trade,
This was a good trade, yes. They gave up Ersan Ilyasova.
Was it Augustine too?
And Brandon Jennings.
Oh, Brandon Jennings.
Now, do you remember what they did when they got rid of him?
Oh, no. Fill me in on the timeline.
Okay. January of 2018.
Was that the Griffin trade?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, multiple pieces.
So they traded, Avery Bradley and Boban and a first round that ended up being Miles Bridges for Blake Griffin. Do you remember the other two players? Great Detroit trivia question.
Massive trade, no.
The two other players the Pistons got for Blake Griffin in the Blake Griffin trade. With
Who?
Blake Griffin. The great Bryce Johnson and even better Willie Reed.
Oh, into the studio comes Gator. No, we want the most famous person who was at the Rose Bowl. Where's Doug at?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. He's back there. We'll get to him in a second.
I know.
John said that the most famous person he saw at the Rose Bowl, I think he froze up. Maybe he felt bad for trampling Doug on that call. He said that Karsh was the most famous person he saw in Pasadena.
Well, in fairness, I mean, you're in Pasadena, you're not in Los Angeles. It's a good distance away from anywhere, fun. You're just there for the game. So, and he's locked in the booth. I don't know who's floating around.
You figure somebody'd be floating around.
I don't know. I would imagine if you were on the sidelines, you'd see a ton.
Like Avant may have seen some people.
Yeah, like
exactly. There you go.
he didn't see. He said, "I heard Charles was there, but I didn't see." Meaning Woodson. Brady wasn't there.
Well, I would look for somebody other than a sports figure. That would be intriguing to me. Like obviously Texas, you had McConaughey.
Right.
Yep.
So
they made sure to show him plenty.
I didn't see, but I would imagine at Washington probably had Joel McHale.
Okay.
Who used to be a tight end there, actually.
Wow. I didn't realize that. No.
He's huge.
The comedian?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't realize he's like 6'6" or something. He was a tight end there for a couple of years.
Well, maybe
didn't really do a whole lot.
Maybe he'll be on the pregame show on Monday.
Maybe, yeah.
Yes.
Doug can interview Joel McHale.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most famous person John Jansen says he saw at the Rose Bowl is Doug Karsh.
He said that?
Yes.
I think he froze. And he felt bad probably for trampling all over you. Just a little bit.
This guy doesn't care at all. But yeah,
you don't. Which is good.
I was worried that maybe John was so happy in the moment and what he was saying that all I could picture him was him picking you up and hugging you and every bone in your back breaking while he's hugging you and just swinging you around and laughing and you're just like, yeah, Michigan wins.
Certainly it was a possibility.
Yeah.
But
you say you nearly broke your hand with a high five?
Yeah, he gave me a high five and just about broke my thumb.
The aggressive high five.
It bent the thumb backwards and I'm like, ugh.
Now, did you spend much time in L.A. before the game?
Yeah, the hotel was in downtown Los Angeles.
Did you see who's the most famous person you saw? Don't say John.
It wasn't John. It was probably, I could go with Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler, but David Allen Greer.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a Stone he wanted to
The
hear.
Sklar brothers.
Yeah. Overrated, but yes.
Oh, wow. Shots fired at the Sklars.
No, I think they're overrated.
Well,
I wouldn't say they're terrible.
No, I don't
Gar.
think they're terrible either. I just think they're a little overrated.
They like cheap seats?
I didn't know they were rated.
I like this when they did the science thing. Was that Cheap Seats? Where they watched like some sci-fi movie or whatever?
No, that was Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah,
3000.
that was them. They were in there.
No, the Sklars did Cheap Seats
Okay.
where they watched old sporting events.
Yeah.
They did the same thing. I think they're great. But long story short,
whatever.
I mean, I'm trying to think of who else it would have been, but that was probably those guys.
Yeah,
it would be on the list.
I imagine
it's those trips are. For me, it's so funny because I know a lot of people that are out there and like, hey, come to this party, go to this bar, do you want to come tailgate? And I'm like,
no, I have a job.
We ran into Joyce DeWitt. It was fantastic. We talked about Three's Company for 3 hours.
Well, welcome back. Happy New Year. I wish you had more things to talk about today.
I know it's going to be.
We talked to the nephew of Cannon. What a TV show from the 70s. We saw all the celebrities.
It was kind of William Conrad, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Mannix. All right, enough of that. Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.
The Fred Dryer.
The former Ram.
All right, Carson Anderson. How's your last month been?
It's been all right.
It's not really a joke. We actually, every year, right around the holidays.
It's a rough week last week.
In terms of?
I told the people last week, after the day after Christmas, the night after Christmas, the Tuesday following, I started to have some serious back pain.
Yeah.
And resulted in a horrible week where I could not sleep at night, and eventually went to the emergency room on Saturday. I went to see another doctor yesterday and get some physical therapy scheduled, an MRI scheduled, and yeah, it's so.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, it's all right. Look, fighting it. I've gone through worse, but it was unbearable on Saturday, and so taking care of it now.
Well,
but beyond that,
I'm glad you're doing better. Yeah.
Then the Lions game happened Saturday night, so that was doubly no fun.
My God.
My God. Me not being a Michigan fan, I wasn't thrilled with Monday's result, even though I thought they'd win it. So other than that, things are great. Although your weekend, I'm assuming, was much, much nicer.
It was a wild affair.
Congratulations on your lottery win. Kang and I decided that you must have won the
the Grand Blanc.
Yeah.
Was it a
beginner's luck, man?
Yeah, that's
you know how it is. That's who wins these things.
Yeah, it was not me. Did they find out who won?
Just someone from Grand Blanc.
Okay, thank you. Somebody who bought a ticket in Grand Blanc. Yeah. It was funny because I did see two things that happened that I saw when I was out there. One, apparently we had an earthquake when we were in L.A.
Right. Yeah, I talked about that last week too.
Did you?
Yeah, in Marysville.
There was one. There was one New Year's Day.
Oh, New Year's Day?
There was one Monday morning. Yeah.
Oh.
And I
here?
Saw, huh?
Here?
No, in L.A.
Oh, in L.A. I'm sorry. I thought you meant
no. There was an earthquake in L.A. and I didn't feel a thing. And I saw that.
Of course not.
Was it $800 million Powerball or whatever?
Yeah.
But all right. So look, the game, man. It's wild, and some of it was predictable. We talked about prior to the game some of Alabama's issues, and they reared their ugly head.
Well, we didn't have bad snaps.
I did.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Auburn, 4th and goal from the 31 is in part because of a bad snap.
Well, no, you're right. You're absolutely right about that.
Bad snaps in the SEC title game. Bad snaps all year.
I guess it wasn't a talking point in it, and apparently it should have been because, boy, that was a problem.
Well, it was. I mean, this is, again, you and I don't do shows together. I talked about it a ton.
Okay.
5-6 was going to have to have a good game, and it is so disruptive.
5-6.
Well, I feel bad for the kid. That was so disruptive on a quarterback when the ball gets snapped and you can't just count on it being where it's supposed to be. You have to take your eyes off. What are quarterbacks looking at when the ball's snapped?
They're looking at the defense.
They're looking at safeties. They're looking at corners.
Right. Let me make sure my protection's going to be there.
And when you have to take your eyes off them to just catch the snap, it can completely throw a play off. It can throw off the timing and a handoff. It is so disruptive. And not only that, there was some struggles there in blocking in the interior of the Alabama defensive line leading up to the game. I mean, it was an issue all season long.
And obviously Michigan's defensive line is outstanding. So
Michigan's defensive line is outstanding. But
their second defensive line is outstanding.
Yes. And Alabama, I mean, even Alabama's best offensive lineman, J.C. Latham, the right tackle, got just pushed back into Jalen Milroe's lap on the last play. And Josiah Stewart, the player that made the play, is a 245-pound defensive end. He's a smaller guy. But I'll never forget this quote from Mikey Sandristle before the season when he said...
He's a small piece of leather, but he's well put together?
Essentially, he said, look, don't be fooled. He's more than a speed rusher. And the quote was, he'll take you for a ride. And he got into Latham, blew that play up. I mean, it was Latham that basically getting plopped down, tripped up Jalen Milroe. And they got the stop in that on that play that was, a do or die play. And there was a lot of stuff that Michigan, I mean, probably one of the bigger takeaways, it was the first time since last year's national semifinal that Michigan had a do or die drive offensively. They had some big stops defensively, had some important drives to, extend leads, but they never had a deficit in the football in a do-or-die situation since the TCU game. And obviously that didn't go well. That drive went nowhere at the end of the TCU game. This one, including the fourth down play to Corum, the Roman Wilson play where the ball gets tipped. I mean, that's the kind of play that I think Michigan fans feel like goes against them a lot, and where you feel like you made a play. They blocked the field goal at the end of the Rose Bowl against Texas, and the ball helicoptered through anyway and gave Texas the win. And this was the pendulum of luck swinging back Michigan's direction. That ball got tipped to the line of scrimmage, and Roman Wilson changed the trajectory, still was able to climb the ladder.
It moved it higher. I don't know if it changed it. I mean, I guess technically that's the trajectory. I think it's a really nice catch.
Yes, but when that ball,
it's a huge play in the game.
When I saw I didn't realize it got tipped in real time. Mm-hmm. Jansen caught it. I thought, this is going to get picked. Like, it looked like it was going to be too tall for Roman. Malachi Moore was the safety in coverage who stopped playing Roman Wilson and started for an interception. Had the ball not got tipped, I'm not sure it would have been completed because I think Malachi Moore might have come up and made a hit.
I was gonna say, or there might have been a better opportunity to pick it off if it weren't.
I don't think there would have been a better opportunity to pick it off. I do think he might have been able to make a hit. Here's one thing for sure. Even if the ball was completed, Malachi Moore would have had the tackle right there. But Malachi Moore was going for the interception instead of playing the receiver or going for a pass breakup. And Roman Wilson climbed the ladder and made that catch. And now Moore's out of position, and he gets another 15 yards out of it down to the 5 on Michigan's last drive. So suffice to say, there was a lot to talk about at the end of that game, including something from the last play that you may or may not find amazing. But we'll get to that today at 10:18. Plus your phone calls. It's Carson Anderson back together. 248-539-9797. We're going to have to reacclimate how to do this with two people.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, the NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. The app is so easy to use, and there's so many different ways to bet, like, for instance, live same-game parlays. Find bets in the new Explore tab. Make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and make your first bet a layup. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, Carson Anderson settling in back together on this January 3rd. We're working on it. There is a high probability that I'll be doing the show Monday from Houston prior to the national championship game, Michigan and Washington. And we're kind of into some random stream of consciousness stuff from the Rose Bowl game, just fresh back from that trip to Pasadena. And Gator, you've been there, and we were talking about it during the break. You're trying to thread the needle when you're doing the game to paint the picture of what is one of the most spectacular scenes in sports, but not overdo it because the people really care about the football. But you also, you want them to envision what what it looks like. And I said on the air, I feel like this is to football what Augusta is to golf.
100%.
And it's
just a perfect setting.
Yep.
And it only gets better as the day goes on when the sun starts to set and the sky changes to purple and then to dark. It's amazing. It's also amazing how cold it can get there when the sun goes down. You're not expecting it, but it's breathtaking is what it is. It's dreamlike. It's a bucket list thing. I'm so glad I went. And it's funny because this is the time of year, right? January 1st and all that. And my Facebook feed for the last few days keeps getting flooded with, hey, memories from 10 years ago. I'm like, oh, hey,
yep.
Here's me and my friends are hanging out in the end zone seats.
It's so great, but you don't want to overdo it either. But I've never been to a game where I saw as many media members just stop and start taking pictures.
Oh,
yeah, people just snap pictures all day long.
You are infamous, I would say, because you're not famous, but infamous on this regard, for admitting that you're really bad at telling how large the crowd is. Yep. and all that. I happened to be driving to pick up a pizza on Monday night, and I was listening to you guys doing it, and did you really say the estimate was 2/3 Michigan fans at the stadium?
Yes.
You feel comfortable with that?
When I talk to other medias and the members of the media, excuse me.
I like medias and the members.
Yeah.
It's a special member.
They said 60-40.
Wow.
Yep. So the deal is the Michigan fans were kind of underneath the press box, but they went from the maize. It was mostly maize, but maize and blue went from the north end zone around to the south end zone and then leaked into what the Bama was, which was on the far side. So any wide shot of the stadium included the Bama fans on the far side, and that was their section. But before the game, because the team hotels and fan hotels are really close to each other, and obviously people stay all over, but the official around the LA Live area, which is in downtown LA where the team stayed, it felt like 10-1 Michigan fans outside of the Michigan hotel. We got to the game. I'm walking around. I'm saying, 10-1's too much, because I've spent time walking around the parking lot and the golf course and all that. And I'm like, this is closer to 4-1. And then we got in the stadium, and I'm like, no, this is closer to probably 2/3. But still, I mean, it was a very good showing. You think about with Alabama, they've been to a lot of these. Their fan base is probably thinking, well, I'll make the trip to Houston. And because, I mean, this is not a cheap trip.
No, it's not. A friend of mine is going, and she was telling me the plans for it with her friends, that they go to all the games. I'm like, that's pricey.
Mm-hmm.
That's pricey. And there are definitely some hacks that people are trying to use to cut some costs, and flying into different venues or different cities, I should say.
People flew into Las Vegas. People flew into San Diego.
Mm-hmm. This for the Houston game this is where it's going to get really pricey.
I actually think it's probably going to be the ticket itself might be more expensive. I think the rest of the trip will be cheaper, believe it or not.
Well, airfare is not.
Dude, airfare to LA for that was I'm about to make a purchase, so I'll circle back, but the airfare to LA was insane. So much so that people flew to different places.
Yeah.
But anyway, so here's a thought about the last play.
The Milroe play?
Yes.
Gotcha. Well, because that was technically the last play, Scott. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's my own question.
It's
right.
okay.
It happened to happen.
Dude,
it was overtime, Scott.
We're in midseason form.
18 years, Doug.
Michigan's defensive line on that play had one starter on the field. It was one starter. Chris Jenkins was not on the field. Jalen Harrell was not on the field. Braden McGregor was not on the field. They had Josiah Stewart, who blew up their right tackle. They had Kenneth Grant, who didn't start the game.
Mason Graham.
And Mason Graham was the starter, and Derek Moore was the other defensive end. The defensive line made a great play, because that play, in retrospect, it looked like it didn't have a chance.
Well, you get the beef there. I mean, Grant is the beef. Graham is ridiculous. And you start with that on the inside, and who cares about the outside?
Right. Well, I mean, if the play's going inside, but they only have one starter on the defensive line, and Quentin Johnson was in the secondary. He's one of those guys, those guys that are on your roster, and you see him on special teams for years, but you don't hear about them much, and then they start trickling into the lineup, and they play a little bit here and there, and he was on the field for that play. He's also the one that forced the fumble on Jalen Milroe, which the significance of that didn't impact the scoreboard, but it did take the ball away from Alabama near midfield, and maybe flip the field a little bit. Michigan missed the field goal attempt after that, but Quentin Johnson, late in his career, found himself on the field for the most important defensive play of the season and made a very important defensive play.
No, I mean, that's part of what makes college football great.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Obviously, not everybody goes to the pros and goes on to have a professional career. And I've said it a million times. There's nothing wrong with having a great college career. And if you don't make it to pros, who cares? Right. You can just go down in his history as being an amazing college player, and you're beloved. And this will be one of those things. It's like Kyler Ellsworth at Michigan State.
Yep.
Rise to the challenge. And there's Max Bulla is out of the game. What are we going to do? Well, Ellsworth's going to go in there and make the play on 4th and 1 against Stanford in the Rose Bowl.
I think if you're watching that last play as a fan, whether you're a fan of Alabama or Michigan or just college football, and you go, that was a terrible play. It just got stopped. I mean, why would they call that play to end the game? But it wasn't a terrible play if you really look at it. And you go back and look at it. It was just a great defensive stand by Michigan, specifically Josiah Stewart. I mean, when he pushed the tackle all the way back, Milroe tripped over him, okay? But if you break it down, first of all, the snap was low again, which probably threw off the timing, right?
Yep.
So Milroe probably thought, well, I got to go then, because it looks like to me it's a run pass option play there, because the running back is sweeping across from him, and if he stays back there, he could actually swing past it to the running back, and he could actually go into the end zone if he gets the right block or makes the right move. So I think the fact that the snap was low made Milroe go, I got to go with the ball now. He goes up the middle. He trips over his offensive lineman's foot because he gets pushed back with a great play by Stewart. But if he's on his feet, he may be able to bounce outside because the middle was stuffed for sure, but he could have bounced to the left. I think it was the play call was fine by Alabama. Michigan played better defense, and that's what it is. There's resistance on the other side.
And the thing that led up to it, right? So Alabama's got a 3rd and 14, 3rd and goal from the 14. They complete it down to the 3 to Jermaine Burton. Burton gets hurt, so you essentially get a timeout. Bama goes to their huddle. Michigan goes to their huddle. They break the huddle. Nick Saban said after the game, the play we had called, we liked. We liked that play against that defense. So Jim Harbaugh calls a timeout. Now, did Jim Harbaugh see the same thing? Did he see that this was, something's wrong? But he calls the timeout. 2 teams go to the sidelines. Nick Saban and Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator, change the play. They come back out. And whatever Nick Saban saw there, he calls a timeout. So there's essentially 3 timeouts before the last play. 2 teams go to the sideline. Nick Saban change it. He and Tommy Rees change the play again. Then they come out. Nobody can call any more timeouts. This is going to be it. And they called the right defense apparently against the right play that Alabama settled in on.
I think the play of the game was probably 2nd and goal from the 9, and Chase McClellan gets knocked for a 5-yard loss. It makes it 3rd and 14. So then they have to get that big play just to make it 4th and goal from the 3.
You are 100. That's a huge, huge play. It puts them in jail. Now, Alabama's gotten out of jail.
Yeah, but you can't keep doing it.
No, you're much worse than that.
You can't rely on 4th and 31. I mean, and obviously that happened against Auburn, but it was just a great play. Defense to pin him back like that. Alabama comes back and gets 10 yards or 11 yards in the next play, but it's not good enough for first down. And now you're, behind the 8 ball. You do or die. You've got to get this play. And the Michigan defense was there for it. They were prepared for it. And you give all the credit in the world to, to the defensive coordinator.
But this goes like,
coach.
I know
they got it right, and also, but yeah, to the point, another bad snap, but it's just the defense outsmarted the offense.
Not even. I think just outplayed them. They executed them because, Doug, I know you hate this all the time. Everyone thinks it can be an offensive coordinator, right? Yep. Why'd you call this play? Why'd you call? If Alabama executes, they probably get in the end zone. But the defense executed their game plan. It's all about execution sometimes, and it's not about these trick plays or what kind of play did you call. It's about actually coming through on the play. Michigan came through. Alabama didn't.
What it would be fascinating is, okay, what was Alabama's first play? What was Michigan's first defense? What was Alabama's second play? What was Michigan's defense? And then the third play we actually saw. But there were other plays that we never saw that were called that we might look back and say that would have worked or that had no chance either.
I imagine there's not a relationship there between Nick Saban and Jim Harbaugh, but like weeks from now, if there were, wouldn't you love to pick up the phone and just say, "Hey, Nick"?
Right. I mean, I
got to know.
Jesse Minter and Tommy Rees maybe had that conversation, but it probably not because it's you just
be fascinating.
Yeah. What didn't happen to me fascinates me as well. There was something else that we had in our broadcast. I don't know if it was caught on the TV broadcast, but again, you talk about amazing circumstance. Something else happened pregame that I thought might impact the game, and I was stunned what actually happened in the game. We'll get to that today at 10:35, plus your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Get to some Lion stuff later. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket, back together. And we got a lot to get caught up on. Just got back from Pasadena yesterday. Head off to Houston on Saturday, I believe, and then come back on Tuesday and hope to do the show Monday from Houston.
What about Tuesday?
Depends on the flight, the return flight. If it works out, I'll look forward to it.
Yeah, you're not doing a show Tuesday.
These flights typically are at the wrong time. I understand.
You should stay in Houston another day. Or
I would, at least later in the day.
Yeah.
I would do it. The problem is, I don't know, like right now we're just trying to access the stadium for Jansen and I on Monday, which means somebody has to let John Jansen in to the stadium at like 4:30 in the morning their time.
Oh.
Which might be tough.
Someone's there.
Somebody would be there. And I just keep thinking
Baker Mayfield might be there.
College game day is going to be there at that time of day. So somebody's going to be there because usually college game day is at these things. Somebody lets them in the middle of the night. So
he knows Dez.
He does know Dez. Anyway, so we're hoping to be doing the show from the stadium next Monday. But so at the game, prior to games, I kind of got my routine of things. I go in, I got my board, but then there's things that I'm always looking for. First is injured players. Like when injured players come out on the field, are they going through warm-ups? I'll give you an example. Maryland, okay? The team arrives really early for the Maryland game, and one of the first things that happens is J.J. McCarthy is out on the field with a trainer, and they're going through this series of like running and sprinting and starting and stopping and shuffling right and left. We knew he was banged up in the Penn State game. We didn't know to what extent. It appeared to be some sort of ankle or lower leg injury. And so I watched him go through these warm-ups and get the all clear. So I'm watching for injuries. I'm also looking for the two kickers, how far out they're good from, like where are they comfortably making field goals, what appears to be their limit. What's strange is it seems like kickers go back to 51 and then stop. They don't keep going back, although Jake Moody liked to go back to 60. But when a guy kicks from 51, you go, okay, how far did that clear? And in the case of Will Reichert, Alabama's kicker, cleared easily. He's got a school record for most 50-yard field goals. He made 2 in the game to take him to 10 in his career. But, so you're watching for that. So you get a sense if it comes up, hey, he was good easily from 51 in warm-up, so 48 is no problem. And then you're looking for anything else unique to the game. And I'm watching Michigan's punt returners. And the ball, ironically, the ball, they're messing with the sun, okay? So when you're facing the southern end zone, which Samaj Morgan was, they're looking up into the sun, and you can see them practice that, and the coaches are out there. And the guy I'm watching do it is Tyler Morris, okay? Now, Tyler Morris is third of their punt returners. Morgan had seemed to be taken over. Jake Thaw was their reliable guy, and then Tyler Morris had it earlier in the year and still obviously might play a role. So they've got him back there as well. And Morris is struggling with the sun and the ball's landing. And we're in the pregame where we're talking. I turn a couple minutes later and look out there, and Morris is down on the ground. I have no idea what happened, but he's laying there and he's not getting up. And some players have gathered around him. Then over comes a trainer, and he's down on the ground for, 3-4 minutes before they slowly get him up. Everybody's still going through their initial warm-up shorts and T-shirts, and they take Tyler Morris to the locker room. And, so I say to Avant, hey, you might want to check on Tyler Morris. Now, this is wide receiver 4, 5. This is a guy who doesn't have a touchdown all season, and he's off in the locker room before the game. And you don't, in the moment, you don't know if that's going to be even remotely consequential. With Tyler Morris, he's a good player. He's helped them. But again, he's wide receiver 4, 5. Then he catches a 38-yard touchdown pass. He obviously got cleared. And he comes in the game and catches a 38-yard touchdown pass. And
tiptoeing down the sidelines.
I mean, it's the play of his career. It's the best play.
It was a great play.
Best play of this kid's career. It was, and
someone who nobody heard of. I'm like going, who the hell's that?
Right?
That's not.
I think Bama was doing who the hell's that?
Nobody I know.
Prior to the game, Alabama's defense, they talked about and focused on, it was clear that Nick Saban, I think basically he thought, all right, their elite pass catcher is Colston Loveland, the tight end.
Mm-hmm.
We got to take away the tight ends, and A.J. Barner's not bad as well.
I would agree that would be the number one weapon to take away.
And I think Bama went in with the specific defensive game plan to take the tight ends away, and I think they did a pretty damn good job of it.
Through regulation and overtime, they gave up 350 yards in offense. I mean, it's pretty good against the Michigan offense.
Pretty good. But Tyler Morris, made the play. And, the outliers that occasionally step up in big games, Tyler Morris, Quentin Johnson, two guys that I mentioned, but I at one point wasn't even sure he was going to play after what happened in the pregame warm-up. Never really got a read on that.
I thought the safeties for Michigan were very good in the game, taking away any kind of deep pass threat. They had the one pass down the sidelines to Burton, I think Alabama did, and beyond that, they had nothing. They would try to get Bond free, couldn't get him free. They tried to hit Burton again, they couldn't do it. The safeties did a great job. Obviously, Michigan's got really good corners. And Alabama's strength of their team is their secondary. They have really good players at the corners and safety position as well. It was, there were mistakes made in the game.
Sure.
But it was a quality football game. Both semifinal games are great. And I think when you come out of it, people will say, all right, they got the 4 teams right. Those are the 4 teams that should have competed. Would Georgia have given up a better fight? I don't know. I don't care. This one went to overtime, right? You had the number 1 seed go to overtime with Alabama. That's just fine. You had the Texas-Washington game come down to the last second.
Yeah.
With a handful of plays inside of 20 seconds with the chance to score to take the lead late in an improbable way. It was fun to watch to get both of those games in there. And, certainly in Michigan, there were mistakes. 3 major mistakes in special teams that they overcame. Alabama had mistake after mistake with the fumbled snaps, but in the end, you come away watching the game and you say, damn, Michigan's defensive line is dominant. I mean, they crush opponents getting to the quarterback when they wanted to. They did a lot of it in a cluster in the first half, and then not so much later on, but then when they needed to, they did. They dialed up when they had to, and they got back there again. But Alabama just didn't have an answer offensively, and it was an impressive showdown. And then to see Michael Penix showing off his NFL arm all over the place, and how special he is, how good those receivers are, how potent that offense is, and you're looking at a really good offense against a really good defense, and it's a classic
this
matchup. It's going to be so much fun, and it's not the only thing. Michigan has an offense, and Washington doesn't have a defense. So, everyone wants to talk about Washington racking up 500 yards in offense against Texas. Well, Texas racked up 490 yards in offense against Washington. So I'm not saying Michigan's going to put close to that, but Michigan can move the ball, and this is going to be an interesting game.
It's going to be a fascinating game, and I mean, my initial, sat down and really started in on Washington yesterday, and we'll watch several games this week and getting ready. But there's you hit the nail on the head about the intrigue of that matchup. We'll get to it in a moment. And again, very astute observation about the special teams. 3 pretty much catastrophic mistakes, and the most catastrophic mistake avoided.
I cannot believe it was Thaw. Is that the guy?
Jake Thaw, who is their reliable. That guy is back there because he catches punts,
and he makes
better than everybody.
He makes 2 mistakes on the play. A, don't field it.
Just let it go.
Let it go inside the 10-yard line. 2, if you're going to field it, you got to catch it. But then he did the critical part. The most critical part was that he gets drilled and he hangs on to the football, which was unbelievable. In that position, that you're able to hang on to the ball while getting hammered. That's credit to him.
He created potentially the most catastrophic disaster and then avoided it at the same time in a play that, okay, look, Michigan would have had the ball a minute to go.
Yeah, this was trouble with a snap all over.
Yeah, chance to maybe win the game in regulation. That was wiped out immediately. But to pick up the ball, get drilled, and not fumble it, and to know getting drilled on the 1 means the ball's on the 1. He doesn't need to panic and throw the ball and try and any other sort of craziness. He could just secure the ball, and he got drilled moments later. That was wild.
It's funny because I know some people are giving him credit. I can't, because you caused this mess.
Yeah, I mean,
you caused this mess, so you better clean it up, and that's about it.
And he did.
I'm not going to, if my daughter spills milk all over the floor, I don't congratulate her for cleaning it up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You better clean it up. You caused this.
Yeah, like I said, the most catastrophic disaster created and then avoided, maybe in Michigan football history. I don't know if this is a or a whoa. I don't want to oversell it. Lions just made a move that's kind of surprising. We'll get to that coming up. And later we'll get a little bit more into the Michigan-Washington matchup because you nailed it. It is an incredible strength-on-strength matchup on a number of fronts. All that coming up. Carson Anderson, open line. We'll get to this Lions or whoa at 10:48. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. If you want to keep talking Michigan, Alabama, 248-539-9797. We got an announcement apparently regarding the Lions, and I famously
you went, whoa.
I saw a cut in the preseason I wasn't expecting, and ironically it was the Lions kicker.
Whoa.
Michael Badgley, and I was like, I guess Riley Patterson won the job. And I said, whoa. And we went to a break. We came back, and you're like, that's your whoa? That's more of a huh. So I'm trying not to overstate or understate the case, but apparently the Detroit Lions have just released Bruce Irvin.
Well, this goes into what happened yesterday when Isaiah Buggs did the same thing. And I think initially, how did I react, King? Did I go whoa, or was it
I think you're definitely surprised.
Yeah, I was surprised. And then we started talking it through. Like, well, they have to make room on the roster.
Mm-hmm. We're going to hear more of this because Dan Campbell was on with the morning show saying they're looking to get Mac back, McNeil back. They're looking to get
Gardner Johnson.
Yeah,
back.
Gardner Johnson back. And James Houston's probably not as close, but to make room for those guys. And then Kabinda was the one who was brought up yesterday, by the way. They got to have to let go of certain guys here to make room. So maybe Bruce Irvin is the...
Sounds like Bruce Irvin's a guy.
Yeah.
What is the latest on McNeil and Houston?
That they're
Well,
practicing.
Houston doesn't look like he's definitely not playing this week.
Houston was activated last week to come to practice.
Okay.
Obviously
so this
didn't
is the
play
3-week window deal. Yeah.
So obviously he didn't play in the game against Dallas. It doesn't sound like he's going to play against Minnesota. We don't know if he's going to play in the playoffs. Hopefully he does, because I mean that would give this team a big old lift if he's ready to go. And if he's not, and we talked about it yesterday, if you're not ready to go, then you're not ready to go. Okay?
Yep.
You know, you're only going to get activated and put onto this roster and if you're going to be able to contribute. You have to be better than the alternative. That's it. I mean, I look at James Houston at this point, if he's healthy enough to be a pass rusher, then that's what I want. The beginning of the season, I think they gave him some more responsibility, wanted to see if he can be an every down linebacker type player, you know, an edge rusher, but can he play 2 or 3 downs at a time rather than just come in there on obvious passing downs? They gave him more responsibility, more on his plate, and wanted to see if they can make him more. And obviously got hurt early. At this point, I don't need to see if he can do more. I just need him to do one damn thing. Rush the passer. And if you can do that better than an Okwara, if you can do that better than Bruce Irvin, the way as healthy or as unhealthy as you are now, if you're better now, great. Then you're still an upgrade. So we'll see what happens when the playoffs start, but I hope that he's there.
Here was Dan Campbell, the morning show, talking about all this. So there you go. There's Aleem McNeil and Tusi being C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So help on the defensive front.
Well, and you think about this now, okay? Because this is a defense that has been much maligned, and rightfully so. But what we've seen the last few weeks with this defense is other guys have emerged. Melon Fonwu has turned into quite a player for this team. And now that he's healthy and he understands where he's supposed to be and what he's supposed to do and his responsibilities and, you know, blitzing and getting sacks and getting interceptions now and, you know, jarring the ball loose there, Tiger, doing all these great things he's doing, that's exciting to see. Knowing that Gardner Johnson's coming back, all of a sudden you've got the secondary that has been a real issue this season because of injuries to start off is now, I'm not saying it's a strength just yet, but maybe the safety position is. You got Kirby Joseph, you got Melon Fonwu, and you've got Gardner Johnson, and you've got Brian Branch. 4 guys with some versatility, ball hawking type players. That now you've got guys that can absolutely go and get the football and turn things over. And we saw what happened against Dallas. That great Dallas offense threw for a bunch of yards, but only scored 20 points. They only scored 20 points, half of their total of what they averaged at home prior to that. So I'm encouraged by that. And then you're going to bring back Aleem McNeil up the middle, who's their best interior lineman by far. And, okay, if he's healthy, then, and I would assume he is, then the defense is getting some welcome additions at the perfect time.
That would be nice. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Sip. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Sip.
Hey, Happy New Year, fellas.
Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, Chip, actually. But, yeah, good to talk to you guys. I had a couple questions about Michigan and the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
First, I wanted to get your guys' take on the final play. I heard Rich Eisen say that it looked like that final play was supposed to be a pass out to the flat, and you can see Bama's running back leak out there. And then Milroe had to improvise because the snap was bad. I was wondering what you guys thought about that.
I think it's certainly possible. I think Nick Saban very skillfully made sure that he did his best to protect his players, and the player that needs to be protected, and I've heard that his personal information has got out there on social media. I don't know if it's true. I haven't seen it, to be honest with you, but it's somebody who I know who's a Bama fan told me that they've really gone after their center who had a rough day and quite frankly had a rough season. And it's possible that either it might have been an option for him to throw it. Junior Colson was in motion with Roydell Williams was a running back coming out into the flat, and he didn't confirm anything about it, but I think there has been some speculation that yes, there was a run pass option. And this goes back to when the snap is bad and you immediately have to take your eyes off of defense, because you want to be watching the coverage. You have to count on the football being delivered to the right place where you don't have to think about it. You barely even have to look. You just catch it. And when you have to take your eyes off of defense, it completely changes it. So I think it's quite possible that, yes, there was an option for him to throw it to Roydell Williams or anybody else.
Makes a ton of sense. Thank you.
Yep.
And then also, I was wondering if you have any updates on the status of Rayshon Benny. And then I saw Makari Page went out and didn't come back in, it looks like. And also, I heard Mason Graham was limping in the second half, but he wasn't limping on that second and goal play. But do you have any updates on
So I don't think it looks particularly good for Benny. And as far as Makari Page is concerned, Jason Avant said that he was available. And I don't think Graham is anything. I don't think Mason Graham is anything significant.
Yeah, he was. He didn't look hurt on that second and goal play.
No, he didn't.
He's such a beast.
Yeah, he really is.
He's so good.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Hey,
thanks for the info.
Thanks,
Happy New
Chip.
Year.
Yep. Happy New Year to you. 248-539-9797. I remember, and it's funny because the Lions, you just talked about the Lions and what they might be getting back, including Aleem McNeil. I mean, I don't know how much it was talked about the game Hutch had. Probably got lost in the wash of the controversy at the end. Hopefully.
You know, it's funny. His name hardly came up yesterday, and he had 3 sacks.
Yep. And in a big game, like, you know.
So he tied his total from last year.
Aiden Hutchinson is it's really weird because the stat totals aren't racking up, but everybody who plays against them, he's a problem. But the stat totals aren't necessarily there, and the parallels. I mean, which is what I'm seeing with Washington getting ready for this game, is that the stats aren't there, but they can be a problem for an offensive line. But if Hutch, has found something, turned a corner, getting better, Aleem McNeil comes back, now they've got a strange abundance of players that need to play in the secondary because the defense continues to play better. Like, they are playing better headed into the postseason. And, the offense is what it is. It has a chance to be one of the most explosive offenses in the league.
Yeah, and I'm encouraged by what the defense can do with the Lions, with getting players healthier and getting better, and other players getting more experience, like we've seen with Melon Fonwu. Now it looks like he's a guy. That's great. It almost all got wiped out with the faith because of what happened with Derek Barnes on right. that play. I mean, we start talking it out yesterday. That ends up being potentially a 16-point swing. 2 points on the missed safety because he was dead to rights. He's not getting out of the end zone with a charging linebacker.
Yep.
So you missed the 2 points there. You take away the 7 points for the touchdown, so that's 9 points.
Right.
And then you get the ball back because of a safety situation, and you've got potentially a 16-point swing in the game. And Dallas, they're reeling. They're done if that happens.
It's incredible.
But alas, it did not. And, now that officiating crew is going to be rewarded by calling an all-important Steelers-Ravens game.
Doug, so I know you're not a conspiracy theorist, and I'm positive you don't think Barnes did this on purpose, missed the sack.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty positive.
Yeah. So for those that believe in that, what do you tell them in that play? What happened? How did he miss? How did he not sack Dak Prescott? How did he try to tackle him with his elbow or whatever it was that he? What was that?
Possible that he was worried about one of these stupid roughing the passer calls.
I've heard that.
Okay,
I've heard that from people.
That's the only thing I could possibly think of that would. Hey man, I struggle,
dude. Look, I said I was trying to figure it out too. The only thing I came up with is he thought that he had handed the ball off, so he didn't want to hit the quarterback and take him down because he doesn't have the ball. But obviously he did.
It was an empty backfield.
Yeah,
Doug.
What? Hey,
I'm trying.
Fair enough.
I tried.
Yeah.
Because there is no godly explanation for why a guy with the reputation coming out of college like Derek Barnes is a surefire tackler. He's got this mean streak. Love to watch him unleash the beast, the whole thing. Goes in and treats it like he's approaching somebody else coming in a crowded bar. Excuse me, and gets skinny, turns to his side while Dak Prescott is doing the same thing. Yeah, pardon me. Let me get past you over here.
I'm sorry. You're going to try to get through?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, you got it? You're good? You got enough room there? Okay.
And lost in all that was Aaron Glenn called the perfect play.
Perfect play.
Yep.
For that defense was the perfect play call. They had him.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. With Michigan getting ready to play in the national title game on Monday, the media is busy asking the expected questions. Would a championship carry an asterisk if they do beat Washington thanks to the sign-stealing scandal? Well, former Wolverine star Charles Woodson had an answer to that one on Rich Eisen's show. Well, for what it's worth, notable Big Ten and Michigan hater Paul Feinbaum did say on his show that he would not consider the Wolverines having an asterisk if they won it all. Meanwhile, fans that want to see Michigan in person next week will have to pony up. The minimum seat cost 4 figures with pairs at the 50-yard line going for as much as $20,000 before fees at NRG Stadium. In Allen Park, the Lions putting together their game plan on the field for their finale versus the Vikings on Sunday. Detroit could earn the 2 seed in the NFC with a win and losses by both the Cowboys and the Eagles. And the Pistons showed up to Utah early to practice. They have a tilt against the Jazz at 9 p.m. to begin their 3-game road trip out west. I'll have your pregame at 8:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, lots of football on the table. Michigan and Alabama recap, plus Lions-Dallas. That's a game that is going to echo throughout the week. And, they still have a lot to play for, but it did come with some ramifications. And, at some point today.
Clarity, it really is what it comes down to. Clarity.
The league tried to, quote-unquote, clear it, right? Clear it up.
I feel better about it.
We'll get to that a little bit later. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Drew. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Drew.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to touch on a few things. One thing is the Derek Barnes tackle. I think he was trying to hold up just off the simple fact that they were inside the 2-0.
Well, he was in the end zone. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think he was trying to hold up. I don't think he was trying to wrap him up and throw him to the ground. You know what I'm trying to say for a penalty's sake. I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on this front. Okay. These are great athletes that do great things and occasionally do something weird. And I've missed layups. I've missed wide open layups playing basketball. I have fallen down on the ice for no reason. And now I suck, but I'm not trying to miss the layup, and I think that was kind of basically a missed layup.
It was like not even an attempt at a tackle.
I don't know, but when you getting paid millions to do something, bro, it's like you would think you would open your eyes a little bit more,
or your arms.
You would actually wrap up. But I can understand why he pulled up because it is Dak Prescott. Night of Johnson's.
He's worried there might be. You know what?
I really didn't care about
foreshadowing. You're right. Foreshadowing. Maybe he was leery of there being a weird roughing the passer call, some strange call that could happen in the game that had no explanation, and so he was leery of that, and that's why he didn't want to.
God bless you, Drew, for trying. We're all trying.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. But I just want to get to one more thing. I think we're going to have a deep playoff run, but I think we're going to run into some issues when we get. I think we're going to make it to the NFC Championship, and I say this because you guys have been touching on it for this segment a little bit on how we held Dallas half of their point marker, but you guys got to understand they were in our red zone like 5 times, dude. We're not going to be able to hold teams that good all through the playoffs.
But Dallas is one of those teams that's that good, and they did that to Dallas.
But this ain't the playoffs, though.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I know
you know what I'm saying. This ain't the playoffs.
I got it. This is kind of like the Lions, how they've kind of been built. They've done a bend but don't break act for a while. I'm not worried about the first round of the playoffs. Lions playing at home. I don't care. Bring on the Rams. Bring on Stafford. Bring them all on. It's great. But the next round, I'm not worried. If the Lions have to play Dallas again in Dallas, I'm not worried because the Lions outplayed Dallas in Dallas.
Yeah, we did. We would have pitched a shutout if it wasn't for that blown tackle by halftime. But just one more thing. I really do think that we're going to run into some problems in the NFC Championship, and I think that we're going to lose to the 49ers in the NFC Championship. I think it's going to be 49ers versus the Lions. I think that's how it's going to play out.
I'll take it.
I would take it as well. Look, I don't want to I always kind of hate those scenarios when somebody says, here's what I think is going to happen. And I go, well, I can't be mad at them if they lose in the NFC title game. But I hate just giving away games and saying, yeah, I would take 2 playoff wins and a loss because I want to win a Super Bowl. But it's hard to be disappointed at the end in the grand scheme of things.
Give me big steps, man. That would be that'd be a bigger step than I expected.
I hear you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys, always good hearing to you. A couple quick points, if I may. I'm a longtime Michigan fan, and I'm very glad they won, but I got to tell you, the football guy in me is just amazed they were able to survive that, given the disastrous special team play, a couple really bad penalties, the drop passes. It's just amazing to me they were still able to pull it out, and I guess that's just a tribute to them and their defense especially. But on that last play, it's pretty clear, and especially when you look at the replay from behind, I think Michigan really caught a break there because that play was actually designed for Milroe to take a couple steps up the middle and then bounce it to the left. And I think that low snap threw him off. And if you look at the play, you'll see him pick his head up, look to his left, and he sees Sanders still coming deep off the edge. But they pulled the guard around that left tackle, and there was no one out there for him to even block. If he would have been able to do the play like it was designed, he would have walked into the end zone. Our defensive line blew that up, and thank goodness they did, because we were in trouble with the way that play was designed.
You know, I don't know if we'll ever find out that moment of truth that Tommy Rees or Jalen Milroe or Nick Saban will ever talk about in depth what went wrong. Alabama going into that game and all season long, and I went back and found a tweet I sent out on the 19th about quarterback center exchanges and their issues. I actually feel terrible for this college kid because of what I'd heard about his personal information getting out there. I mean, it seems like the most simple of things. And they didn't have a center that could snap the ball to the quarterback. And I said to Jansen during the broadcast, you think they'd replace him? And he'd say, it's Nick Saban. He's playing the best he's got. It's not like Saban's got some world-class center that is sitting on the bench. But yeah, we talk about how the trickle-down effect of a bad snap has on a quarterback and how it can completely sabotage a play is 100% true. It's 100% true.
I don't like saying they got lucky because the left side was blocked well and he could have scored. But guess what wasn't blocked well? The right side. Mm-hmm. You have to give Michigan credit for blowing up the play. The play design could have been great. I talked about this earlier. Both sides got to execute whatever is called. Michigan executed their side of the ball. They were able to stop Alabama. Alabama didn't execute all the way around, whether it's from the snap or the right tackle getting blown up.
Now, to his point that Michigan made a bunch of mistakes is true. Like at one point during the broadcast, I said, we're not asking to be perfect. The ask here isn't to be perfect. But they survived in spite of their mistakes. And quite frankly, the whole catching a break. Any close game you win, somewhere along the line, you probably caught a break.
There are some breaks.
Yep. It just, when you have a one-play game, and there's a number of one plays it could have been. It could have been the 4th and 2. 4th and 2, I mean, I'm going to go back and take another look. The Blake Corum came wide open. How that play could have.
Corum and the receiver were both wide open. That one, the touchdown pass.
No, the 4th and 2 on the final drive, inside 3 minutes. Okay. About 3 minutes ago, Michigan's on their own 33-yard line. They go for it on 4th and 2, and where could that play have gone wrong? The ball could have batted down at the line of scrimmage. I mean, it didn't, but it could have got batted down at the line of scrimmage. Blake Corum, whatever they schemed up, they had that play. They'd practiced it all week. They were holding it for a situation like that. Here came the situation. It worked to perfection, but there's stuff happens.
It's just an interesting game where the defense was the star of the show for Michigan, and offensively, maybe they only made 5 plays offensively, but man, those were big plays. Yep. That pass to Wilson that gets tipped, and he goes up and gets it. He doesn't wait for it. He goes to get it before the defender comes in. That's huge. The touchdown pass to Corum was big. The touchdown run in overtime from Corum was big. The play before that he had the run on was big. But there really weren't – it's not like they put together these massive drives with great play after great play after great play. They it felt like they had one really good drive and then a handful of other great plays, and it was enough because your defense was there for it.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to take it back together. Did a lot of Michigan talk in hour one, the Alabama game. We'll get into an initial preview of Washington a little bit later on. Lions reaction still coming in. Look, that's every once in a while you have games that echo. And it was interesting hearing Dan Campbell sort of thread the needle. In his 3 years here as Lions coach, they didn't talk about officiating much. And basically, I remember in the past him being asked about officiating and basically saying, I'm not going to go there. And I did some deep thinking as to why, and I suspect it's because Dan Campbell doesn't want his team to hear it and say, after a loss, hey, what we did was good enough. We just got it stolen from us. Because he doesn't want them to feel that that's the case, because it did come down to one play. And the Lions could have made a bunch of plays prior to that it wouldn't have come down to the one play.
Well, then they still had chances after.
Exactly. And so at the end, bottom line here is, it had to be addressed. And it's weird being out of town and getting out of town perspective on topics. And so being able to listen a little bit about what is being said in LA. It was all that, oh my God, that the Lions get screwed. And I'm just thinking it's Brandon Pettigrew picked up flag all over again. And of course it's at Dallas. And the Lions just need to know in the possibility that they end up back in Dallas in a playoff game, which is possible. And I don't know, I would call it probable because that assumes a Lions playoff win, but it's possible that the Lions end up back in Dallas. And if they end up back in Dallas, they just simply need to play better offensively to make sure it doesn't come down to that one play. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Geraldine. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Geraldine.
Hey there. I was just calling because I've been a lifelong Giant fan and gone into Cowboys Stadium way too many times. And I just want to say that, going for the extra 2 was the right thing to do. Because if you went into overtime, they would have screwed you too. That's just the way it's going to be down there. I mean, we had so many bad calls over 30 years. I can't tell you. So that's just a perspective to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm glad it's not a season ender. The truth is, it has impact and perhaps significant impact on what happens next.
Right.
I don't feel like conceding that the Lions can't beat Dallas and Dallas because I think they can beat Dallas and Dallas.
They did.
But as you just said, you can't let it come down to one call or a tight, situation. You got to get the offense moving and make it, indeterminable that they won.
That's why I like what Dan Campbell said afterwards. He's like, we'll see him again in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean.
Good. Let's get back to their house and knock the door down. And
I won't concede that game.
Absolutely not.
I don't think anybody would. This doesn't, I think there was one point where we could have taken calls at some point during the season. Could the Lions beat Dallas and Dallas in the postseason? And we would have got some calls that said no. I don't think we'd get one call right now. Now, if we did, it would be because they're going to get screwed again by the officials.
Listen, the way the playoffs are shaping up, I mean, this last weekend in the NFL is going to be fascinating, as it always is with all the jockeying for position and all this. If the Packers win on Sunday against the Bears, the Packers are in, and the Packers will be playing, likely, the Dallas Cowboys in the first round of the playoffs. The way the Packers are playing, we've talked about it. It's an uncomfortable conversation. Don't look now, but Jordan Love has like 30 touchdown passes this year. Seriously. Yes, it looks like they may have caught another break in Packerland and got the next great guy. But there's no guarantee. I mean, Dallas, did the Lions expose Dallas at all in that game? We know Dallas is a great defensive line. They do. And they got Micah Parsons. And they've got CeeDee Lamb. But Lions shut them down in the run game.
I mean,
they got Dak to turn the ball over.
I don't know if it's any more or less than the 49ers exposed them or God, they lost to the Cardinals.
So did Philly.
Buffalo destroyed Dallas.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think Dallas.
So there's no game. Everyone knows each other at this point.
Yep.
You got to execute your game plan.
Yeah, but the point is, do what you have to do. If you end up playing the Rams, beat the Rams in the first round, and we'll sit and enjoy some popcorn and wait and find out who the next opponent is. Could be Dallas, could be Green Bay. Who knows who it's going to be? Or I don't know. Did they reseed in the NFL in the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be Green Bay, but we'll figure it out and we'll worry about it later when we get to that point.
I mean, if we're doing a talk show in Dallas, they won the game. Our offense has averaged less than 17 points a game the last 3 games, going into their season-ending game with the Commanders.
And by the way, their head coach made some horrific decisions down the stretch. Let's throw the ball. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you for the free
thanks
time
for the
out.
extra time.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
How you doing, boys?
All right.
Good.
Hey, so I just have a question about the rule itself. When we're talking about the NFL, we're talking about the highest level of football. Why are we still reporting players? If those players reporting have to line up in a legal position anyway, shouldn't this be something that the defenses should be aware of and should plan for and kind of scheme for themselves? Why are we still reporting a lineman eligible so the ref can tell the world when in all reality he has to line up in a legal position anyway that the defenses should know or should see?
I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Maybe a big reason is, and King points this out, it's the number. It's the number on the back of the jersey. And, when you have to, if you're not a guy who's wearing a number in the 80s, then you got to let somebody know. I know that it could be obvious as you're sitting right in front of you and, that's 68 who's on the line or whatever, but it's just part of it. I don't think it's asking too much to go in and report as being the extra guy, because it's, by the way, what is it? More than 90% of the time somebody reports, it's not a trick play. It's just we're bringing in an extra offensive lineman to play at the end of the line of scrimmage, letting you know that this is what's happening. And that's, I don't think there's any issue with it. The issue is that the referee wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I just, like I said, you're dealing with the best players in the world here. You would think that, only so many people can go out for a route anyway. I mean, you can report 70 eligible, but if he lines up as the center, he's not going to go out for a pass.
Right. I mean, the way Dallas reacted after Taylor Decker caught the ball, it certainly didn't seem like they thought that they got screwed on the play.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
They knew what was going on.
It was a question. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the reason is because that's the way it's always been, and there's not really that much of an issue because it's a very simple process that you can't possibly F up.
And yet, this guy, Brad Allen, he effed it
lost
up.
in all this is the fact that the play might not have worked that well had he reported Decker as eligible.
May not have.
And that's something that, like, Dallas didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't reported as eligible. They didn't need to guard him. They didn't need to cover him. Now, maybe they would have messed up anyway. Maybe they wouldn't have covered him anyway, but it's unbelievable. 248-539-9797. More open line calls. Tom is next on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Hello there, fellas.
What's up?
Tom?
Well, I'm from Vassar up in the Thumb area here, and I just wanted to spread some positive cheer on this glorious dreary day. I haven't seen the sun in a week, but my Wolverines, man, I just feel free. I feel free of the SEC dominance and free of the fact, the narrative that we can't win the big game, and free of tragic losses in giant games, with I don't want to say giant games, but with the Chris Webber timeout and the Blake O'Neill drop snap and the Sean Crable late hit. I got a lot of baggage to deal with. and then when I saw my boy Thaw drop that punt, I literally thought I was dying of a heart attack, but they pulled me off the floor. And
it's funny, Tom, because
I just feel great, though. I just wanted to say that.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling good.
I don't need counseling, which I would have needed had we lost that due to a safety or a.
So I got a fact wrong in the broadcast, and I have to apologize because I had Michigan losing a Rose Bowl because of a safety. And it was 1972, the 1972 season, I believe, or it might have been the 72 Rose Bowl.
Oh, boy.
They're tied at 10 with Stanford. They end up losing the game 13-12. Michigan took the lead late on a safety, which I believe came on a punt return. I can't find the highlight, or I haven't, but with like 3 minutes to go.
Was this post Plunkett?
This was Plunkett. Yeah.
Want to make sure.
I think they tackled the punt return in the end zone for a safety. Late in the fourth quarter, Michigan, an 11-0 Michigan team takes a 12-10 lead on a safety. And then Stanford got the ball back in the last few minutes and went down the field and kicked a field goal to win 13-12. I thought they lost on the safety. They actually almost won on the safety. But the Jake Thaw play, as you said, trouble at the snap all over again. That's what it would have felt like. And I don't know. Kang's right as far as that play. Almost the most horrific, self-inflicted mistake that he cleaned it up about as best as you could and didn't panic. And like Kang said, you spill the milk and your kid cleans it up. You don't want to go crazy for them for doing what they're supposed to do. But he, I mean, if that had happened, that would have just been a very familiar feeling for some of these disastrous plays that have happened in some of these big games. Why are you smiling?
No, I'm not smiling. For special teams, for me, it's almost like I'm just asking bare minimum. I'm not asking Dave Phipp trick plays, all this stuff. That's great, and that's awesome when it works. But I just snap, hold, kick, right, on easy extra points or easy field goals, field punts. Don't give up a punt return. Stuff like that. I almost want, I don't want to hear anything from special teams because I feel like it's either really good or really bad.
So one of the things in special teams in punt return, the first thing is to catch the ball, which Michigan didn't do twice. Yeah. It was funny because Tyler Morris earlier in the year was meeting with the media and he was talking about that skill. Jay Harbaugh, special teams coach, talked about the first thing is you have to catch it. You have to catch it. And in Samaj's case, if you let a short punt land and roll for 30 yards, everyone goes, oh, you get killed by that hidden yardage. And so players that can sprint up and catch the ball to keep it from rolling the extra 10, 15, 20 yards.
Big play.
Those are hidden, huge plays. The funny thing about it, had Samaj caught it, I'm not sure he wouldn't have scored. Bama was covering down the field on the left side. Samaj on their left, Samaj was over to their right. And there was one player there. And so there was the hidden yardage and there was the opportunity to make a big play. And then it just all went disastrous. The Jake Thaw thing, don't back up inside your 10. Although I don't know what the coach should do anymore because it seems like that used to be the hard and fast rule. And now people back up inside the 10. He is their safe guy. He is their catch it guy. And he didn't. And then he cleaned it up about as well as you can and avoided the disaster.
Took the hit.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Kang, do we have the entire audio from the league memo that they sent out regarding reporting? Do we have that in the system? Because it just occurred to me we should play that at some point for people who haven't heard it. Because if you're not mad.
Yeah, you want to get more pissed off? We can get it. Okay. We don't have it right now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just sprung that on you, but it just occurred to me, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. I want to play it for the people and then just get their genuine, in-the-moment emotion. 248-539-9797. Brian is in Mount Clemens and is on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey, first off, this is not what I called about, but MIA. Where's Donovan Edwards? My goodness. At any rate, here's what I called about. As extremely upset as I am about the referee situation in Dallas, I'm even more upset with those who offer an excuse for Derek Barnes' missed tackle. There is no excuse. He was not trying to hold up. He was not trying to avoid a potential penalty. The thing is, he had a clear shot. Nobody touched him. Nobody blocked him. If he was concerned, he could have just wrapped him up in the end zone and just held him there, and they would have called the play dead, and that would have been the 2-point safety, and we would have gotten the ball back and that kind of thing. So please don't give him an excuse. Please, no callers, no hosts. Don't give him an excuse. There is no excuse. None.
No, we're all kind of looking for something, and we all recognize there isn't.
Honestly,
it's
Brian,
not there.
Brian, as long as we make you happy. No, seriously, I don't know. I haven't. Like it's such a bizarre play. I don't know how it could possibly have happened.
Exactly. There is no logical explanation. None. Let's be honest about this now. The call a couple calls ago, whatever, tried to give him an excuse. Don't. There is no, well, maybe he was thinking. There is no maybe. Like I said, he could have simply wrapped him up and held him there.
He screwed up. He just screwed up.
The refs always do. They'll call the play dead.
He made a horrific mistake.
Yep, so that's all I have. And where's Donovan Edwards? Okay, bye, guys.
Brian, first of all, I don't know what's happened with Donovan this year. I will give Donovan a ton of credit. He's been asked about his season a bunch, and Donovan's response is, I'm having a great season. We're undefeated. We are having a great season as a team, and I'm along for the ride. And every time Blake has success or somebody else has success, I truly, genuinely am enjoying it. So I give him credit for that. Is he a step slow? I don't know how many times it felt like he's been one broken tackle, one make a man miss away from taking it to the house. And this year he's not making that man miss. And I'm not quite sure what it is.
He dropped the pass.
Yeah, and that was one where he was going to have to make a man miss. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I mean, when I see stuff like that, I wonder, did somebody get too rocked up and maybe lost a step? I don't know.
I thought Friday, when you and I talked on Friday on the Friday show, had the X factor. I thought he was going to be the X factor in the game because it was a guy that a year ago rose to the occasion in every big game Michigan had last year. Donovan Edwards was a star, including the loss against TCU. He ran for over 100 yards in that game. He was a star in all these games. And then I thought, hey, it's about time. Let's see it. And the thing that was, I guess, concerning to me if you're a Donovan Edwards guy is that Kalal Mullings was the guy who was getting more opportunities than Donovan Edwards, it seemed, in the game in the Rose Bowl. Is he now being even passed over by his other teammates, that he's no longer RB2? But, hey, he's got the right attitude about it and having the team approach, but it's got to be killing him.
Yeah,
it's just not the same thing as last year.
Don't know. And as far as the Derek Barnes thing, I'm sorry, Brian. I'm going to still try to figure this thing out because I just don't get it. And
how?
Yeah.
How?
Yep.
Kang, you all right yet? I know.
You guys know I was emotional during the game. I was texting you guys.
Yes.
And I text you guys, cut Barnes immediately. I'm dead serious. I'm not serious. I don't think they should cut him, but that was infuriating. Like, is there any more play or non-play that's more infuriating than a for sure sack? And then when it leads to a 92-yard touchdown catch,
It's one thing if you got the guy dead to rights, you go to sack him, and the quarterback ducks and you just fly over him.
I get it. If he makes a move
Right.
or whatever, it's Lamar or Justin Fields, even if it's a guy who sidesteps, like you said, Gator, nothing crazy.
But there wasn't a move.
There was not a move.
This was.
I think actually
I'm going to try to tackle him without using my arms.
I think Dak
or
actually
making physical contact.
Or making physical. Yeah.
He braced for impact.
Minimal.
That's what happened, and
Right.
he opened his eye. He goes, "I'm not down." That's what happened, right? I'm gonna throw the ball, I guess.
248-539-9797. Steve's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, I'll just touch real quickly. The Zach Barnes, the Barnes thing, the caller's right. There's no excuses. I could have swore I heard Zach say, "Excuse me," as he was going by Barnes, because Barnes looked like he had his hands in his pocket. But, that's beside the point. Doug, I wanted to ask, you made the comment a few minutes back, and that's what had me call. Other than the Barnes play, I thought the Lions played darn near perfect football. When you're on the road like that, in that kind of a game, they played, for them to go back now in 3 weeks and play even better, that's tough on the road, and so they played, I thought, solid football, but yet Dan Campbell, as much as I love this guy, he made the comment yesterday on the morning show about, I can think of 5 things, we did wrong. Well, Dan, 2 of those were you not taking the points. McCarthy gave you a gift at 134 and another gift when, kicked the ball out of the end zone or fumbled it, and you guys went down and you didn't take the points. And so this is Dan Campbell's first time in playoff football, and we all know, everything gets, is really under the radar.
So Steve,
everything.
Yeah, really under the microscope. Steve, you're talking about the essence of Dan Campbell, and the truth is we've got a whale of a topic here in terms of, correct me if I'm wrong. You guys tell me, am I wrong?
All right.
One of the reasons the Lions are good is because of Dan Campbell.
100%.
Okay? One of the big reasons.
Yeah. They're where they're at because of the coach.
And what comes along with it,
take the good with the bad,
is this guy is aggressive and takes chances.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me wants to say we need to learn to live with it, because not living with it is asking Dan Campbell, the successful Dan Campbell who's gotten the Lions to where they are, is asking Dan Campbell to not be the authentic guy that the players love, respond to, and they always have his back, and vice versa. The belief that he's instilled in this locker room, the way he's been able to get all these players making the league minimum $750,000 all the way up to Goff and his $26 million or whatever, they're all pulling in the same direction. There's less nonsense, but part of what comes with it and what makes Dan Campbell is he is going to do some things that high-risk plays and high-risk calls. And short of faking a punt with a 2-point lead in a Super Bowl and a minute to go,
right,
I think we almost have to learn to live with it.
I think that the way that he gambles, the way that he wants to roll the dice and play this game aggressively, shows the players he believes in the players. He's not just some kind of crazy dude. I mean, he does this for a reason. It's calculated risks. They're not like, 90% of the time you do this and he does it the 10%. I mean, these are calculated. And I think the team responds to that. I think the team, and I think players, I don't want to just say players in general. I think the overwhelming majority of players love to play for a guy like that because they want to be of that same like mind. I don't know if there is a player on the sideline that when the 2-point conversion gets called back and there's a 5-yard penalty and they're backed up to the 7-yard line, I don't think there's a player on the Lions sideline that was like, all right, let's just kick it. When the coach says we're going for it again, we're calling this play, the player's like, kick ass. Let's go get him.
This is Dak Prescott after the game. quote, from the punt conversion that they got to one of the early fourth downs, I said, this guy is crazy, and respect with the craziness. Talking about Coach Campbell, and I love it. I really do. I mean, that's you playing to win the game and not lose the game, and that's what he did. That's from the other team's quarterback. Now, is this just meaningless words? Could be. It could be. I don't want to overreact to that. But when I think
this is a general player's attitude.
We have a coach that maybe for the first time, and he distinguished himself on Hard Knocks, that are we going to have players want to come to Detroit? Free agents. We're going to have players that get drafted by the Lions that we never have to ask the question, does he really want to be here?
How quickly does he want to get out of the contract?
Yeah. I mean, and there's, like, I almost, our man was right, but I'm almost taking we need to learn to live with it approach.
Well, here's what we'll know this soon enough, I guess, with free agency in years to come. If there's a veteran player who still has a lot left in the tank, is ultra competitive, let's just say, for instance, like Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey's like, you know what? I'm going to Detroit. I know I can get $15 million in the open market, but I'm going to sign with Detroit for $5 million. I made enough money in my career, but I want to play for that guy. I want to play for that team, and I want to win a championship.
Yep.
That's when you'll know.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Who do we got next? Brandon, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Perfect timing. Listen to you guys all the time. I've been listening to the controversy about the Lions for the last couple of days, and the one thing that I haven't heard about why Dan Campbell took the 2 points at the end of the game and kept going instead of going into overtime. You got to look at it like this. we already have playoff locked. And as it's clear, they screw people in Dallas. I mean, that's my opinion. It's not a fact, but that's just the way I'm going to take it. So if I'm Dan Campbell and I'm Ben Johnson and I'm crafty enough to design that play that was brilliant, executed, and we've already scored with it, I obviously have enough sense not to go in to an overtime game in Dallas with every Dallas Cowboy that ever played and think that my guys are going to win and risk injury from every level of my team, special teams, offense, defense. In that moment, only the offense is at risk.
Well, I wondered about I actually had the injury thing cross my mind. Like, look, we're late in the season. Playoffs are clinched. And let's go get the win and get out of here. And if we don't win, so be it. But the ball's in our hands. And the worst part, there's so much about this whole story that's frustrating. The fact that Dan Campbell told the officials exactly what they were going to do before the game. And, because I do know coaches will tell. I mean, it's been documented. Everybody knows now. Yeah. Coaches tell officials, here's a list of our trick plays. Here are the things to look out for. We are making sure you know this is coming so we don't confuse you as well.
There are a couple things about that, and he talked about it yesterday in the morning show, that I wonder if there's a loophole there that kind of saves the officials on it. First of all, it's acknowledged that Brad Allen was not part of that meeting. Yep. And the other thing is when Dan Campbell's explaining it, he says when he goes and talks to the officials, you go and get the two people that are on your side of the field, the officials on your side of the field for that first half.
Yep.
Well, what about the second half when they switch sides?
Yep.
Because it's not the same officials. So you didn't tell those officials. So that's the only loophole I think is there. I'm concerned about that.
Yep.
Oh, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, and I agree with you 100%, right? And it's played out. And then when you look at the panels and watch, every TV show with professional athletes, quarterbacks, coaches, they've all said it. So it's a documented thing, right? So if and you guys do this for a living. Everybody listens to you guys because you guys are awesome, the whole show. But so just tell me this take, okay? So as a Lions fan, I'm 43. If you go on the internet right now and watch a compilation of the Lions getting screwed, it's actually kind of comical.
Oh, yeah.
So here's my take on this just to let it go. In a way, we're in a year where we got the playoffs locked. They can't hurt us that way. I'm looking at it as the best-case scenario. Not one person watching, the world is watching, Lions getting screwed. Now, it's one thing to screw a bad cursed team. It's a different thing to screw a team that's winning, has the meat, like there's no
right. Suddenly, you're right. Suddenly people care. Outside of Detroit, people care about a good team getting the short end of the stick. And they pay more attention. I'm not sure they care. They pay more attention. When it's a 3-12 Lions team, everyone's like, oh. But I said it years ago. If the Lions ever make a Super Bowl and Tom Rinaldi does a piece on the Lions' history, from the process to some of the tragedies befallen this team, to two star players retiring, to the Jim Schwartz throwing a red flag and nullifying what would have been an overturned touchdown, like all of the list of rule defining moments, the runoff, the clock runoff when Golden Tate got tackled and the Lions were just going to spike the ball, but
now they can't spike because you had to run off 10 seconds.
Because they had to run off 10 seconds because the play got reviewed. And
not their fault.
Yeah, and not their fault. All these things that have happened to the Lions, like the whole world's going to go, oh, my God.
Well, and the thing about that play on Saturday night is that the referee screwed it up so badly that there's no right way out of it, right? Because had they allowed the 2-point conversion to stand, Dallas should be livid.
They should
because they did announce number 70 is eligible, not 68, and then Dallas would have gotten screwed.
You didn't announce this guy.
Exactly. That's not the right guys. And you can't go back and replay that. I mean, at this point, you're screwed.
Well, that's why I think the rule should be there to replay the down at the least. Because let's say Brad Allen was a man and manned up and admitted to it as his mistake.
Jim joysted.
Exactly. Let's say after the Lions celebrate their 2-point conversion, right? Conversion, and the officials all got together like they did. They huddled up and they said, "Hey, dude, did you say 70 was eligible? Because 68 just caught the ball." And Brad Allen goes, "Oh my God, did I say 70? I think I meant 68." then you go out there and you don't screw the Cowboys because they didn't know that 68 was eligible, and you
Right.
don't screw the Lions out of being penalized because they didn't just take the points off the board. They penalized them.
Yep.
The best you can do, I think, is replay the down.
And
I would just rely on Dallas to come forward and say, we totally understood. We expect we played it for 68. It's okay. 2-point conversion's good. We'll try to come back with 20%.
That's what you'd expect, huh?
Yes, of
Is
course.
Dallas to offer up that Detroit gets the win and offer up a potential
We know what
extra
you
home
said, but
playoff
we
game.
ignored it anyway. We just didn't cover
I
it.
touched the ball, Coach.
right.
I touched the ball. You want Dallas to go all Church of Latter-day Saints?
Yeah. Is that going to happen?
Or, I don't know, because the Lions didn't have a timeout, so they couldn't call timeout. But, do you turn around and go, if you're Skipper and you hear them announce it over the PA, or you see that they said, hey, 70's eligible, do you say, no, I'm not, I didn't report?
Which, by the way, draws all the attention.
Exactly. That's why
it takes the play away.
That's why it's so ridiculous that they won't admit that he got it wrong. He assumed the wrong guy.
I love how people are now trying, like the NFL and others that want to defend this. They're trying to blame and shame the Lions like, oh, it's your fault for trying to disguise it by having 2 offensive linemen, pointing to themselves and talking to the officials while the third one is coming up in the deception. Yeah. You're trying to deceive everything. It's up to the referee to listen to what's being said, not what the optics are.
I mean, right. It's blaming the Lions
for being you were
for
just
a
too
fake.
smart.
They did that play action fake. They tried to fool the defense. Yes, they did. They tried to legally, within the rules, fool the defense. Like when a quarterback goes to the line of scrimmage saying, spike it, spike it, spike it, and throws a touchdown. They fool the defense. Skipper ran towards the official, didn't say a word.
We're going to have to put an embargo on this at some point.
I think so. And we have to talk about show embargoes about what may about to happen, too.
I have no embargo on that.
I
welcome it with open arms.
This is about to be
you and I
the
do some battle.
The first real on and off the air tension in Carson Anderson history that I can see leading to the end of this show. These are shows I don't want to do.
Nice.
It's been
starting
a good
our
run.
18th year, and you want to stop it now?
No, I'm about to put my foot down. How do you feel about that?
Oh, well. Get ready because mine's coming on top of yours.
And there we go. And that's why I am very fearful that what is about to happen is the beginning of the end of this program.
It's like Captain America's shield meeting up with Thor's hammer.
I really have no...
Just roll with it.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Aubrey. You're next. What's up, Aubrey?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Gator, I like your solution, and I actually propose a trade. I wasn't going to bring this up, but you did. I propose we trade the 1981 situation where the Lions had 12 men on the field and beat the Cowboys for Saturday's win when we should have won. Let's make that trade.
Swap it out. I'm okay with that.
Yep. Sounds good.
I do that. But in all seriousness, going back to Dan Campbell, you really have said this, but he is who he is, and we have to accept that, right? And are there times where I go, dude, kick the field goal? Sure. But he is who he is. And what I would say is we're at a point now, in my opinion, where I actually hope teams don't go for it on 4th and 2 because you find that a lot of times they will make that 4th and 2 or 4th and 3, right? And you're kind of hoping they punt. So, the fact that Dan Campbell, I think, in a very thoughtful and methodical way will take that risk, I'm okay with that, and I will live with the fact that every now and again it's not going to work. It's just part of the deal. But let me say,
Aubrey, let me just real quickly. Let me just say this real quickly to all the people that missed the call earlier. Somebody was lamenting how Dan Campbell takes too many chances. And I have in my own mind, because I was screaming kick the field goal in the game as well. But in my own mind, I just feel like one of the reasons they are where they are is because Dan Campbell's authentically him, and I think it works for him in every way, and it's working for this team. And we have to accept it. We just have to accept he's going to do things that make other people uncomfortable. But if he changes who he is, I'm not sure that's great either.
I agree 1,000%. Real quick. We don't realize as Michigan fans how lucky we were the other night on New Year's Day. I'm really perplexed about why Thaw was back there in front of 30 million people standing on the 5-yard line. Were it not for the kick going sideways, that ball's in the end zone, and we likely lose that game, right? And then Samaj Morgan had a tough day. Obviously, he lost one kick and got scared, or seemingly got scared on another, right? Why in the world was Thaw standing on the 10-yard line with 50 seconds to go, right? You know, put him on the 20,
the
put
question,
him on the 15.
Yeah, the question is, I mean, he made some mistakes. He started lined up. I think he was on the 9. I think I remember calling. He had his heels on the 9-yard line, and you don't ever take. I shouldn't say this because I think something's changed in the world of football. The old rule was you don't step back. If you have to step back,
then let it
call
go.
for the fair catch, run halfway to Anaheim, and let the ball drop at the other side of the field behind you and roll into the end zone.
Punters have just gotten better at their craft, and maybe now the standards is you put your heels on the 5-yard line, and if it goes behind you, you let it go. But the 10, I would still plant my feet at the 10 because it's not worth it.
Yep.
Particularly in that situation.
Now, as far as Thaw being out there all season long, he's been their steady guy. He has been their steady guy. He's the guy that they seem to use in gotta-have-it situations. And so, you know, it's funny. Earlier in the game, Jansen made the point, Jake Thaw's out there warming up. And, you know, he went through pregame warm-ups. They trust him. It almost turned into one of the most epic disasters. Unlike one we've ever seen, well, maybe not, but it would have been on par with one we've seen before on a punt. And, but I, you know, in a moment where I get a chance to talk to the coaches, I'll find out if that standard has changed. But you might be right. It might have something to do with certain punters. Here's what you got to remember. The higher the trajectory, the more likely it is that a ball will back up. So if you're kicking from close enough, you can hit it up the elevator shaft and have it come more straight down, in which case you could get more of a favorable roll. And Bama had a great punter. The Burnup kid, another Australian. They're all Australian these days. Is a great punter.
Good day.
I have a feeling, guys, listen, situational awareness and game awareness should play a major factor into this. So that's why I don't think he should have fielded it. But I think nowadays they want their punt returners to be able to return punts. So they'll back up to the 5 if they think they can take this thing out because there's a chance for a big play. You know what I'm saying? We see Khalif Raymond, he did it a lot this year, right? Yeah. Where he would field punts inside the 10. He's a dangerous punt returner. I think they're telling him, hey, these guys are so good at this. Like, where's the coverage? Where's the ball? You go ahead and field at the 5 if you think you can bring this thing out and you've got room. I think with Shaw, I'm looking back at the replay, there's no one within maybe 12 to 15 yards of him when he's about to catch it.
Thaw.
And maybe
You said Shaw. You mean Jake Thaw?
Yeah, Thaw.
Okay,
Sorry,
just
yeah.
making sure.
Sorry. That maybe he thought he could take it out. That's why maybe he fielded it. That's just my guess. But in that situation, I don't because of where the game is. You know, at that point, it's just too close for comfort to even risk it.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Kenny just pointed out that Thaw was calling for a fair catch, so he wasn't even going to take it out. Once you take a step back, I don't know, man. I do want to know if special teams coaches have coached their guys a little bit differently. But the punt return team almost sunk Michigan. The thing is, their special teams have been so good all year. It's been a strength of this Michigan team in this program. I mean, so I don't even believe in jinxes, but I was like, okay, James Turner's made 14 consecutive field goals. And it's not worth me pointing it out and creating the headache of people saying you're cursing the kicker.
Jinx.
Yeah. So I didn't even say it. Then when he missed it, I said, and that
you
brings,
sure thought it, though.
That brings an end to a streak of 14 consecutive field goals made. Will Wagner's been solid all year, then a bad snap and an extra point. Samaj, last time we saw him, he was taking 192 yards against Iowa. And Jake Thaw's been Mr. Steady all year, so some out-of-character things, which is what sunk him in the national semifinal a year ago, was out-of-character stuff.
Well, it almost started a total disaster with the first pass and the first play there.
Yep.
But a heel on the line changed the fortunes of the rest of the.
Yeah, I mean, it's the greatest disaster created and escaped by one player in a matter of where I think panic would have set in for almost anybody else.
Well, was it going to be 1st and 10 from like the 35-yard line? Something like that?
What do you mean?
Would it had it been an interception, the play?
Oh, no, I'm talking about with Thaw. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was circling back to Thaw. Yes, if JJ, look, JJ said it. He had the 2 pick sixes in the national semifinal last year against TCU. JJ said prior to the game, I can't throw the ball to the other team. It's pretty much the worst thing I can do. And then the first play, they obviously call a play. You'd think, right? Let's get our quarterback comfortable. Let's call one of his favorite plays. So they call his play. Roman Wilson's wide open underneath. JJ's looking downfield or thinking something's about to break downfield. And then whether he was trying to throw it away or trying to fit it into a tight window, I thought he was throwing it away. And Caleb Downs is incredible. I mean, this is a true freshman All-American. Like, not a freshman All-American, a true freshman on the All-American team.
The defensive back for Bama.
Yeah, number 2. And he makes that play, and I'm like, well, I knew I was going to be saying his name a lot today, but not on the first play on an interception. And at one point, I can't remember, John, one of it we were talking about, well, the only thing worse would have been if it was a pick 6. And then, fortunately, Downs' heel was out of bounds, or foot was out of bounds when he jumped. But, yeah, I mean, they made some mistakes and managed to overcome them. They got a lot to clean up before they play Washington. We'll preview the Washington game a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Carson Anderson, we are back together for the first time since, what was it, December? Well, you came in.
I did come in for an hour.
Yeah, over the Christmas.
Half an hour, whatever it was.
But
and you did join me for 10 minutes on Friday.
Yeah, the funny thing is we get, every year I notice we get tweets and we get feedback and people going, did the show get broken up? What's going on? It's been 18 years, and every year at Christmas, just a heads up, there's some vacation time that needs to get used up at the end of the year. It's when we're encouraged to take it, and we do, and we will do some solo shows in that time, or we'll get a random Costa or something. Right. But yeah, it happens every year, and then we'll get you guys are so much better together.
We know.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Neither of us are going for more solo shows.
Right.
Yeah, but 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Kevin next on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Welcome back, Karsh.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about Bad News Barnes. Well, I'm kind of dating myself there, but Barnes on that touch on the non-tackle in the end zone. This is the reason why that whole. First of all, Barnes, the guy can tackle. I mean, he's not, an invalid. I mean, he can tackle. So something happened. It has to be a legitimate excuse for why he didn't do it, or else he would have tackled the guy. So whether he got, like I said, one guy said a while back, there is no excuse. There are no excuses. Yes, there is an excuse, and it's not the fact that he can't tackle. That's not the point, that he can tackle. So, but what makes it more so egregious, that blown call was so egregious, because I'll say this is my second point. Dallas is not going to lose to Detroit again if they play them. They're not going to lose. We had our shot. We won that game.
Huh. I don't think Detroit loses to Dallas if they play again.
What's that?
I said I think the opposite. I don't think Detroit loses to Dallas again.
See, okay, and I know you believe. I know that's what you think, Gator, because I heard you say that, and a lot of other people say the same thing. But I'm telling you, Dallas is not going to lose again.
No, Kevin, I think you misunderstand. I'm telling you, Detroit's not going to lose if they play Dallas again.
Really? I hope you're right. Okay. I hope you're right.
We both have just opposite opinions on this. I think the line showed playing on the road in Dallas, it can be done. And if they match up again, the Lions will have a couple additions to their team that they didn't have for the Dallas game. And they're not gonna make the same mistakes twice that they made in that game. It's just not going to happen.
They're not going to get the opportunities again that they had in that game. The point is they had it won. And my point is this: I think we see it totally differently. But I'll say this one last time, Gator: we had our chance. It ain't going to happen again. You're not going to get another chance.
Yeah, Dallas is going to lose to Green Bay, so it won't even matter.
Well, hopefully that happens.
To me, I love the idea of Dan Campbell taking this team that just went through that whole experience in Dallas into Dallas.
Well, he's talked about controlled fury, which is an awesome phrase. He's got controlled fury. Yeah. It's fueled by what happened on Saturday night. The most explosive thing that happens from that game moving forward is that the Lions know they can beat Dallas on the road. And there may not be a tougher team to face on the road than the Dallas Cowboys. They were 7-0 going into that game, scoring 40 points a game. The Lions held them to 20 and should have won the game. And it wasn't like, they just missed their opportunity. No, they didn't miss their opportunity. It was taken from them. All right? Dallas would have had 23 seconds to go, had a chance to win it with a late field goal. They could have done that. Mm-hmm. But the Lions had that opportunity stolen from them to play with the lead with 20 seconds to go. And that's not on them. That's on Brad Allen and his dumb ears.
248-539-9797. We go to Juan here on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Juan?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
First of all, I wasn't even about to speak on the Dallas situation, but since this last guy just called and said we don't have a shot against Dallas again, basically, you got to be crazy. In my opinion, I think Dallas don't want to see Detroit again. I think Dallas wouldn't want to see, out of all the teams after San Fran, I think we probably the second team that Dallas don't want to see. So if he thinks that we can't beat them, he's crazy. But anyway, I was calling about Dan Campbell. My thing is with our fans is you have to be ride or die. Either you with Dan or you're not. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like being in a relationship where you married or you got a girlfriend and, she have too many drinks. It can go two ways. She's going to probably irritate you a little bit or she can make you feel good. But anyway, my thing is with Dan Campbell, man, I hate when it's successful 2-point or fourth down or special teams play, everybody hoop and holler, yeah, go Lions, yeah. But when it don't work, we want to bash the man. So my thing is you have to be ride or die. Either you with Dan or you're not. We already know what he do.
I guess the question is, one is, do we want him to change who he is? Because that's what I think we're asking him to do. I think we're asking, if you're going to ask for Dan Campbell not to take as many chances, I think we might be asking Dan Campbell to take away some of the essence that makes him Dan Campbell and that resonates with his team that's helped get them to this position in the first place. Now,
exactly, because I'm sorry, I wanted to go for the extra point. It's been times like, no, don't do it, Dan. But now I just got to live with it. This is who we become, and this is the identity that we got. So there's no, you can't have it both ways. You either get this Dan or you don't get Dan. So I'd rather take the Dan because I know, I already knew he was going for the 2-point. Before we scored it, I told my buddies at the house, I said, if you score, we're going for the 2-point. So that's the type of mindset that I have got now. Like I used probably 10 years ago, I'd be like, no, there's no way in the world he'd go for 2-point. Whoever, any coach. But now I got the mindset. It's already in the back of my head. Every time we punt, I think it's a fake. Every time we anything. So I'm already controlled. The thing is no more surprising. And that's respect, like Dak said, because this is who he is. So you have to take. You can't celebrate the time it work.
No, I hear you. I'm kind of ready to accept it, and but I do think it's a whale of a topic. Do you want Dan Campbell to change at all who he is?
No, I don't.
I don't either. It sounds ridiculous.
It's gotten them this far.
When you put it in those terms, okay. Do you want Dan Campbell to change the essence of what makes Dan Campbell Dan Campbell? And I think if that's the question, to me the answer is no. But I'm going to accept the risk that comes with.
I think people definitely want him to change the way he is. But do you want to change 11-5? That's the bigger deal. How did they get to 11-5? Was it a big part and reason why? Because Dan Campbell is the way he is? Then you got to live with it. I'm with the caller. I'm to the point where it's hard for me to even question the crazy stuff that he does. And for any TV network showing a Lions game, please do not pan away from this punt team because we don't know what's going to happen next. Don't show me the punt returner because we might fake it here, right? There's no telling what Dan Campbell will do, where he'll do it. It doesn't matter what part of the field he's on. I'm at the point where if they're on their own 1 yard line, you be aware, be on alert. Because this is the way he plays, and this is the way the players know he calls the game. This is how they are.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, man, first day back, and it's a new year.
Yep.
I missed it. What happened there for lunch?
I had a sandwich, little shredded chicken and Swiss cheese.
Oh,
dipped in barbecue sauce.
Oh, interesting.
Barbecue sauce was spicier than I thought it was going to be.
No honey mustard this time. Barbecue.
Nope, barbecue.
That's an interesting combo, huh, Gator? The Swiss cheese with barbecue sauce?
Swiss cheese barbecue sauce. I'm not sure I'm down with that, but I do like Swiss cheese. I do like barbecue sauce. I do like shredded chicken.
Shredded chicken's fine, of course. I mean, that's what Doug's going to do. But like shredded chicken, cheddar, and barbecue sauce would make more sense.
I just want to, by the way, say thank you to all the listeners that were out at the Rose Bowl that came up and asked me if I had a kale steak at the Lowry's Beef Bowl. I can't believe you guys crack me up. I had so many people make the same kale joke about me at the Lowry's Beef Bowl, which is, for people who don't know, at the Rose Bowl, they have this thing where you go to Lowry's Steakhouse, and they used to see which team would eat more in terms of total poundage of steak, but I think the whole gluttony thing kind of, they don't want wasting food, and people, they don't do that as much anymore, but both teams do it. They do it on separate nights.
But they waste kale like nobody's business.
So the kale jokes about me at the Lowry's Beef Bowl were coming at me fast and furious, man. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Pedro next on 97 to take it. What's up, Pedro?
Hey, you guys ain't going to like me about this, but I got a question. What was the issue of the Lions last year?
Was the issue with the Lions last year? I know there was a bunch of issues. Was it?
It was game management. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Is
that what you think it was?
I think the defense was pretty bad.
No, it's game management. I mean, if you got a chance for a second seed,
defense was fine,
and your team is playing good, offense and defense, and it's a dome. You know, I mean, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, one need to stand up to him, because if he don't like what's going on, he'll take the whole script. He'll won himself.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that they don't have a problem with what's going on?
Well, they gave up 7 points. We shouldn't even have to say anything about it's like the last play. That's what I'm trying to say. I like how we won with Kansas City. Dak Prescott is in Mahomes. At the end, our defense playing good. You make them one dimension. You make Dak beat you at the end.
Yeah, and he was kind of doing that. They couldn't stop CeeDee Lamb. They couldn't stop that connection. I have no issue with them going for 2 on the road. They had momentum. And by the way, they called the right play.
Dak Prescott isn't, first of all, what they did
worked.
It looked like it would have worked. Now, maybe it wouldn't have had they had the right guy report. Dak Prescott isn't Mahomes, but Dan Campbell, remember, against Mahomes in the fourth quarter, went for it on 4th and 2 to try and close out the game, gave up the football when he went for it. He gave Mahomes the ball back in the last 2 minutes, trying to go for a kill shot that didn't work out. His defense forced the stop. So, no, he's not Mahomes, but guess what? He did a very aggressive thing against Kansas City. 248-539-9797. Greg, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
To the last caller's point there, correct me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but Dan Campbell's game management, I think, at the end of the year, 7-1 last year? So what are we talking about here?
Oh, I mean,
and then also that germ fake punt was awesome, but then he goes for it on what? At like 4.
Well, yeah, later because they extended the drive and the fake punt, and I love the fake punt in that situation. To me, it was a free possession you got because Dallas was going to score, and they punched the ball through the end zone. It was Lions ball. I like them being aggressive, taking a chance there. But once that drive gets extended and you find yourself in field goal range, and then it's whatever it was, 4th and 3 or whatever, I would have kicked the field goal at that point because now you've been given points, not just given a possession, but given points, and so that one I disagreed with, but I'm not fighting Dan Campbell over because this is who he is. He gambles and he gets you in the games, and if he doesn't do this, or let's say he gambles and the team doesn't respond, right? And it falls on his message of him trusting the players, and the players aren't deserving of the trust. And then you've got a losing football team. But that's not what happens. I think this team responds to the head coach and what he is trying to dictate here. He is letting the players know, I believe in you guys. I believe in the offense. I believe in the defense. If we don't get it, you know what? It's no big deal. Aaron Glenn has the defense ready to go. We're going to get this stopped. But I trust Ben Johnson. I trust this offensive line. I trust our quarterback. Hell, I trust our rookie tight end to make a play when we need to make a play, and it's worked to the point where they've won 11 games and they should have won the 12th game. with a chance to win 13.
Anyways, I'm feeling real good about them. I'm also feeling real good about Michigan. Like, I was calling them because the caller was saying we should feel lucky. I felt unlucky about all of the uncharacteristical issues that were happening. I mean, our offensive line was that much better than an SEC Alabama Nick Saban team. Defensive line too. Like in that first quarter, Doug, do you think it was all about that center, or did we outmatch them?
Well, I mean, look, the center
it was like sack.
The center had issues for sure. But I mean, even on the last play, their All-American, probably first-round draft pick, J.C. Latham, gets blown up by a 245-pound Josiah Stewart, knocked into the backfield, and he really tripped up Milroe.
Where was that all year, by the way?
Well, I mean, their pass rush was pretty good all year, but I would say that, no, it wasn't all about the center. It was both lines had very good games, and the offensive line losing Zach Zinner, then not punting after that against Ohio State, got the job done. It was far from perfect. But I just, if anybody's under, overwhelming feeling is that they quote unquote got lucky or got fortunate, I would argue in every close game that comes down to one play, there's an element of luck involved. You just got to get yourself into that situation and then make the play that you need to make. And I'm not particularly concerned about any of that anymore. We'll get to a preview of the Washington game later. 248-539-9797. Anthony is next. Hello, Anthony.
Oh, hey, how you guys doing?
We're good. All right, Anthony. Thank you.
Okay, great. Listen here, right quick. I got a couple caveats. Okay, one thing is our coach, he's going to be who he is because he has seen the Detroit Lions lose in so many situations when they played. They didn't play to win. They played not to lose. That's why he's constantly going. That's why he constantly went for Saturday for the 3 points. Okay, one other thing as far as culpability.
He constantly went for the 3 points?
I mean the 2 point conversion.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right. I was like, all right. Now, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, I misspoke.
It's okay.
And as far as culpability is concerned, Barnes, he deserves all the ridicule in the world, and that guy Sutton, the cornerback, just like 23, the cornerback Jerry some whatever his name is, he got benched. Sutton needs to be benched too.
Oh no,
because that guy. JDD, whatever.
Let me ask you this, Anthony. Let me ask you this. So you bench Jerry Jacobs bench, and now you want to bench Cam Sutton. Who's better than Cam Sutton on his team that's going to step in their corner?
That guy, I can't pronounce his name with the African name.
But Melanfonwu? He's a safety.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's Branch. They can play cornerback. Branch can play corner.
And I think Branch is on the field. He's already out on the field. And so is Melanfonwu for that matter. Those guys are already out there. Who you're taking Sutton out? Who are you putting in?
Sutton's had a great year, man. I'm sorry.
He's the best corner they have.
If he's the best corner that we have, we need to go in the draft and get somebody else. Because
I agree. They need to get other corners on this team, but he's the best that they have right now, and it's not like he's awful. He got beat. He got beat by one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Which is going to happen. And, the last 6 games, the Lions defense has been playing much better. I don't think they need to go bench one of their best players.
No. And 92 yards came on one play that shouldn't have happened.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Okay, coming up today at 12:50, we will play the audio of the NFL's explanation or the league-wide memo.
Oh, the
video
apology?
memo.
Is it an apology?
I think under almost every definition, I could not call that an apology. But we'll play it for you, and you will just get your genuine reaction in the moment, people. 1 o'clock hour, we did a lot of Michigan, Alabama right out of the gate. We'll first look at the Washington Huskies next up for Michigan Monday night. 248-539-9797. Brian, you're next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys, I'm going to give you some quick hitters here. One, do I want Campbell to change who he is? No, I really don't, but I do want occasionally in certain very specific situations. One of them happened in that game. Should have taken the 3. Got a fake punt. It worked. They drove down the field. There's something psychological about coming away with points on a drive like that. I'm going for 2 in that situation every time. Win the ball game, walk off. The other reason with that is NFL overtime, while it is a little bit better than it used to be, it is still skewed way too much toward the offense, with touchdown being a sudden death winner, with the rules of the NFL being skewed toward the offense. Way too much is still on a coin toss. I just don't like going to overtime in the NFL if you can have a chance to realistically avoid it. Third one, Derek Barnes screwed it up. It happens. There's nothing much to that. He just didn't make the play. Fourth one, if you guys want to have a disagreement about whether this should be an embargo, the only way to settle that is with a 2 out of 3 Rochambeau. Paper rock scissors, 2 out of 3 wins it.
I don't like leaving it up to some stupid game of chance like that. I'm gonna hold my ground. That's what's gonna happen, Brian. And Doug's gonna hold his ground, and we're gonna see just a colossal collision of what's gonna happen here.
Yep.
A massive clash of
Doug eats
egos.
a steak, he gets to have an embargo.
What's that?
Whoa.
If Doug eats a steak, he gets to have the embargo.
Wow, that's interesting.
Oh, that means Gator's got to eat something if he wants to, to lift the embargo. Bale of kale.
I don't know what to. I don't. It's going to be an issue for next week, most likely.
Maybe
we'll see.
Yeah, I brought this up a little over a month ago. Said, hey, you know what might happen, and I don't want to do it, and it's not because I'm afraid. All right, this gets misinterpreted. Oh, you're afraid of that quarterback. Not afraid. I just want to have a standard NFL postseason game. We're not doing Real Housewives of the NFL and left talking about the return of someone to Detroit to try and knock the Lions out of the play. I just want to do a playoff show, and we'll try and steer it that way. And we've had an embargo on that as a topic because we weren't going to break any new ground. There was we had reached a point where there was not going to be a compelling argument made about good or bad or indifferent, even though there was compelling evidence after he left. And that's fine. And yet, Gator, we are plowing towards getting to do that show.
Well, the good news is that Kelly Stafford she's come out and talked about how upset she was with the missed call in the Lions Cowboys game.
Is that what she did?
Yeah.
Did she really?
Yeah. Well, she's got their podcast with Hank Winchester, and she mentioned it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that makes us all feel better.
Yeah, I think we should all feel better.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to who do we got next? Jay. You got a nice someone to take it. Hello, Jay.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
That's kind of one point to bring up here about the flag. I mean, I kind of see it as almost like a good thing, for the reason being that it wasn't in a game that meant too much. And say we do win the first playoff game and go back to Dallas, it'd be after that game, had to be one of the most watched games of the season. I feel like everyone saw the flag and what happened. I don't think you can pull it off again so we go back to Dallas and play them again. I really don't think you can do that again as a ref,
I will say this, Jay. I feel better about the Lions' chances to beat Dallas in Dallas than I did before the game.
No, definitely.
Well, so
I just don't think, being a ref, you can't throw, a flag like that in a playoff game. I'd rather get over with in a game that didn't matter as much, because it always happens to us. But I don't think you can do it twice in a season with everyone watching,
Yeah. Well, you're saying we will not get there will not be another screw job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's already happened this season.
Well, I would imagine there would be a degree of sensitivity because I don't think the league's explanation is exactly being accepted as, okay. But like we said, we'll play the audio for people at 12:50.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear that at 12:50.
I'm sure you're thrilled.
Enjoy your show.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Mike is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey.
What's up?
Happy New Year.
You too.
Everybody's in agreement that we basically got hosed.
Yep.
The call was mistaken. Well, I was thinking about it here the other day, and you got all these irate callers coming in who should really be upset. And if you do the math, how many seats are in Ford Field? 65,000.
Yeah, roughly.
And what is the playoff ticket going to cost you now? $200?
Yep, more than that.
Okay, so do the math. If we won that game, we get 2 games, correct?
Yeah, the economic impact that cost Detroit is incredible. It's potentially incredible.
$6 million.
Well,
that's $500 million.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we can quantify. I always found these things kind of hard to quantify, but the reality is obviously just from the impact of ticket sales and concessions and parking, there's millions that were lost there. But then you talk about the bars and restaurants around town that would have benefited from having that playoff atmosphere for another week is huge. And if you get to a second, but of course the Lions would have to win the first playoff game, which we hope that they will. But the price
in Detroit.
I agree with you. And the ticket price for the second playoff game, if they hosted a second playoff game,
be insane.
And would absolutely be insane. And oh, by the way, there was an outside chance that they could have had the number 1 seed, because if the Lions had won out, and then say San Francisco loses this weekend to the Rams, the Lions jump to number 1, and then the intoxicating thought of hosting an NFC championship game. Now we're just getting silly with it. But yes, there's a tremendous potential economic loss because Brad Allen didn't listen.
And Jerry Jones gets the economic benefit.
Mm-hmm. And we all get to watch the halftime show. Thank you, ESPN, for making sure that we got to see Jimmy Johnson's induction to the Ring of Fame.
The caller earlier in the show brought up the point that they weren't going to let the Cowboys lose in front of all the Cowboys because they were all there.
Whether it was Roger Staubach, who had nothing to do with Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, exactly. Terry Bradshaw, who was not even a Cowboy.
Right, he's not even a Cowboy. Whatever. They were all there.
I mean, this is I heard the morning show talking about this, but it's funny because driving back from the airport last night, coming back, and one of the first things I saw was a billboard that said Decker reported.
Yeah.
And yes, they're all over Metro Detroit. There's other ones. One of them has the record 11-5 crossed out and written in 12-4 instead. And I don't know. Did it say who paid for these? I'm looking at a story in the Free Press. Let me see if it says who paid for these, because it's pretty funny. I don't want the team to dwell on it though. Like
controlled fury, Doug.
Controlled fury. Is that and that was Campbell's wording yesterday on the show? Controlled fury?
Yes, and Gator made a cocktail called controlled fury.
Yeah.
What's in a controlled fury?
Well, it's a high proof whiskey.
Yeah.
With rum chata and ice.
That's it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's controlled fury.
There
it's
you
going
go.
to sting you a little bit, but it's going to be sweet enough that you can handle it.
248-539-9797. Duke is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Duke.
Hey, what's up, man? I just wanted to talk about Dan real quick. I don't want him to change at all. I hope he stays super aggressive. I love everything he's doing. This is exactly what the Lions need. And if you have a problem with that last call or just him being aggressive, just period, I don't understand it. We already have the third spot locked?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so why not go for the 2-point conversion? There's no downfall at all. You already have the third spot locked. You can possibly get another playoff game in Detroit. And I'm so happy that last guy called because that nobody's talking about that. There's so much money just being thrown away. That game just got stolen away from us.
Yeah, I mean, look, the worst moment I ever felt when it came to officiating is something I said I will never, ever, ever get over, and that is the picked up flag on the obvious interference on Pettigrew in Dallas in the playoffs. The obvious Michael Irvin on the field without his helmet on.
Des Bryant.
My bad. Sorry. Yes, Michael Irvin.
I think he was on the field too, actually.
What kind of time warp did I just go into? Anyway, point being.
Remember when Alvin Harper went out there?
Yeah.
Drew Pearson was so pissed off about that.
How about them boys?
I mean, for F's sake, that was just like the worst thing ever. And that helped contribute to the end of the season. There were other things that happened after that, but that was massive. Because the Lions would have moved into makeable field goal range with a lead in the fourth quarter, make it a 2-score game at Dallas. Turned out Detroit had to punt the ball back to Dallas. Dallas got it and went down and scored and won the game. But in spite of all that, right, I think just on the surface, this actual call, this actual sequence of events is actually worse. But, all right, we'll play the explanation. Next hour, we're going to some Michigan and Washington preview. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, this one stings because it's Wednesday. The game happened Saturday. I know Michigan fans have taken great pride and excitement over the win on Monday against Alabama. And if you want to go that direction, 248-539-9797. In the meantime, let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Jeff. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, this is Jeff. Gator and all the Lions fans want to focus on the incident with the ref. instead of the entire game. The Cowboys leave at least 3 points on the field when CeeDee Lamb fumbles into the end zone. And like it or not, that tripping call, wrong. Like it or not. It was against Hutchinson. So instead of 2nd and 3 to 20 or 23, it's 1st and 25.
Oh, you're right.
The Lions.
Jeff, are you a Cowboys fan by chance?
For sure.
Okay.
I mean, the idea that he wants to defend the position is funny. You weren't having it, huh?
I couldn't care less about what a Dallas Cowboy fan feels like today. I just couldn't. Yeah, we hashed it all out yesterday, dude. I'm not focused on the last play at all, actually, if you've heard me talking about this. I'm more upset. In fact, I said yesterday, I am far more upset that Derek Barnes did not make the play that was there to be made because it was a potential 16-point swing. He doesn't sack Dak Prescott in the end zone when that's what he's supposed to do, which would have been a 2-point safety, which would have prevented the 7-point touchdown pass that happens 3 seconds later. So there's a 9-point swing. And because it's a safety, the Lions get the ball back and potentially could have scored a touchdown to make it 16 points. I'm not focused on the last play, Big D. I'm okay with it. I'm moved past it. I think it's a big mistake by the officials. I wish that the referee, Brad Allen, would come out and just man up and say that he screwed up. And yeah, we also accounted for the fact that they screwed up earlier in the game by calling a trip on the Dallas offensive lineman when it was Aiden Hutchinson's leg that tripped them up. So yeah, all that happens.
The reason it actually is back today is because since the last time this show was on the air, the NFL released a statement. Well, they started the news cycle again by sending out a league-wide memo that to explain to the teams how they need to do this better. And it felt like shifting the responsibility away from where it went wrong, which was clearly with Brad Allen mixing up the numbers when they were warned. Do we have the audio? All right. We said we'd play it for you. So here it is. I'm going to try to sort of narrate what people are seeing. So I might stop you here a couple times, Kang. It starts with an explanation how you appropriately. They're showing. They're actually showing Dan Skipper and what they deem is the appropriate way to report. And here's what they said. Stop for a sec. They are showing Skipper in the first quarter doing just that. All right.
Because he had been reporting.
He had been reporting as an eligible receiver.
Because he knows how to do this.
Yep. So the explanation goes on. Now they are showing Skipper on the last play run towards the huddle area where Decker and Penei Sewell are reporting.
Because God forbid we want to hold the responsibility and the accountability on the official.
Meanwhile, now they're showing the same replay of the fourth quarter, Decker reporting from a higher angle. Now they're showing the play.
Yeah.
All right. So there is the explanation that the league sent out in a memo. We have a question from Scott Anderson from 97, won the ticket in Detroit.
Hi, first time, long time. I'm just going to hang up and listen to your comments. So the way that Dan Skipper was reporting earlier in the game, that was appropriate.
Yes.
Okay. So in the end, he didn't report at the end. So why did the referee think that he reported at the end?
They basically said, here's Dan Skipper. They showed a video of Dan Skipper in the first quarter running onto the field, going to the official, and wiping his hands up and down the front of his jersey.
That's good, Dan Skipper.
That's how
You're
you
right,
do it.
yeah.
Then later, when they're talking about how continuing, and they show in the fourth quarter, they show Dan Skipper run on the field, and he doesn't do anything. He just runs.
He just runs onto the field
where the tackles are, and then goes and lines up. But he didn't do it. So basically, they're saying, do what Skipper did the first time.
Okay.
Do what Decker did the second time.
Okay. So then the Lions did it right.
Yep.
But that's
the NFL's so stupid, like straight up stupid. They're just incriminating themselves more and more. So,
and it's even more insulting to have a guy with a Southern accent.
Well, I mean, that's the head of the referee.
I don't care
or whatever.
It
But
just make it and throw insult in the wound.
Who's got a Dallas
Right,
accent?
got all big Tex in there
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
You
he's
better
only-
jump up and down like your pants are on fire.
he's only originally from Fort Worth. But anyways, like
Arlington.
so they say that you have to. It's on the player, okay, right? To
Right.
make it clear to the ref that you're reporting eligible.
Because the
What
referee
did-
is too dumb to
No,
understand.
but what did Skipper do to make it clear that he was eligible? Nothing. So why are you saying that's the example?
This is
he
why
did
I raised
nothing.
my hand.
He did nothing.
If
All
the
he
video
did,
shows you two different things,
he ran onto the field, never verbally or physically identified himself or reported himself eligible.
so why would the official
Why would the
report
official
him
say
eligible?
yes? You guys are the ones who messed up. And you know why I know for a fact they messed up? Where's the recordings? Where's the mic'd up ref? Where's the mic'd up players? Where's the NFL? They're never going to release them because it's only going to incriminate them even more. Release the tapes. Release the audio then. Dan Skipper said not a word. He never even, like I said, he never.
Not an effing word.
And he said it, by the way.
Yeah, he said not an effing word.
I know, yeah. But Taylor Decker rubbed his chest to report himself, and then he also physically said reporting. They're tripling down on how bad they messed this up.
It really is. Yep. I mean, it's maddening, it's frustrating, and it's hilarious of what the NFL will do, what lengths they will go to not accept accountability and responsibility.
Right.
Just and the official, how Brad Allen gets out of this without having to publicly apologize and just flat out admit you screwed up. I screwed up. I made a mistake. I was so used and accustomed to calling number 70 as eligible because he keeps coming into the game as an extra lineman. I'm so used to that when I saw him out of the corner of my eye, I automatically assumed he was doing it, despite the fact that I'm talking to two completely different offensive linemen with completely different numbers, and they're actually talking to me and
one's
letting me know
reporting.
that one's reporting.
And so,
my bad.
If you want to debate that Taylor Decker, because they want to put the responsibility on the players, right? If you want to debate that Taylor Decker did not make it clear to Brad Allen that he was reporting, fine. But to think that Dan Skipper made it clear that he was reporting when he said not a word, then you're lying.
How about this? How about now, from now on, we just have the official will always have some sort of Velcro patch, and when the player comes up and says he's eligible, the referee slaps the patch on his chest and then announces to the world that he's eligible, just so we can all understand, because clearly this whole system, the way it's worked, has been too taxing on people like Brad Allen. Maybe ring a bell. How about tie a belt to his leg, too? Let him know.
If Goodell comes out and releases a statement backing the officials, I can't wait for the draft when he comes up and shows up here. You think you've been booed before, Goodell?
Wow.
You think you've been booed before? Welcome to Detroit in the draft, all right?
Wow. What if the Cowboys have, and instead of having Drew Pearson do his annual appearance at the draft and make the selection for the Cowboys and get everybody all riled up, what if it's not Drew Pearson, but it's Brad Allen? Here to select for the Cowboys in the third round, NFL referee Brad Allen.
Crazy thing about this is, honestly, officiating NFL games is complicated.
Yes.
It's difficult.
Yes.
There's a lot of interpretation.
Yes.
And then there's easy things.
Yes.
There is easy.
And then there's this.
There's no gray area here.
Oh, I'd say a player in front of me is telling me he's eligible. He's reporting. How do you screw that up?
Now, do I have sympathy for people who make mistakes? Honest mistakes, including Brad Allen? Yes. What I don't like is in the wake of this, they haven't said, all right, look, we screwed this up.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do about it now. Our apologies to Detroit. We move forward.
Well, that's the unforgivable part.
It won't
you
happen
had an
again.
opportunity.
As a league, it becomes a point of emphasis. This won't happen again.
You get the pool reporter that talks to you after the game, ask you, and if you read the transcript, the two great questions that are asked, and he doubles down. He's like, nope, 70 reported eligible. That's what I reported. No, 70 did not. 70 was running up on the field. You recognize that, right?
Yep.
Let me show you the video. See this? That's 70, Dan Skipper, who's down on the sideline running towards the huddle. The two guys you're talking to, that's Penei Sewell, and that's Taylor Decker. These are the starting tackles. And the one you're having a conversation with is 68, the guy touching himself, not inappropriately. The guy touching himself appropriately and talking to you is actually 68. You made a mistake. Will you be accountable for it?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mario. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mario.
Hello there. How are you, sir?
Good, thank you.
A couple of comments. Number one, it's funny how 3 weeks ago with the Kansas City situation with the Kadarius Toney incident, how quick Roger Goodell came out to back the refs. And I would have expected that after this incident Saturday, but you're not going to see it.
For him to back the refs?
No. What I'm saying, for him to do let me clarify.
Okay.
For him to do the opposite and say, you know what, these referees screwed up.
Because it was so obvious. The Kadarius Toney play, he was lined up offside. He was offside. It's the right call to make 10 times out of 10. And regardless of Patrick Mahomes losing his stuff.
One of those kind of easy calls.
Yeah, it was the right call. So, yes, it's easy for the commissioner of football to come out and say, we back this guy. And
right.
like
this is so egregious.
Yeah.
This was so egregious of an error.
So bad.
You know, like, why not come out and say, look.
There's no gray area.
Pardon me?
There's no gray area in this.
Exactly. And the thing is, guys, it's not like the people are going to be upset. It's not like Brad Allen's going to lose his job. We all make mistakes.
Yep.
It's easy to make that mistake, but just come out and man up for, like, it's just so frustrating as a Lions fan to see stuff like this, to see what happened with Pettigrew way back, to see what happened with the Calvin Johnson process with Chicago way back. And don't get me wrong, I'm not being a conspiracy theorist here. I get it. Stuff happens, mistakes happen, but my God.
I think every team's probably got moments like that, Mario, where they cite only us, and we all think it's only us. I guess we feel like we are the guinea pig for new rules, new interpretations. I bet there have been more memos sent to the league after Lions screw-ups than any other team. Lead the league in memos. 97-1, the ticket.
U of M is game planning for Washington. Just 5 days until the number 1 and 2 teams in the country square off in Houston with the national title on the line. Speaking on a conference call earlier today, Wolverines coach Jim Harbaugh said Huskies QB and Heisman runner-up Michael Penix gives Michigan's coaching staff plenty to think about. Michigan tries for its first national championship since 1997 right here on 97.1. Coverage starts Monday at 6:30. About 7 weeks after signing him, the Lions have released veteran pass rusher Bruce Irvin. The 36-year-old is the odd man out as Detroit makes roster moves to accommodate the returns of safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson and defensive tackle Aleem McNeil, both of whom the team plan on activating for the regular season finale versus Minnesota on Sunday. Irvin appeared in 3 games for the Lions, recording a sack in his debut at New Orleans. He didn't register a stat against the Broncos or last week at Dallas. And the Pistons exercised the demon that was their historic 28-game losing streak over the weekend, but now they'll try to end their 15-game road skid tonight at Utah. Don't worry, Detroit's funk away from home isn't anywhere near historic. The NBA's mark for consecutive road futility is an unfathomable 43 straight L's set by the Sacramento Kings across the 90-91 and 91-92 seasons. You can hear the Pistons at Jazz tonight on 97.1. Pregame coverage starts at 8:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Happy New Year, everybody. We got the whole band back together.
See who's not playing on this weekend in the NFL?
Who's not playing this weekend in the NFL? I'm sure you're going to reference someone specific. I can mention any old name if you'd like, but
yeah.
Okay. Who's not playing?
Highest profile player in the NFL, probably.
Patrick Mahomes?
Mm-hmm. Adam Schefter reports with the Chiefs locked into the number 3 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes will not play in Sunday's regular season finale versus the Chargers, and Blaine Gabbert will instead start. This guy is talking a little bit yesterday when Dan Campbell mentioned how he plans to play starters this week against the Vikings because they still think they have a chance at the 2 seed. And you start asking yourself, what point do you maybe want to back off and rest some players?
Here's the problem. The problem is the Lions play at 1, and Dallas and Philadelphia play at 4. If Detroit wins and Dallas and Philadelphia both lose, Detroit gets the 2 seed back. Because they're playing at 1, they have to play. You can't assume they're both going to win, even though Philly should beat New York, the Giants, and Dallas should probably win at Washington. But it's the NFL.
I know.
If the Lions are playing at 1 and the others are playing at 1, or things were reversed and the Lions are playing at 4, which wouldn't make any sense, but whatever, you could see the result, or at least see, Philly's up 21-0 second quarter. You maybe pull your starters.
Right.
But I think you have to try and win the game because home field, as deep in the playoffs as you can get, is important. Could be nothing worse than sitting your starters. Well, there would be stuff worse, but it'd be pretty bad. It would be frustrating if you sit your starters, lose the game to the Vikings, and Dallas and Philly both lose, and the Lions could have had the 2 seed.
I just wonder if we're going to see a game on Sunday where I know what Dan Campbell has said publicly, but I wonder if when the game actually starts and we get going into it, that will we see maybe some Craig Reynolds at running back? Mm-hmm. Will we see more of Donovan Peoples-Jones? With players that might appear on the injury report as questionable, that they actually will be ruled out instead of typically suiting up, whether it's Jamison Williams or Sam Laporta or whoever.
I don't think so.
You think this is a full scale, we're going for it?
I think you have to go for it. Now, if you get up, you might bench guys a little early. Hey, we're up 17-0, late third quarter. Maybe let's get Craig Reynolds in there. Maybe let's hand the ball off a lot. Maybe let's shut her down. but I think for the most part, you're trying to win. You have to try and win the game based upon what's on the line.
Have we gotten a word yet if which quarterback's going to play for Minnesota? If it's Tryhard Mullins or if it's going to be Jaron Hall? They're both awful, but you know which one is going to be?
I haven't seen.
I feel like O'Connell doesn't even know at this point, right? I mean, he is just throwing darts.
He's like,
he
what are
has
we
no
doing?
idea. It might
go
be
back to Dobbs.
Yeah. Kirk, you sure you can't play, man?
Right. You had the shirt off last week.
Yeah,
right? You're blowing into the horn the whole bit, leading the skull. Can you got anything in you? You got any Aaron Rodgers, voodoo treatment ready to go? No, you sure you can't go? You can't? Okay. Obviously, the Vikings, they're holding on to a thread too, because they have a chance. It is so difficult for the Vikings to get in, but they do have a chance. They're gonna try.
They have to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to see how this is going to shake out. With the Lions, they're going to be putting the best foot forward and come out in the first half and just hammer the Vikings early and then get guys the heck out of there. You're going to have to play people because, King, as you pointed out appropriately, there's only 53.
Yeah, this isn't the preseason where you got like 80 dudes out there and you're playing guys that aren't going to make the team. You have to play guys.
Starters.
Yeah, they're going to be playing. That guys we know very well. They're going to be on the field. And you hope they don't get hurt. Knock on wood.
248-539-9797. All right, 1:30 is when, 1:30 is when we'll get our first look at Michigan and Washington. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jason next here on 97.1. Hi, Jason.
Hey, you guys. Happy New Year.
You too.
First up. I'd like to just touch on a point that no one's really talked about. I think that Ben Johnson will be prepared in the event that we play the Cowboys again for their defense. But my main issue here is Jared Goff, at the end of the day, needs to play better. And, you could say, oh, he had that drive at the end of the game. Well, we understand that the Cowboys were playing prevent defense. So, at the end of the day, you look at that last 2-point attempt, that's on Goff. He didn't make that throw. If he made that throw, I'm pretty sure Mitchell would have gotten in. So Jared Goff, wants this contract. I want to give it to him, but it's just things like that to me that concern me about giving him, $45, $50 million a year.
Well, you may not have to give him that much, but I wouldn't. Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going north of 50 for him in a discussion. Not at this point, but opinions can change based on what happens in a postseason. And I'm also not going to sign him in this offseason. I'm going to wait till next year. Maybe it happens during the year. Maybe I'll feel comfortable about it. Maybe I'll wait till the end of the year. But I don't think there's any rush for the Lions to get it done. People think that there is because, you can get him cheaper now than you will later. Well, if I have to pay a couple extra $1 million because it was worth it, then I don't really care.
When the first thing that happens in a phone call, somebody wants to take credit away from Goff because the defense Dallas was playing, tells me a lot about how they really feel about Jared Goff. And got it. It doesn't sound like you're a huge fan.
No, and it was a poor pass to Mitchell.
And he didn't have a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination.
Not even close.
But
it was a pretty good final drive.
It was pretty good. And just say, hey, Dallas was playing prevent. Well, they were and they weren't. I mean, they're trying to win the game too. And it's not like they're out there going, hey, just go ahead and score a touchdown.
Right.
We have no problem with you tying the game up under the circumstances where they needed to drive the length of the field and get a score. Goff led them on that drive. Now, again, most 2-point conversions aren't from where did they end up being? It was like the 4-yard line because of the whole exchange. And that was the other thing. The whole exchange of penalties, it was like, so in this, Lions commit a penalty, Dallas commits a penalty, and I get that the rules say half the distance of the goal, but the Lions' penalty, yardage-wise, was twice as punitive as Dallas's penalty. I kind of wonder on a 2-point conversion if the defense commits the penalty, should it go back to the original? You know what I mean? Our penalty was far more costly.
I do. I'd have to go back and see if that's actually what the case was there.
Well, they score, right? The penalties marched off 5 yards. And then they go for it. Dallas has the illegal touching penalty, so the next one came from half the distance instead of all the way back to the original line. This is a total aside. It's just, I guess, one of my pet peeves. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
Enjoy your show. I got two things. Second thing is about UM and making second half adjustments. But the first thing is regarding this call, and it seems to me what I've heard is that there is a rule in the NFL that would allow Goodell to overrule in a situation like this. Is that true?
There's like Rule 17 in the book, but I mean, it's not going to do it after the fact. You would have to have Roger Goodell sitting in the stadium at the time for him to say, wait a minute, that's not right, and then barge in and make some kind of – because how could you possibly make it fair after the fact? Because it's unfair to Dallas.
Yeah, plus the game wasn't even over.
Right. There were 23 seconds after that.
And Dallas, if they counted it, Dallas would have got screwed because
Exactly.
they reported the wrong guy.
And they still had time left on the clock.
Yeah. Right. So –
All right. I'll go on to the next thing then. And this is a family feud I need you guys to resolve.
Okay.
So regarding the UM game in the second half, okay, I arguing with my brother, and I said, Saban came out in the second half. He made significant adjustments, and they were looking good. And Michigan, or Harbaugh, came out, and he didn't make any adjustments, even though the score was close at 13-10. Now, my brother's point is, well, Harbaugh was kind of like Schembechler, and he had to just sit back and see what Saban was going to do before he reacted, and so he reacted appropriately in the fourth quarter. And I'm telling my brother, oh, BS.
So, John, I'll tell you something funny.
guys think?
Paul Feinbaum in his post-game wrap-up said Jim Harbaugh outcoached Nick Saban because Nick Saban and his staff didn't make any second-half adjustments. And I think it's kind of just a cliche. I think adjustments are made all the time. Alabama's were working at the beginning of the second half. Michigan, whatever they tried to adjust or get back to, went through a few series where they sputtered. And when they needed to come up with a drive, they came up with a drive, and who really cares? I mean, honestly, these are I feel like these are one of these cliches. When I heard Saban say it, or when I heard Feinbaum say it, I thought, I bet Tommy Rees and Nick Saban would tell you otherwise. But
look, Alabama had less than 300 yards in total offense. They didn't score in the third quarter, and they got held out of the end zone in the overtime. I think it's safe to say Michigan did a fine job. They gave them 10 points in the fourth quarter. Things got a little tense there. But to say that they didn't make adjustments, I think is just it's erroneous. You look at what happened. Milroe couldn't throw the ball. He completed 16 passes for 116 yards. I mean, think how pathetic that is.
Yeah.
They weren't able to move the ball down the field. They started to run a little bit in the second half. Alabama tried to do some different things by moving Milroe around, have him try to throw the ball on the run, get him some space, and it worked a little bit. But to say that Michigan didn't make adjustments, I couldn't disagree more.
I think there's sticking with your game plan. Here's our game plan. We're going to stick with it. We think it's going to work. And at some point you go, okay, this is not working. But when's that right point? Is it after 1 3-and-out, 2 3-and-outs?
I mean, they had 5 sacks in the first half and then weren't getting to the quarterback in the second half. Well, then they finally did, and they kept getting into the backfield. Was that making adjustments when it mattered? Because they won the game.
They did.
Last I checked.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Kang behind the glass. Kenny answering phones. It's Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Kyle next on 97.1. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. So I had a couple things here real quick. So the first thing would be that, Scott, I listened to you guys talking about it yesterday, how you watched the whole after the game with Van Pelt and Ryan Clark and all that. So did you notice, all right, so Ryan Clark was flipping out. But did you see the lady go in front of the camera and hand him a piece of paper?
I did not.
Did you record it?
No.
So this lady literally, I've never seen this on a show like this. She crosses in front of the camera, like kind of like her arms in the way, and then you see her face a little bit. But she slips a piece of paper in front of Ryan Clark. He looks down and reads it, and it's this narrative right here. The Lions may have, like you could tell he was reading it off this piece of paper because he's in the midst of a rant. And it's like, oh, the Lions may have screwed up based on, we're not sure, blah, 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 da-da-da. And it's like, what? So I think they started trying to put water on this fire, like right away. And it's
the
just
NFL?
like, well,
the NFL did?
Yeah. I mean, where else did that piece of paper come from?
John Perry, the head of the fish, the not a head of officiating, but the former official who does the commentary on those broadcasts, and he comes on and he's basically blaming Taylor Decker, saying you've got to be responsible. You have to be the one that has to. It's not the referee's responsibility anymore. It's yours. And I mean, maybe didn't
and
go
another
that
nuance.
far,
Another nuance to that is, did you notice when Brad Allen looks right at Taylor Decker and nods?
Of course, yeah, and he takes off before Skipper even gets to the
He
huddle.
runs away.
I know.
Look,
Look,
I got you, man. Yeah, let me go.
It's real simple.
This up for you real quick.
And I want to be forgiving enough, because people make mistakes, and Brad Allen made a huge mistake. But you can't be forgiven unless you admit that you made the mistake. And instead, he doubled down on it after the game with the pool reporter, and continues to spread this misinformation and this bold-faced lie that you were told by 70 that he was reporting. You didn't have a conversation with 70. 70 was not within 15 feet of you when you turned and walked over to the defense.
He just assumed, once again.
He made an assumption. Absolutely made an assumption based on the what was going on during the course of the game, throughout the game, when Skipper would come onto the field and he'd report eligible, because this is what they would do. They bring an extra lineman, and you have to report as eligible because you're going to go on the end of the line, and you're taking a place, or you're an extra tight end, or whatever the case looks like. You're extra lineman there. You have to report. And he had done it throughout the game. So he just made the assumption that was going to happen, because out of the corner of his eye, he sees Skipper running on, and then he hears at the same time, I'm reporting. But you're hearing it from the guy in front of you who's 68, not 70. He made a mistake, but own it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of what-if situations, being pushed around out there, and one of them I didn't hear was, what if we kick the extra point at the end of the game?
But then you have overtime.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Exactly. So, whose job is it to listen to which player is being deemed eligible? They screamed it across the stadium. 70.
Right. You mean the referee, but it's the referee's responsibility to get it right. He didn't get it right, and then he says 70.
The referee didn't get it right. Now, at that point, the game's collapsing, the situation's collapsing. Kick the extra point.
Well, but hang on a second.
It wasn't a win or lose situation.
Hold on, but John, hold on. Here's the problem with that. The problem is you sent your guy in. You know what the play is. You told the officials before the hand, hey, be on the lookout for this. We're going to throw it to 68. You do all the things right? And then you send your guy in to report, and then your guy reports. You hear something mumbled over the speakers, which, by the way, from all accounts, was so damn loud in that stadium that you really couldn't hear it anyway. But all you're hearing is an announcement somebody reported. You don't hear the number, but you assume it's your guy that you sent out there to do it. You don't have time to say, let's kick the extra point at this point.
Is it, John, is it your point that when they announced the wrong number, the Lions should have reversed and kicked the extra point? Is that
they
what
should have took control of the situation?
No timeout.
Yeah. They didn't have a timeout, but they could take a 5-yard penalty. It doesn't matter.
You said Campbell's riskiness is the reason we are such a good team.
What's that?
Campbell's risking this is the reason we are a good team. You said it. I agree with that. But it wasn't a win or lose situation at the end of that game. Should have tied it. At all costs, don't lose the game.
I mean, look, I don't.
That could be that's just a disagreement in philosophy.
Yeah.
I'm fine with him going for it. Other people want to be
clear.
more conservative in that situation. I understand it. A lot at stake. A chance to be the number 2 seed. Let's be conservative. Let's kick the extra point. Go to overtime. Take our chances there. Or you say, I'm not going to take my chances. If I'm going to roll the dice, I'm going to roll them here. Because I may not get the ball in overtime.
I also think there was something to be said for we've already got a playoff spot clinched. I don't want to take my team to overtime. We've gotten through we don't want to subject guys to more hits, more chance of injury. But I do, look, and to be clear, what I said is all the risks that Dan Campbell takes, all of them, are part of the essence of what makes Dan Campbell Dan Campbell. And I also think one of the reasons why they are so successful with this coach, more so than what feels like any previous Lions coach in my lifetime, is because Dan Campbell is who he is. And I'm at the point where I'm very close to saying I'm just going to live with his decisions almost regardless of him, because I don't want Dan Campbell to change who he is. I think who he is working here.
And it may not seem like it, but he does have a limit. He said to the morning show, if it was beyond 10-yard line, he wasn't going to still go for 2. Maybe 7 yards is too much for a lot of people. Maybe some people think it's reckless, right? But he did have a limit. He wasn't going to go for it after a certain point. The thing about, if you have a different philosophy of whether to go for 2 or not, I can understand that. That's debatable. My thing is that caller blaming him once the ref messed up. I'm not going to blame Dan Campbell when the referee messed up. They had no timeouts left, and the only thing they could possibly do, Doug, like you said, is take a penalty, which would have made an extra point, like a 40-yard extra point, which is not a gimme either.
He's saying he'd rather do it?
A 40-yard or 37-yard or whatever extra point.
I guess what
that's
he's
the only
saying.
way you can take control again because you had no timeouts.
Yeah, but with that said, I just think if you like Dan Campbell's work, we almost just have to get you, because this is good. You know what this is going to come down to? I only like the risks he takes at work.
You're leaving it up to chance no matter what you do. If you go for 2, you're leaving it up to chance that you're going to get this. And if you don't get it, then okay, now you're done. You leave it up to chance that you're going to kick the extra point because it's always no given anyway. But let's say you do. Then you're leaving it up to chance because Dallas still has 20-something seconds to get down the field, and they only have to go about 30 yards because they have the best kicker in football who literally has not missed a field goal attempt this year in 35 tries and has the leg to kick it from beyond 60. So, and you haven't stopped CeeDee Lamb all day. There's no guarantees. You're rolling the dice. And let's say that happens, that you somehow get to overtime. You're rolling the dice again, assuming that you're going to get the ball at some point in overtime with a chance to win the game, when a coin flip can simply go one way, and if the Cowboys win it and they go down and score a touchdown, you don't even have a chance at it. So there's a lot of chances going on. There are gambles everywhere. I have no problem with the gamble he took on the 2-point conversion.
I would like to see the Lions send a memo back to the league and ask, hey, what are you supposed to do when you report everything correct and they announce the wrong number? What's a team to do then?
Right.
What's the protocol then?
I like it.
It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. So we get some preview of Michigan, Washington, and we've just kind of started on that. But I don't think we can understate how good Michael Penix is and can be. This guy can really, really squeeze the football into tight windows. And Washington's receiver with the receivers with Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan,
Jeremy Bernard,
Giles Jackson. These guys can make plays. They can block. They're outstanding. And Odunze is probably a top 10 pick. Some people think he's as good as Marvin Harrison. And Gator, you pointed out the intriguing matchups earlier in the show in this game. Michigan's secondary is really, really good. And they will be matching up with this group of wide receivers. And when the brackets came out, I said, boy, the matchup that I think would fascinate me the most is Michigan's secondary against Washington's wide receivers, because I think it's strength on strength. And then I'm like, but Michigan's defensive line is what it is. And they only have one starter on the field for the last play of the game because they're deep. And Washington's offensive line won the Joe Moore Award. Right? You got this quarterback that can throw a football through a keyhole. You've got defensively, they might have some issues. And Michigan's, I don't know that they want to get into a shootout, but I think they're capable if they do. I would suspect they prefer a low-scoring game because that means they're doing the job on Penix. But if Penix is having a day, they're awfully tough to beat.
Yeah, that offense can put points up in bunches. And Penix, it doesn't just do it with his arm. I mean, he showed it against Texas. He still has wheels. And he can get it done there, too. Now, the running back getting hurt late in the game, we'll see how debilitating that is, how severe the injury is, if he's going to play or not.
They say he's going to, but that doesn't mean he's going to.
Yeah. I mean, that could be a real bummer for the Huskies. But like we said, this is just Big Ten strong, man. Washington and Michigan. This is a really nice matchup. I think they got this. The four teams. I think it was unfortunate what happened to Florida State, that they weren't given the opportunity. But obviously, an Alabama team that's healthy is better than a Florida State team going with their second or third string quarterback, even though I don't like that process of how they did it. They didn't give me a chance. Florida State, then everybody opted out and they didn't even show up against Georgia. But I was of the opinion that Washington should have been number one seed going into this whole thing, and Michigan would have been number two, just based on the schedule. But in the end, what you want is the 1 versus 2. This is what we got. I think this is going to be great. The Michigan's defense looked so good against Alabama. Now, Alabama's offense isn't, earth-shatteringly great, and this has been a struggle for them this year. Nonetheless, Michigan steps up. You got this dynamic quarterback who can make plays with his feet as well as anybody else in the country, and Michigan held him in check and really kind of played with him. And just watching the game go on and watching the different formations that Michigan matched up with, you didn't know where the blitz was coming from. They did the same thing on offense. They've got some really good coaches, some really good schemes going. And to see them match that up with Kalen DeBoer, who has Big Ten roots through his time that he spent in the Big Ten, obviously with Indiana and all that, and Penix as well. This is going to be a great matchup. Those receivers that Washington has, Michigan's defensive backs. You mentioned the line on the offense and defense are going at it. I expect this one to be kind of like what the Texas-Washington game was. I think you're going to see a lot of points scored and some really good defensive play made when you need a defensive play made.
Well, here's an early X factor that if things hold the way they've been all year, Michigan commits the fewest penalties per game of any team in the country. 2.86 penalties per game. Only one team in the country has committed more penalties than Washington. They are the second most penalized team in terms of total number of flags in the country. Now, it felt like they were the more disciplined of the two teams against Texas, who had a flurry of penalties early in the game. But the reality is, and there was a critical one committed by Washington late, but the reality is That could be an X factor in this game if things hold the form, but they don't always do that. And we'll see what happens on the biggest stage. Well, more with that as the week goes on. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Eugene. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Eugene.
Hey, thanks a lot for taking my call. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to
you. Did Allen look at Decker when he swiped his chest?
Looked like he was looking right at him initially.
Because he was walking away from him. What I saw. I think it's gonna be. They should say Decker should have took a page from Captain Phillips. Look at me. I'm the cap. I'm eligible now. And this reminds me of that blown coin toss with Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep, Phil Luckett.
And then the refs, it's human error. How can they take the human error out?
Well, they can't. They can't. I don't blame Decker because Decker did what he's coached to do, what he's supposed to do. And then once they announced, I don't know if the Lions even heard them say number 70's report isn't eligible. Because then I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do. You're in your huddle. You're trying to – you have the deception of throwing to an offensive tackle to begin with. You've already reported him as you're supposed to do. Once they announce the wrong guy, what's the protocol?
You got 93,000 fans in that stadium screaming at the top of their lungs. You had the volume meter up on the big screen. We had somebody call in yesterday who was at the game and said, no, that's going on. He said, I couldn't hear anything, what the announcement was. I'll guarantee on the field it's even worse. You can't hear the announcement, whatever's made. You assume that your player did what he was supposed to do, and he did. Referee screwed it up. But, hey, they could have handled it in other ways. Derek Barnes could have made a safety instead of, not touching the quarterback and allowing him to complete a pass that goes for 92 yards and a touchdown. It's unfortunate. I really do wish that they would hold themselves accountable for it, but that doesn't seem likely. Now the NFL doubling down with this stupid-ass video that they've released. I mean, it's beyond insulting at this point.
The video is really frustrating because it really makes it appear as if the league wants to sell strongly. This is how you correctly do it, and they show video of the Lions in this like they
correctly
didn't
doing it,
but they're using this video of the Lions correctly doing it, but showing video of the Lions as if they didn't do the correct thing. I just don't get it. 248-539-9797.
Meanwhile, Dan Campbell's talked with the media and has said that we're going to use our full arsenal here and go win this game. That's the objective here. Going to play the starters. Looks like Jameson Williams will not practice today, which I don't think is a shock. See how that works out the rest of the week.
Next up, we go to Chad on 97.1. Hi, Chad.
Hi, gentlemen.
What's up?
Great show. Probably the best one on the channel, in my opinion.
Well, thank you.
But I wanted to weigh in on the NFL in that video. It seems that they have arrogance to do that, of course. But if it were at my workplace, and I'm sure I'm not unique, we would brainstorm some ideas because it is human error, like Eugene said on the previous call. And how can you improve it or eliminate it, right? And I think, Scott, you said, use a patch, which I think you were kidding around. But what about if, the referee, when they report in and they tell them they're eligible, raises the guy's arm like they do in a
like he just won like he just won the fight. I'm here for it. Let's see it.
You don't have to hear it, and they can address any error right then and there. It's just such arrogance to just say it's the onus is on the player. Well, the player did it right. The onus should be on both the officiating, crew and the players, right?
Right. I mean, when Decker tells him he's reporting, and then the referee turns and walks away and runs and steps towards the defensive line to let them know, you assume that you just reported eligible, right?
Yep.
What else is he supposed to do?
I don't know.
Stop the referee, grab him, and say, "Hey, it's me, right, man? 68, Taylor Decker. I'm eligible. I'm reporting. Yep. You got me, right?"
Yep.
I still like the patch idea.
I don't hate the patch idea.
then and the patch glows in the dark. So when that happens, then they turn off the lights in the stadium, and you just see this glow come from 68. He's eligible.
They do almost like the glow puck.
Yeah, exactly. Just follows him around.
This whole thing is so weird. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Gloria next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Gloria.
Hello, and Happy New Year to everyone there on the show.
Thank you. Same to you.
I agree with your assessment of Dan Campbell. I've watched 70 years of this team playing it safe and not getting anywhere. So more power to him. I stand behind him going for the 2 points.
Right.
Now, if Harbaugh had went for 2 on Monday, I think I would have strangled him. But he knew he needed to have his guys at least have the chance in overtime because they were playing their hearts out. The Lions were already in the playoffs. So, yeah, they lost the seeding, but they didn't lose the game technically because you're right. Brad Allen was an a-hole because he hasn't admitted to being wrong. But the one thing from this weekend that I loved, and I don't know if you guys saw it, Mr. SEC, Paul
Feinbaum, yep.
had to admit on all of the ESPN morning shows Tuesday that Harbaugh outcoached Saban and that he was disappointed in how that game had been called from the Alabama side, and that if he thinks Michigan is the better team, and if they win the national championship, it will not be tainted.
Well, I'll say this.
So he had to eat crow, and I love it.
Feinbaum's done this before, and he can switch back pretty quick. But yeah, I mean, it was I was a little surprised he went there, to be honest with you. And but I also like that was funny because we got a call from somebody earlier in the show. I don't know if you heard it, complaining about Michigan's lack of adjustments, and that's like the first thing Feinbaum said is Harbaugh made adjustments, and Nick Saban and his staff didn't. And I'm like, is that really what happened? Or
well, and I think it's also you mentioned it. It's like overrated when people say that because they make adjustments all the time, and I'm like, you couldn't be more right. They have when the offense comes off the field. And they sit on the bench, the offensive linemen are there.
Yeah.
Are they just waiting until halftime? Or is there actually a coach that goes up and brings out the the Polaroids and says, look, guys, we got to do this, this, and this.
And then you also hear when games are over, we stuck to our game plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are certainly times where adjustments needed to be made, but
hey, game plan's not working. Let's try something else.
And when do you deem it, okay, is it after 1 bad series, 2 bad series, 3 bad series? When have you seen enough? I mean, the truth is, Alabama, I thought Michigan controlled most of the first half. Then Alabama was controlling the second half, and Michigan got the ball with 4 minutes to go in their first make-or-break, do-or-die drive of the season. And first one since the TCU game last year that didn't go very far. And they came through, and then the game became a coin flip. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Kurt next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to
you.
Hey, I just wanted to comment. You made a comment earlier about the economic loss to the franchise and the city. I think that's so real.
Yep.
And getting back to the observation, obviously, it was a procedural mistake that's been ignored, and all the evidence points to the truth of the matter. Why doesn't the franchise sue the NFL? And why isn't there
for what? I mean, what are we doing here? What are we going to sue for?
For the economic loss.
But there's no economic loss yet because there's no guarantee they would have held on to win the game. There's no guarantee that they would win their playoff. Yeah, they're going to win what's coming up. You can't do that.
Or you mean based on them not even taking responsibility? I mean, it seems like
if they took responsibility, but might even have more of a case. But at the end of the day, I that's assuming a lot, including wins by Detroit, wins in the playoffs, a win by Dallas. I mean,
could you have seen a scenario where Dallas gets the ball back, completes 2 passes to CeeDee Lamb,
and
finds themselves at the 42-yard line, and kicks a 61-yard field goal to win?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I see that?
I can see that.
I can see that. It feels like a probability.
I mean, I'm not going to guarantee that happens, but just like I'm not going to guarantee the Lions would have won that game if the call went their way. I mean, mistakes were made.
Sure were.
Mistakes were made.
248-539-9797. Frank is next. Hi, Frank.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Hey, I'm just wondering, how come nobody's talking about the implications of like Dan Campbell's future trick plays being messed with now? Because it's such a big controversy that a lot of these plays are going to be blown out of the water now. Campbell himself said, hey, we're trying to trick the defense. That's why we're sending a couple guys over there, but I think that's off the playbook now.
Well, it goes both ways. They ran that play a couple weeks ago trying to hit Skipper for the I don't know if it was a touchdown. I think it was for a touchdown in the end zone. They tried to hit Skipper on it, and he got hung up, and they couldn't get it to him. They had to throw it elsewhere. I don't think it messes it up. The play's there. I mean, you report eligible. You're either gonna do a play that's not to a tackle eligible, or you are. It's a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, sure. But in Campbell's own words, he said he was, they announced the play. You can't trick him too much. Our point was to try and catch defense sleeping.
So I guess the thing about this,
blown up play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing about this is once you complete a pass in a big moment to a tackle eligible, I think the radar is already up for every team you play about that. And it's almost, in some ways, it might be up even more now. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, look, Campbell has a reputation, all right? And the fake punt still worked. They report Skipper eligible. They ran Skipper out into a pass route a couple weeks ago, and it was a touchdown to Laporta. It was a Denver game, right? So I don't know how much it hurts there because people seen it. And the Lions have successfully executed past that. Does it get their radar up more for tackle-eligible plays? I don't know. I
think teams are on high alert anytime you've got a 2-point conversion. And I think with the Lions in particular, teams are on high alert anytime they're punting. Right?
Yep.
If you give up a fake punt to the Lions, that's on you. Because at this point, they've done it so often, you should have more than half expect it. Play punt safe.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Xavier on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Xavier?
Hello, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Doing good. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Like specifically, most likely we all agree we're probably going to face the Rams in the playoffs, right? And then after that, if we do win that matchup, we're probably going to play Dallas. But I don't think a lot of people are realizing how the Rams match up against us. They match up very well. And I understand our run defense is pretty well, but you got to realize that Stafford with Kyren Williams, that's the best running back Stafford's ever had in probably his entire career, because we all agree in Detroit we never had a great running game until Dan Campbell really came around.
Well, they had the 1 year. They had the 1 year with Joique Bell and Reggie Bush that they had a decent running game. But this is probably the best run defense the Lions have had in a long, long time. I'm not worried about Kyren Williams.
It's yes. I agree that.
And is Stafford a running quarterback? Is he a mobile quarterback that makes plays with his feet?
No, but
I'm not worried about that.
It's the fact of what I'm worried about mainly is Stafford. Right, you have Puka Nacua and you have Cooper Kupp.
Yep.
Puka Nacua is arguably one of the best rookie wide receivers we've ever seen. He's probably going to break the rookie receiving yard
He's been
record.
great. He's been great.
Right, he's been great.
I don't think anybody doubts that they're pretty good. I would also argue that anybody you play in the playoffs is going to present some challenges. I mean, you really you don't expect to have a walkover in the playoffs. You got to beat somebody. You got to beat them good. Somebody who's good. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill next. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Doug. Welcome back. Happy New Year.
You too.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Scott. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I'm glad. I
know you like Doug Moore. It's fine.
No, not at all.
Oh, you don't like Doug?
I actually talked. Oh boy. Okay, I'll get to my point. What was I going to say? Michael Penix. I don't know if there's a good way to defend him per se. I don't know if Michigan's going to be able to pressure him as much. They're going to have to, if they got fancy with Milroe, they're going to have to maybe get even fancier with Penix because he's a lot better. And real quick on this thing with the league putting out that video, I heard Kang say it when you guys were talking about it earlier. Look, Brad Allen either has a learning disability or he's lying. And
I think he got careless. I think he got careless.
I don't know, man. The league seems to be covering for him.
They might be.
And you know, this whole thing, I mean, why doesn't Roger Goodell just, you know, come here and urinate on Bill Ford's grave while he's at it with that video, just putting all the responsibility on the Lions? I mean, we deserve better than this. The Lions deserve better.
The video's a joke. The video's a joke. I mean, you want an example of how you're supposed to report properly, and what do they show? Dan Skipper reporting properly.
Taylor Decker reporting properly.
Taylor Decker doing the same thing. So what's the point of the video?
As far as Penix is concerned, yeah.
Arm talent.
To say the least.
Can he throw?
Their wide receivers are
they good? Is that offensive line good?
Yep. They're a problem without a doubt. All right. Here's Rico Beard. Happy New Year, my friend.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
How are you?
Not as good as you and Jansen were.
Well, it was a hell of a trip and hell of a win. And
were you thinking to yourself, you guys can't be this dumb that you're going to try to run it right up the middle? Because I was. Like, they're going to spread everybody and go 5 wide, and he's going to try to run up the middle. And
I thought they were going to put the ball in the best player's hands, and I'm not convinced that was the hard and fast play call. I think
when you look at it, you saw that once again the center NIL check didn't clear, so he had problems with the team.
He had trouble all season long, and it continued. I don't know if that. I feel terrible because I guess that kid's personal information has been thrown out there, and they're making life hell on him. But a
fan base going after a player.
Yeah,
and Gator, have you ever heard anything?
I've never heard such horrors.
But the truth of the matter is, I don't know if it was his worst game of the year, but I mean,
it was the biggest game of the year.
Actually, it wasn't. It was the Auburn game.
Well, the Auburn game, it was his bad snap that helped contribute to the 4th and goal from the 31.
2 bad snaps.
Yes. But as soon as a quarterback has to look where the football is to catch a snap and stop looking at the safeties or stop, like Michigan's last touchdown of regulation, JJ takes a snap, play action to Blake Corum. JJ is looking at the Bama linebackers who drift with Blake Corum. Roman Wilson comes wide open, coming the other direction. You can watch the defense when you know where the snap is going to be. When you have to take your eyes off the defense, it can disrupt the play right away. And it was
more shocking for you, the Alabama center or the Michigan punt return team?
The punt return team, because they hadn't had problems like that all year. The center had. but they
What did they put on the ball to get it to stay right there?
Where?
3 inches from the goal line.
I don't know.
Because that thing should have went into the end zone.
That's just pixie dust.
Is that what it is?
Well,
Yeah.
when you kick it that high, that's straight up in the air. It's not going to take a funky bounce.
It's funny because Thaw created the mess, but once the mess was created and the ball's sitting there, that's not an easy play to make with them bearing down on you.
Right. That's like you touch it, that football just goes flying, and he grabbed it, didn't fumble it.
When you get hit right away, which he didn't panic either. He knew he was in the field of play, so it wasn't going to be a safety.
I just didn't understand why he even touched the ball. So
I don't know. We were talking about this. Doesn't it seem like now punt returners come back inside the 10 and field balls way more than they used to?
They do. And
I don't know why, yeah.
Yeah, so you fair caught, and now it's at the 5. Like,
yeah.
I will take the chance that it will bounce into the end zone. If it just dies right there, you live with it.
Right. Or if one of their defenders comes over and fields it there at the 5 and downs at the 5, so be it.
But nothing
Nice-
good
nice
happens.
play. Should not field anything inside the 10-yard.
No, but then again, Samaj Morgan fielded one inside the 10 against Iowa and almost took it to the
Yeah,
house.
but
So,
that's the outlier.
I know. But obviously, the rules aren't the same as when we just heard put your
Quite a
heels on
roller
the 10.
coaster ride.
It was
for you
wild.
in Jansen. So, yeah, but we heard that final call.
So did you get all your votes in for the San Francisco players in the Pro Bowl?
I did not. Why
I just saw the list of like the fan voting. Every position but like 2. San Francisco leads the vote.
Really?
Even the long snapper, Tabor Pepper,
former Spartan,
number 1. The long snapper gets the number 1 votes.
You know,
and in a lot of those positions, they have 2 players. Both are San Francisco leading the way. I just thought you,
like
I'm
I'm feeling
super fan
attacked.
over here.
I'm feeling attacked. I need to go see HR. I'm feeling like Gators attacked.
No, I'm asking you a question. I just wonder if you were a super fan over here. If you got in on the voting.
No, I don't vote for them. No,
I don't know.
No.
Well, have a great show.
I just got a hat for Christmas. That's all.
Stay safe, everyone. And
He's not being respectful, Doug.
What? It matches your jersey. What do you want to do?
97.1.
The NFL issued an instructional video to all 32 teams last night, reminding them of the eligibility reporting requirements. This after the controversial call that went against the Lions in Dallas Saturday night. In the video, NFL officiating executive Walt Anderson explains the rules, with Lions-Cowboys highlights playing as examples, including the now infamous two-point conversion attempt that referee Brad Allen pretty obviously botched. ESPN reported much of Allen's officiating crew has been demoted in an NFL playoff assignment priority. Some will not see postseason action at all. Allen and his crew, though, are calling Steelers at Ravens on Saturday a Week 18 matchup with playoff implications. 2 years ago, the Washington Huskies went 4-8. Then Kalen DeBoer, who was running the offense at Indiana, took over and everything changed. UW is 25-2 since, including a perfect 14-0 this year. And not only that, Washington just plain knows how to win now. The Huskies have won 10 straight games by 10 points or less. They're the first college football team in the AP poll era, dating back almost 90 years, to do so. And now, just 24 months removed from that 4-8 campaign, Washington is playing for a Crystal football on Monday night. Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh said the turnaround DeBoer has authored is remarkable. That was Harbaugh speaking earlier today on a conference call. The Wolverines and Huskies meet in a clash of those 14-0 teams with the national championship on the line. You can hear it right here on 97.1 coverage starting Monday at 6:30. Speaking of, you can hear the Pistons at Utah tonight. Pistons looking to break their 15-game road losing streak. Coverage starting at 8:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get into it on a Wednesday. We've got a lot of ground to cover, and it is going to begin with, I'm not addressing JJ's nonsense. I'm not doing it. It's an absurdity, so we'll leave it alone.
But 80%.
Okay. Let's just get into the Lions as we discussed. It's just more appropriate. It's simple, all right? You're either all in with Dan Campbell or you're all out. And here's what I mean. As Rico put it on the show sheet, Dan Gamble. The analytics thing is here to stay. Him violating the analytics is here to stay, which he did from the 7 and he did from the 4, going for 2. Those were negative win expectancy decisions that you don't make when you use analytics as a shield. But Dan Campbell is routinely going to pass on field goals. He's going to fake punts. He's going to go for 2. He is going to do hyper-aggression. So here's what we need to do as we enter the playoffs. Because there's going to be something in that playoff game, or games. There's going to be something in a game you win, and eventually, I don't want this to happen, but it seems to be football destiny. There's going to be a decision by Dan Campbell that we will be able to trace back to why your season ended. So here's my question. Right here, right now. No, don't be Rieger. You can't waffle. You can't flip-flop. You have to accept Dan Campbell for better or for worse, or you're on the other side. You're on the other side that any of the new wave decisions, any of the hyper-aggression, you're against it. Take the points. Let's play D. End of a game. Let's go to overtime. I don't need a fake punt from my own 25. Coach the game. You can keep your new wave math because the math doesn't factor in personnel. It doesn't factor in weather. It doesn't. Guys, all this win expectancy stuff, it doesn't factor in who your quarterback is. It doesn't factor in what defense you're playing. It doesn't factor in where the game is.
It doesn't factor in weather. It doesn't factor in injuries.
It doesn't factor in how hot your team is.
It's a simulation. So I want to know right here, right now, as it pertains to Dan Gamble, all in on the analytics, the aggression, or all out. And understand, you don't need to be afraid when you call. You can still like a coach. You could say, guys, I'm just not into the aggression and the analytics. I love him as a coach. I love that these guys play hard for him. And I'm fine with him being the coach here. But I will never come around to the Rambo, bullet chain, roadhouse, right boot. We're going for two and fake punts.
I know what that means now.
Right boot. or you're all in. That even when he does something that by the math is wrong, you're okay with it. That in the name of aggression, in the name of turning the Lions from legendary losers to legendary winners, we're going to put the league on notice. We are going to run the most aggressive operation in all of the National Football League. Teams get no breaks. You think we're punting? Fooled you. You think we're kicking a field goal? Really? We're going. Hey, we're going to go to overtime. Just kidding. We're going to go win the game. Hey, it's 4th and an inch. We're going to drive it right into your garage. So you have to pick. We know the truth lies in the middle. We know as human beings, there's going to be times Rico agrees and disagrees, times that I agree and disagree. But I want to know right here, right now, Dan Gamble, all in on the aggression or all out? 248-539-9797. Now, we go to a man whose team is so privileged and so accomplished, they don't need to lower themselves to such poverty decisions like faking a punt. Oh, that's what poor people do.
They actually did fake a punt, and they got brought back thanks to Ronnie Bell.
Can you just roll with me?
Okay.
But no, my point is, Rico, your team doesn't go for it. They do. Kyle Shanahan does not go for a fourth down, but they don't have to. So I need you to lower yourself with the rest of the bourgeoisie and
the peasants.
Right. So talk to me. Are you all in on Dan Gamble, living with the bad, taking the good, or old school football? I do not recognize nor validate the analytics, and I wish he'd be more responsible.
Well, I had to get helicoptered in here because I was stuck in traffic.
You haven't seen the Stephen A. rant today. You're going to enjoy it.
As much as I would like to say, you know what, you got to quit all of this stuff, Mike, I have to be all in because Dan Campbell / Dan Gamble got you here. He got you to turn this thing around. He has this team now being a team that America cares about, that not just Detroiters are upset over the bad call, but all across the United States. People are like, wait, the Lions got screwed over. Before it was just like, the Lions are cute. Dan Campbell and the aggressive play calling is what's made the Lions who they are. If you go to being something that you're not, I feel like you're going to go back to being the Lions that we don't like to talk about. So as much as I don't like it, I have to say, Dan has to keep doing this because this is what got you to this point. Now, yeah, in a perfect world, a little less gamble at some point, be smart about it, live for the next down, live for the next play, live for overtime. But if I have to be all in or all out, I got to go all in.
Okay. David, all in, all out, Dan Gamble. Not the man, Dan Campbell. I think we're all in. They fight for this man. They go to war for this guy. I think they're going to play great this weekend. This is about the hyper aggression that is always, as Rico's favorite musical artist once put it, we're always back at one. Brian McKnight. It always comes back to a Campbell decision. Yeah. Always. So I just would like to know, David, all in, all out.
I think this is where the Lions have gotten because of Dan Gamble. I think they're here because of his attitude and his mindset. So I'm all in. I am all in. They've done things that they haven't done in 30 years.
I don't
so
wanna
just
be.
keep doing it.
Yeah.
It's exactly, Rico. I don't want to be. It feels wrong because it doesn't feel like you should gamble this much and you should be that aggressive all the time. But it's worked for this organization. It's worked for this.
Sometimes in life, the things that may feel wrong are actually right.
And that's how this feels. It is actually right.
It's like
So
a
I'm all in.
team that runs the Wildcat. It's the dumbest play, but for some reason it works.
All right, I'm going to say this. And for the people in the back, I want to make sure I'm clear, Rico. I have no issue with the man. I think he's done a fabulous job with this team. But when push comes to shove, as much as I like analytics, I think in the NFL, they are the most overdone thing on the planet. That in basketball, I take and make more threes than you. Mathematically speaking, I can work my way around it. Now, it's ruined the sport watchability, but I get it. Analytics in baseball, I fully understand. We care about home runs. Who cares about strikeouts? Launch angle, let's play. Noted. Pitching, we care about velo. We care about strikeouts. Because if you don't put it in play, F fielding. I get it. In football, I am still old school. And what I mean by that is, if it's 4th and 4 on the 39, no, I go for that. I don't consider that analytics. I just would rather go for it on 4th and 4 than a 56-yard field goal. Now, if I had Aubrey, the kid from Dallas, if I had Justin Tucker, do you know what I'm doing on 4th and 4 from the 39? I'm putting an automatic 3 on the board. When I go down there, and if it's 4th and an inch from the 1, I'm going for it. That's not analytics. I'm going. I have the best offensive line. I need less than a yard. I'm going for it. But you know what I'm not doing? The analytics say 4th and goal from the 6 in a 7-3 game in the second quarter. No, I'm going up 10-3. I'm taking 3. I am all out on this stuff. Because here's the deal. The analytics were both a blessing and a curse. You know what analytics to me end up as? It's a lot like sports betting. That even if you're good at it, you end up basically even. You're just moving mashed potatoes around the table.
No, it's a crutch to me.
Think about it. You fake the punt for 31 yards. Analytics, y'all, a blessing.
Right. Analytics, yeah, but they told me I should do that.
Cutscene, I passed on the points at the end of the drive in the name of analytics. What did I get? So if you're forcing me into this, I will tell you I'm all out on the Dan Gamble personality of Dan Campbell. I love Dan Campbell. I don't like the alter ego Dan Gamble. This is like me, myself, and Irene. I don't like Hank. I don't like Hank. Mean guy. What?
I was just thinking about a scene from that movie. When they were in the hotel room.
Oh, the morning after bathroom.
Right. Oh, you had a little fun now.
Well, you know what?
That wasn't for me.
Yeah. When the analytics go wrong, it's Hank at the toilet. So let's talk about it. We're all in on the coach. We don't have to like everything a coach does.
True. But that coach and his gambling spirit is what got you to this point.
Okay.
He broke the mold. It's the thing, Mike, if you want something different, you got to do different things. And he did different things. And now the Lions, for the first time in 30 years, they're hosting a playoff game.
Yeah. Who knew? 248-539-9797. I also have a never-before-seen situational play we're going to make on the board. I'm going to need Rico to bless it. Never in my life, I'm 43 years old, I have never seen this situation in college basketball. Okay? We got a lot of good stuff today. Your phone calls coming up next, 97.1. We've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Why? Because they're the best in the game. Because nobody stocks more or sells more Trex than Northville, and it's all in stock all the time. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. It's in their warehouse, mile down the road. You don't have 4, 6, 8 week of lead time. You buy it, you get it, industry low pricing. Plan and build right now. Because guess what? They build and install year round. You need someone to build that deck, no problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So what do you got to do? They introduced Rico. Rico strong-armed his way into some deals. The whole point is, You call Northville Lumber today, or you go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Shout out over modulated microphones. All right. That's Dan Campbell. So we're asking the question, all in on Dan Gamble or all out? Because that's his alter ego. And when you're all out, here's what it means. It doesn't mean you don't like analytics, and it doesn't mean you don't selectively use them. Selectively is the key. That's not Dan Gamble. Dan Gamble is an all-out assault on mathematics. And I don't think the game is played with math. They're men. They're not machines. And I think the analytics in football are often very faulty for what they don't take into account. So I'm out on Dan Gamble. I like him, and there's no one I want to be the coach of this team but Dan Campbell. But I don't have to like his alter ego, the me, myself, and Irene. I don't have to like Hank because I think it's going to cost you. It already has. He's already cost you games doing this stuff. And he's won you games. You know what I think will win you more games? Playing it straight. Like when you have the league screw you, kick the extra point and go to overtime. Like, why are we faking a punt from our own 24 when the alignment's not even right against Green Bay? YOLO. No. How about you take the points in the second quarter against Dallas? You don't have to do this all the time. Well, that means I'm all out. Because if you're all in, you're saying he has carte blanche to treat this like a kid playing Madden. All out, we're going. So I respect people who say they're all in. I'm not mad at you, but I'm all out.
Yeah, the only reason why I say I'm all in.
You think it's why they're here?
It is.
Okay.
Now, do I think it's going to cost you? Yeah. Will it keep you from winning a Super Bowl? Absolutely. It will. But you know what? It's why. Okay, if you went the safe route, you beat Dallas. But if you go the safe route, you don't beat the Chargers earlier this year. You lose that game because you needed every one of his gambles to win. So it's for some games, it's going to look great. Now, I think in the playoffs, you got to be very conservative. I think in the playoffs, you got to take every point you can get because every team there is a good team. Every team there has a shot at winning the Super Bowl. So you don't get the off game. You don't get the team that's overlooking you because they're looking forward to next week. No. It's win or go home. So that's why you need to be a little more conservative. And I do think it's going to cost you, but it got you here. It won you a division. So I can't sit here and get angry and say, well, you shouldn't do this, man. Keep doing what you're doing. But just know one of these times you're going to gamble away little Billy's college fund and don't come crying.
David, ticket text.
I'm all in. Dan Campbell, I love the guy. The players love his aggression. I don't even question if we go for it, Ryan, at work.
Okay, but here's the key, Ryan. So, like at the end of that game, when it's a negative 15% win differential, you're giving yourself a 15% lower chance of winning that game by going for 2 from the 7. You don't question that? Okay. See, if you want me to get to that level, I don't need a ring. I need rangs. I need you to be Nick Saban and dump him out on the table. I need you to be Belichick. I need you to be Andy Reid. I need you to earn a decade of credibility, of rangs, for me to eventually work my way to that. I think that's a little tough for a dude without a playoff appearance or win.
Mike in Northville says Campbell has reached his ceiling. He's too emotional and responsible for 6 losses between the past season and this season. I am out.
Now, hold on.
Yep.
To be clear, out on Dan Gamble.
Yes.
That's a different person than Dan Campbell.
Correct.
No one's out on him as head coach. You're out on this particular feature of the Dan Campbell 2000 bot.
Tom in Flat Rock says, I'm all in. Dude coaches with his guts, and while that can lead to last week's 2-point fiasco, it can also throw the opponent way off center, and you win the game you shouldn't win.
Okay.
And then one more here. Someone says, I am out on Dan Gamble. He is Bush League. He's also a liability at the end of the game and will cost the Lions in success.
It's a fascinating line in the sand. And I'll continue to reinforce, no one's out on him as a coach. If you're out on him as a coach, you're clinically insane. The man has saved his job last year, rallied the troops, delivered a division title. He's a good coach. But there are plenty of good coaches who do things I disagree with. That's all this is. So let's talk. Let's go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, you're batting leadoff. What's going on?
Gentlemen, I'm all in. But with that said, I'm also not all in on analytics. I'm just all in on the way Campbell plays.
Okay,
because I believe, honestly, that sports are played with passion. Sports are played, like, for instance, when you have somebody on the ropes, you go for the knockout, right? You're not going to step back and, maybe do the right thing. You're going to overswing and try to take him out. And that's what Dan Campbell does. Do I always agree with what he does? No. At the end of the game, I thought, though, we had them on the ropes. Go for 2, try to win the game. We got nothing to lose. We're not going below 3rd seed. We can only gain. So why not, when you have them on the ropes, take them out? Yeah, and then they got screwed, and when they got backed up, I think then you should just kick it, take it to overtime, and let everybody pile on the officials.
But did you have a problem with his decision to do it? Or are you like, look, he does so much that I like, I'm going to overlook what I don't?
I mean, I'm not paid to be an NFL coach, so who am I to naysay what he does?
Adam, no,
I might
hold
not
on.
like
Adam,
it.
wait a minute.
I might not like it.
Adam, you're a grown-ass man. You can have an opinion. This ain't North Korea. You're a football fan. It's okay to say it.
Well, I said my opinion is when we went down the field, I thought we should go for it all the way. If we score,
Right.
we should go for it.
But
win.
from the 7.
They screwed us. They backed us up, and then I thought, let's just kick it and take it to overtime. Our defense is playing great. Let's see how far they can go. But with that said, you can lose overtime on the flip of a coin.
All right,
so
so
maybe
you're
if we
all
had
in.
different
You're
rules
good.
in the NFL.
You're good. No,
No,
Adam, basically you weren't mad. You disagreed with it, but you're willing to roll with it because you're all in on Dan Gamble. That's fine.
Exactly. And then when we got the penalty and moved back up, I said, let's go for it again. We still got them on the ropes. They don't want to go to overtime. Let's take them out.
All I kept saying,
and we didn't execute. That's how that goes. So
all
we
I
make
kept
the play,
saying,
we win
and
the game.
it's sad, but I continued to just mouth, "What the F are you doing?" from the 7. What the F are you doing? Then from the 4, can you believe this? I was watching the game with my wife, the dogs. I go, what the F are they doing? I'm looking at her like she's going to tell me what they're doing. She's like, I don't know.
Right, because no, here's the thing. It's like when you run a fake punt and it works, but there's a penalty that brings it back, you don't line up again and run another fake punt. All right, we're just going to go ahead and punt the ball. The element of surprise is gone. So, yes, I was sitting there thinking, too, like, you know what? The way Dallas is not playing any defense. If you score,
we're winning in overtime.
No. Initially, I'm thinking the way they're playing defense just in this game right now. So when they called the play, I was like, yep, I knew it. He was going to go for 2. But then after that, it was like, okay, football gods, they were the third base coach waving, Dan, stop.
And he went Cabrera.
He did.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny.
Hey, guys. Listen, I want to change that last caller to all out. You can't say you're all in and say you wish you would have kicked the extra point. Sorry, your rules.
But John, here's what I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Hold on, and I'll give you all the time you need. But Johnny, what he was saying is even though he disagreed, he's not angry about it, that he's willing to live with it.
Well,
I think if you're all in, I'm all out.
No.
I get pissed. I get angry.
Sorry, man. I'm all out. First of all, you're not giving enough credit to the GM, to our defensive coordinator. It's not just I love this coach, okay? I will preface that. But I do not like what he's done. He admitted he lost the Minnesota game last year. He lost this game. I turned to my wife after that no field goal. It said we're going to lose by 1 or 2 points. I was right again. You can't do this, and you got to give credit to the talent that you got. And here's what I want to ask of everybody that's giddy about what he's doing. Give me a coach that's won Super Bowls and have been great that has been like him in gambling. There isn't one. So don't give me this. It's because we haven't won in 67 years. That's why.
Actually, John, I can think of one right offhand. It was Sean Payton, where he kind of learned how to be a coach from.
Onside kick out of halftime of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that happens down there. I'm talking about.
I don't think it's ever happened.
But what John is saying is
but wait a
interesting.
minute. Campbell does this all the time.
That I agree with.
And John, and that's why I said, if I have to choose, I'm still going to say I'm all in because it changed the Lions' culture by him gambling.
But Rico, you said you wish he would have kicked the extra point. You guys can't waffle, man.
No.
And the fans are wafflers. I don't blame them.
Wait, hold on. John, I'm not in the waffle aisle. I said I'm all out. John, you can't put me with the waffles. I said I'm all out.
And I said, I'm all in. It changed the culture. Now just get ready to know it's going to hurt you one game, but it feels good to talk playoffs and not draft picks right now.
It is. This is great, a topic. Do it again after the playoffs, man. I hope to God they go.
Oh, John, watch. You'll have everybody all out. They'll do something insane in Dallas.
I never liked it, ever.
Yeah. This guy's got to really rein it in. The perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate? The most comfortable mattress on the marketplace. It is the iComfort Eco by Serta, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
Here's a big shocker for you, Mike.
What's that?
Alabama center Seth McLaughlin has entered the transfer portal.
Good luck. I mean, you're kind of like a kicker. You got one job. Snap the ball. You can't do it. You know why they were in 4th and 31 at Auburn? That dude.
Yeah.
This dude's been killing worms with his snaps all year. So, yeah, I highly doubted he was going to be welcomed back to the Alabama program after really the low snap on the last play killed it, because you know what the play was supposed to be? RPO, and they had 2 blockers and the running back in motion, meaning 3v2. But Milroe couldn't get his head left because he was busy being Phil Rizzuto playing shortstop. So then he's like, well, F it, gotta go. So, yeah, they ain't playing down there.
Is he going Power 5 or Group of 5?
G5.
Yeah.
And by the way, Tommy Reese may want to update your resume. And if you're a Michigan fan, take pleasure in this stuff. You do what you got to do. Just because I'm not on board with the nonsense I heard from JJ today doesn't mean I don't understand your fun level. Oh, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, ESPN will gladly deliver it to you. Basically, JJ's admitting to knowing they were stealing signs. Also, I would have loved a follow-up to JJ. By the way, any thought you're the recruit Jim illegally met with during COVID? Because you might have decommitted and they wanted to bring you back into the fold? Is your middle name Cheeseburger? We ain't going to get those kind of questions at one of these happy hee-haw press conferences. JJ, I thought you didn't know anything that was going on. I thought no players knew.
Right.
I thought no coaches knew.
How did you know what was going on in 2019 when you weren't on the team yet?
Weird. Crazy. But again, here's
and
what'll
you didn't
happen.
play in 2020.
Here's what'll happen. Wolverine Media will clean that up. JJ meant to say they were doing everything by the book to steal. So, okay, thank you. Yeah. This is why I've said to you guys, we'll talk football, because if you want to open the other can of worms, it's going to go a different way. Now go win your natty. Enjoy yourself. I don't know if I would take the tag off the championship hat, but just go and get to Houston and go enjoy it, for Christ's sakes. But bottom line, don't expect any of us to sit here and be like, oh, that's charming. What do you mean? We were told no players knew.
Wait, we just wanted to level the playing field because Ohio State was stealing our signs. But
2
it was
years
legal
before I got here.
It was legal, but
Right, so who clued you into that, JJ? Did the coaches clue you in, or was that some good literature? Was there a popular blog you decided to read?
I'm sure he learned from Chase Winovich, who had a special guest with him at the Rose Bowl.
Right, Connor Stallions at the game. Hey, listen, in a sick, twisted way, I actually almost respect the heel turn. It's like Kenny's wrestling. I'm sure he has like a good example. He gave me Hulk Hogan, WCW, or whatever it was, or when Ric Flair went somewhere else. You almost have to respect it. They just, but what
Hulk
I like,
Hogan dyeing the beard black.
right? But what I like about this, and I've said this to David, go win your natty, because you had to whore yourself out to do it. You had to go against everything you railed upon. You became everything you hated to get it done. Well, the SEC's filth. So are you. Well, our coach does it right. No, he doesn't. Well, our kids are dirty as hell.
We're leaders and best.
No, you're not.
Not anymore.
So you can have the title. Respect. Your football team you never needed to cheat. Biggest compliment I could pay you. You didn't need to do it. You were Barry Bonds. And then Barry started using the needle. The whole point I make to you is you corrupted yourselves. So your identity is attached to lies. See, the difference is Georgia's a scumbag program. And they admit it. I don't have any qualms with Georgia because they don't pretend to be something they're not. You know what you are? You're one of the Real Housewives of Atlanta. You ain't rich. You just pretend. You pretend for the camera. And your house is under foreclosure. I don't have to respect that. But enjoy it.
You're just an Instagram couple?
Right. They're doing it for the gram. My whole thing, because they're the only program in America, their identity is attached to a myth. If they would let go of it, none of us would care. So good. You became everything you hated in order to get where you needed to go. But don't be doing that at that press conference today.
Y'all shucks.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. That's crazy. Now, if you want the JJ stuff, you can go to ESPN and watch it. I would like to just stick to football and move forward. David, do you have any retort for what I've just said?
None whatsoever.
You can rip my ass.
None whatsoever.
Did I
was just gonna
step
say,
out of line?
No, I was just going to say, they're acting like, I wasn't on the 8 Mile. I was just on 7 Mile walking the, that's still the same thing. You're doing the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
You're cheating.
Right.
And it's okay to just not
Just
see. You know what JJ
admit
should have
it.
said? Ask Coach Harbaugh. I'm focused
Correct.
on winning a national title.
Well,
Best
see-
thing JJ could have
see,
said.
and that's the thing.
But they can't help themselves.
Take the book, take the lesson from Jim Harbaugh and just say, look, we're focused, we're tunnel vision. Do that.
That's
What are
right.
you doing?
That's 100% right.
I wasn't on 8 Mile. I was on State Fair.
Right, but don't do
Difference.
don't do an oral history of sign stealing in the years that preceded your very arrival. What?
Because you told us we didn't know anything about this.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
We did. Except we did it all in the right ways. Okay, then. Moving along. Lions, Dan Gamble, all in, all out. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how are you, brother?
Oh, man. Good. Oh, man, you had to bring up Michigan before I got on the
No,
air.
no,
But,
Mike, I'm sorry. Mike, that wasn't – I apologize.
No, we actually brought up the Alabama center, and it just morphed into
Rico baited me, and I'm not going to do a negative Michigan topic today. I didn't want people to think we weren't aware of the JJ comments, so I apologize.
To be fair, you've given Michigan their flowers, and you have picked them all the way. So I can't say that you're a hater. I know you don't like them, but you still have been accurate about them.
I tried.
How's that?
That's fair. And I didn't mean to warm you up there. Now, what do you got on Dan Gamble?
All right. Here's the thing. See, so it works for some coaches. Staley, it got him fired. Could we agree? So
yes.
What got us here is that. But I think in the playoffs he might rein it in a bit, Mike. I really do. I think he knows in the playoffs you have to rein it in a bit. I mean, one thing here once in a while, but in the playoffs everything tightens up. And he's an NFL coach. He should know this. Everything is magnified in the playoffs. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And I don't think he's that he doesn't know that. Every possession becomes valuable. Everything you do becomes magnified. So I would say I buy in, but I also think he might change it up for the playoffs. Do you think that's a stupid comment?
No, I don't think it's stupid. Mike, I wouldn't be able to call it stupid. I think it's hopeful. I'm hoping he dials it back a little, but I don't know that that's what he's going to do.
No, I think when push comes to shove, Mike, this is what he is. And he showed you in that game that he always feels like by going for it, it gives him the competitive advantage. And as a head coach, he's going to always try to go for that advantage.
What did you? I thought it was interesting hearing him and Costa yesterday. He was going after Costa pretty good, saying just say what you want to say and stuff. I respect that.
Me too.
You never get a coach that actually just wants a real talk. I respect this guy because he's everything that most coaches aren't. So basically, here's Michigan and the Lions game were exactly the endings were exactly almost the same, except Harbaugh went for the extra point and Campbell didn't, and the scores were identical. Like you said, Mike, these two games, they couldn't have been any more. They were crazy.
They were fabulous.
But see, the thing is, Mike, kind of like the Michigan game, you had the better offense. So Michigan should have gone to overtime because you had Blake Corum, because that offense is built for the college overtime.
And I don't think what Harbaugh did 4th and 2 at the 32 was analytics. That was Jim Harbaugh saying, I don't think we're getting the ball back.
Yeah.
We have 3 timeouts, but there's only 3:20 to go.
If we punt, I don't know if we get a 3 and out.
And you know what? We have been able, when we've wanted to confuse Alabama with the pre-snap candy, and their communication is not solid. It's something we talked about in the preview of the game. That's not analytics. That's going, I'm not getting the ball back. Yeah. We're just going.
Yeah.
So I had no issue with it because David, when Harbaugh went for it, were you like, no, punt the ball?
No, not at all.
No. You didn't feel like they were getting the ball back.
If it were 5 or 6 minutes left in the game, I would have said punt the ball. But the way Alabama was driving and just eating clock, yeah. And it was 4th and 2.
Yeah, before the play was over, I told my son, I said, yeah, they're going for this.
Well, here's the thing.
They know what they're doing here. They're going to go for this.
And you have Blake Corum who falls forward and picks up 4 yards. So even if you just handed the ball off to him, you would have got the first down because that's just what he does.
Now, again, when we talk the Dan Campbell stuff, remember, there are times I think it's good to be aggressive, but that's not the question at hand. What I am asking is, are you all in? that there's not going to be criticism. Like if you didn't criticize him going for 2 from the 7, then I don't think you have a right to criticize anything because that was insane. Seriously. It was a negative 15% win differential decision. That's unspeakable. People in analytics, you would lose your job doing that. So if you back him during that, what I'm saying is you have to back everything he does. That's why I'm all out, meaning I still have the right to say, no, I wouldn't run a game that way. Oh, well, who the F for you? I'm a football fan. I'm somebody who, this is my whole life. This is what I do. And yes, math plays a role. Yes, I like some analytics. But I think when you trust a computer to run your game, that doesn't factor in they're men, not machines. It doesn't factor in injuries. It doesn't factor in matchups. It doesn't factor in weather. It doesn't factor in where the game is. I think that's a fool's errand. And there are plenty of people in football who agree with me, just like there are plenty who would agree with Dan Campbell. We are watching the evolution of the sport, and you're watching the evolution of your team. And I think it's a fun conversation. We all love him as coach, but I don't have to love everything about it. And I think these decisions, a lot of them are reckless. And I don't think you need to be ashamed to have that opinion in this town. It doesn't mean you're anti-Lions. I was saying you were winning the division in a playoff game before any of you yahoos got on board. It was just me, Kenny, and a cummerbund. It was very exciting times.
Have you guys ran into tuxes yet?
No. I'm not forcing Kenny into a tuxedo. It's just my job to get him to the game.
I'll do it. No problem.
I thought you two were wearing tuxedos.
I never said me. I said him.
No, my friend.
No.
You said
tuxedos, limousine, doves flying out from behind us.
We got to go back and find.
You best go back and find. You know what? It's like the commercials. Let's go to the replay.
Oh,
the
okay.
thing.
Okay.
The drop the red flag.
Because I remember saying, wait, Mike, you're actually going to go to a Lions game? Absolutely.
I would go. I didn't say I was going to be dressed like that, idiot. And I mean that with love. All right, get ahead of the game.
You'll be dressed up like Prince.
Moran, no. Moran Buick GMC. Celebrate the start of 24. New vehicle from Moran. The 24 Terrain, all-wheel drive. The Acadia seating up to 7. The 24 Sierra with a V8. They got them all. And yes, Denali's are in stock. Ask about them. MoranExpress.com. For the certified service as well, it's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right. We'll get right back to your calls on the Dan Gamble stuff. Right now, a never-before-seen situation. I want to know if Rico will bless it. It's time for On the Board. First of all, I want to shout out Kenny Cott for a rocking chair selection. Carolina 10, the Rangers 1. Also, one rocking chair selection by me, St. John's. Tricky Ricky, big win over Butler. Nice cover.
And shout out to Mike for backing a bulldozer up to Mount Pleasant.
Correct. We are going to shut the program down and launch Tony Barbee out of a cannon. Costa, that landfill of a school of yours ought to be razed to the ground. Okay. So look, never before seen situation. I want to present this, but hey, David, Kenny, listen before judging. Hear me out. Oklahoma State is laying 18.5 to Chicago State. Didn't know there was a Chicago State. Also, could you spend $10 to get a logo designed? It looks like an East Bay catalog. Here's why I'm bringing this up.
Wasn't Chicago State part of the Big Ten?
I don't know, Rico.
I think they were.
So here's the deal. Chicago State is in Stillwater tonight. One problem. They were in Manhattan, Kansas last night playing Kansas State. Chicago State in the regular season, not in a tournament, not where you just roll out of the rack, go to the court, and maybe play a consolation game on a back-to-back. They played K-State, lost by 8. They were actually ahead at the half. Game ends. It's damn near midnight. I happened to look up how far away Manhattan, Kansas, and Stillwater, Oklahoma are. 258 miles, a 4-hour bus ride. Because let's face it, Chicago State can't afford a plane. So they may have rolled into Stillwater at like 5 a.m., got some sleep on an uncomfortable motel bed. There's not going to be a walkthrough. There's not going to be a shoot-around. And they got to go to Gallagher-Iba Arena tonight and take on Okie State. I have never in my lifetime seen a team play regular season games back-to-back. 2 different towns. Oh, and by the way, Oklahoma State is 7-5. That's 12 basketball games. Big Ten math. Chicago State's going to play their 21st game of the season tonight. 9 more games by January 1st?
Yeah.
Am I wrong for just saying we got to bet Pistol Pete tonight?
Oh, no, you have to. You have to. And about, I think it was the University of Chicago was the Big Ten.
Who knew? Is that insane?
No.
Or are we looking at a situation the right way?
Mike, that's almost criminal that you're putting those young. I mean, I understand.
Not almost. That's criminal.
I understand they're young and young legs, and hey, they play in AAU tournaments and play 5 games a day. No, they're trying to get money for the new facilities on the campus of Chicago State.
Oh, and by the way,
which I think is by the United Center.
This is going to be their 6th straight road game. I don't think they remember what the city of Chicago looks like. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna play Oklahoma State minus the 18.5.
I think that's a rocking chair.
I want you to be right, but I'm terrified.
I think that's
Oklahoma State might actually stink. Rico, your selection.
Well, Michael, shout out to you. Wemby had 4 blocks, but Ja only had 26 points and not 30.
Ouch. I'm just telling you, the Wemby block thing could be your new Steph 3-point thing. Oh. He's a machine on a nightly basis.
Are they playing tonight?
Do you want a player prop? Let me offer you one, because I gave this out on Cash the Ticket. Little bonus episode today for the people. Cookies couldn't be bothered. He was napping. How about Jalen Duren, player combo, points and rebounds over 24.5. So total of points plus rebounds over 24.5 tonight in Utah. As long as he plays 25 minutes, he's going to hit that total. He's a machine.
I like that. I was just going to go with back to Memphis. Ja is red hot, so Ja to score at least 25. Memphis on the money line. Jaren Jackson to get at least 4 rebounds at plus 210.
Also, Xavier Tillman to get someone pregnant.
He cannot do that anymore. He went to the David Hull School of No More.
Oh, got it. Xavier Tillman's odds have been upgraded to plus 3,500. in the fertility range.
I thought I told you that last time.
My bad.
I congratulate him, and he was like, "Yeah, and I'm done."
Okay, good to know. Kenny, hey, nice league. 2 games tonight.
Let me read you something about that. Monday, 1 game. Yesterday, 13 games. Today, 2 games. Tomorrow, 13 games. Friday, 3 games.
Why?
Because it's a joke league that's not a real league. I'm staying away because I don't like either of the 2 games that I would be forced to choose
It's
between.
league-wide load management. That's all.
I'm just glad the Wings won. Okay?
Yeah, me too. We don't have to cancel this season yet.
Take the night off. David, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm also taking the night off. I don't see anything I
No.
like in college basketball.
Oklahoma State, join me. Plastic orange cowboy hats. Come on. Chicago State, what time did they even get to Stillwater?
I have no idea. They also had to drive from DePaul to get to Kansas State. They had a game on the 30th, and they had to drive to
And
DePaul.
I'm pretty, you know what? I can say with a high degree of certainty, they have the same bus that the Cleveland Indians had in Major League.
They were probably still on the bus for New Year.
Happy
Happy New Year. We're on a bus.
Slept on the
At a
bus.
gas station.
And I will say this, Mike, shout out to you for the whole live betting element.
Of what?
Because I did live bet the MSU Iowa women's game last night.
Oh, no. What were the odds on that? Was Iowa giving them 50?
It was Iowa. The game started at Iowa was minus 15.5.
Because Iowa's like elite.
Right, they're number 4 in the country. So
What'd you do?
As the game went on, I took MSU in the points.
Almost pulled off the upset.
And I also took the money line because it was tied at the end of the third. So
Listen,
I lost on the money line, but
the place to do it is this. If you like a game but you don't love the spread, I'll give you an example. Golden State last night was hosting Orlando. I didn't want to lay 4. Golden State is very shaky, but I said, you know what? I think they'll win tonight. So you just follow it live for a little bit, and in the second quarter, Golden State fell behind by like 3, and they flashed money line plus 118.
Yep.
You can dip in. Volatile. NHL is a very volatile sport. A little different coming back from a goal than being down 3 in hoops, but you get my point. So you can do that. Just, I don't know about betting women's hoops. I don't know anything about it. All right, that's on the board. Go Okie State. Correct. Listen, NFL regular season wrapping up. Weird finale weekend. I mean, Miami, Buffalo, that's going to be choice. A lot of these other games, be very careful because I don't know who's playing yet.
Live bet.
I'll handle that at the airport tomorrow. New customers, $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. When you place a $5 wager, I'd be very careful this weekend. $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. Hey, is there any way Okie State could lose at home to Chicago State, who's still on the bus?
Absolutely not. No.
So maybe that's your money line bet, and you get the $150. FanDuel.com.
Well, hello, Manhattan. We're not in Manhattan anymore.
Stillwater? FanDuel.com/ticket. Officials partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Everybody does it. That was the message from Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy when asked on a Wednesday teleconference about the sign stealing scandal that has engulfed U of M football for the last 3 months. Quote, 80% of the teams in college football steal signs. It's just a thing about football. It's been around for years. We actually had to adapt because in 2020 or 2019, when Ohio State was stealing our signs, which is legal and they were doing it, we had to get up to the level that they were at, and we had to make it an even playing field.
But we didn't know that cheating was going on in the program.
McCarthy, whose first year at U of M was 2021, by the way, said any NCAA penalties, including vacating wins and championships, wouldn't take away from Michigan's successes this season. In less than 48 hours after Michigan ended his season, Alabama center Seth McLaughlin has entered the transfer portal. McLaughlin had at least a half dozen problematic shotgun snaps in the Rose Bowl, including several that led to drive-killing stops for the Crimson Tide. McLaughlin has struggled pretty much all season to deliver consistently clean shotgun snaps, including one he sent over Jalen Milroe's head on the 3rd and goal at Auburn, setting up Alabama's now legendary 4th and goal from the 31.
He'll be at Lowe's or Home Depot. Sure.
Mike Villani called McLaughlin snaps, quote, killing worms all season, unquote. The Lions released veteran pass rusher Bruce Irvin earlier today. Also in Lions news, they have installed 2023 NFC North Division Championship banners at the practice facility in Allen Park. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, we're talking Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell more specifically. Are you all in with the Dan Gamble part? Not Dan Campbell, the coach, because I think he's the best coach that the Lions have ever had. But Dan Gamble, his alter ego, who sometimes takes things a little too far and makes you uncomfortable watching the game. Are you all in or are you all out? There is no in between. While I don't like all the time that he gambles, I'm going to say that I'm all in simply because it got you to this point. It's why you are raising a banner, as you just heard Beanie talking about at the practice facility.
All out.
Because you did new things. You got different results. Now, it's going to cost you, and I'm okay with that. Because you're no longer the laughingstock of the league. We're not talking whether they should tank this game for a draft pick. We're talking about, okay, home playoff game is coming up, and should you rest the starters? This is good things. I'm all in. I'm not happy to be all in, but if given the choice, I'm all in.
Rico is being begrudgingly all in.
Yes.
And let me explain what all out means. All out just means I disagree with how he runs the game. I think he's a good coach because he commands the respect of a locker room. These guys will run through a wall for him. I think he's infinitely likable. But what I disagree with, to a large extent, is where we've arrived in football today. That in the name of analytics, coaching decisions going off the rails. And I think he does a lot of stuff that's just insane, unnecessary, reckless. And if you ask me, oh, really? Well, what do the good teams do? They don't do this. You know who doesn't go for it on 4th down? The Niners. Now, you could say, well, what about this particular situation? Oh, I like being aggressive. 4th and an inch, 38-yard line. Am I taking a 53-yard field goal or am I doing the tush push? Yeah, I'm doing the tush push. But you know what I'm not doing? 4th and goal from the 6 in a 7-3 game? No, I'm just going to take the 3. Second quarter, taking the 3. You know what I'm doing? You want to go for the win at the end of regulation? Cool. I get it. Matt supports it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm not doing? Going for 2 from the 7, then going for 2 from the 4.
Because here's the thing.
Not doing it.
When you start going for it and you don't get it, you're not going to be chasing those points the entire game. If they kick the field goal, it's a 7-6 game. And now down the line, you score that touchdown.
That's right.
The pressure is now on Dallas because in 22 seconds, they got to march down the field and hope to get a game-winning field goal where you just got to play some defense. Aiden's playing probably the best game he's played as a pro, had 3 sacks. Like, everything was on your side. But I like where they are now.
So here's the deal.
I'm all in because for
You're
the first
willing
time,
to take the good with the bad
Yeah.
and just not be angry.
Yeah.
I'm not. I reserve the right to be angry. I am all out on the aggression because I honestly believe at best you're hitting 50% on these. And I think tactics are critical. The better you get in this league, the bigger the stage, the higher the stakes. Tactical has to be the word. He treats it like Dalton from Roadhouse. That doesn't work for me. I want tactical. I want John Rambo hiding in the mud. You know, I need tactics. So no, I love the guy, but I'm all out on Dan Gamble. I like Dan Campbell.
Yeah, but no Dan Gamble. I don't think you're raising a banner.
Okay, and you might be right. But I am willing to take the slings and arrows of being a guy in Detroit that I will tell you I do not agree with how he runs a game. And that's okay. Yeah. Doesn't mean I don't like the guy or think he's a damn good coach. He is.
Right. It just means that at some point, Dan Gamble's going to meet up with Uncle Lenny. And you know when those two get together, oh, boy.
See, Rico, it's almost like we're doing this without saying it. We're using the Lions' past to say we're all in. Yeah. Because for decades, we were saying, oh, coaches get lionized and, oh, they do this and they do that. Dan Gamble has come in here and said, you know what? I don't care what anyone thinks.
David,
I'm doing this.
He did something that every Lion coach has come in and said that they were going to do. I'm going to change the culture. And in the end, the culture changed them. The culture lionized every coach where you could look at that moment. I'm going to take the win. Really? I'm going to ride off on my motorcycle. I'm going to throw a red flag, even though the refs are about to overturn the play. I'm going to go for the pitch back and forth type of thing. He's actually changed the culture. It's coming at a cost. It ain't free. It's going to cost you some games.
Right, so it's almost like, wow, I guess we got to be in. They've done something in 30 years they haven't done before.
No. Okay. I don't have to do anything.
Very true.
And I'm willing to be here. I'll play the role of Kyrie. I'm the voice for the voiceless today.
And
I'm burning sage in the studio.
Speaking of burning,
yeah,
that's Tyreek Hill's house. It's burning right now.
Do not ask me to make a joke about a man's home being on fire.
No.
But boy, my mind went to something based on his recent news stories.
Right.
Oh, left eye.
No, I don't want to go there, but I'm not going to lie to you. When you just said it to me, I go, 3 kids, 4 months, while married. Uh-oh.
Do the math.
Now, I'm not saying. Just telling you where my mind went. We're about transparency here. Let's go to
Don't
people.
go chasing waterfalls.
Okay, then. Yehuda's up next, 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. Nice to talk to you again. Welcome. What's going on?
Yes. So I think that, you got to be fair and say there's Dan Gamble, and then there's just Dan playing stupid. So there's the Dan Gamble, which I'm totally fine with. I think going for the 2-point attempt is good. In the Chargers game, nobody really speaks about that, but it worked out great for us. You win the game. Everybody's happy. But then there's, the 4th and 7 moment, or I think also, in the Packers game, there was I think we were on our own 35 and it was 4th and 5 and it's we're down by 7 points. So that already is for me, it's there's just a few of those moments, but for me, that's those are the ones that I just can't, I can't accept those. So I'd say I'm all in with Dan Gamble, but the few moments where it's just it's stupid, those I can't really be okay with.
Hold on now.
No, you're in my boat. But the thing is, it's.
Are you accepting of it though?
Yeah, it's you can't do it. It's just like the dinner. There's no substitutions.
I don't accept it, therefore I'm all out. But Yehuda, if you accept it, you're all in. You know you're going to get a few things you don't like, but you're okay.
No
with
substitutions with the dinner. You got to take everything.
So which is it?
So then I'd be forced. I think that overall his aggressiveness is good. Whenever I see the other team go for it on 4th and 2. I always get super nervous. I'd more rather they punt. So on the flip side of that, I think even though you're right, we're going to lose a couple. You know, the 2-point attempt for me is like that's something that, you know, Dallas overall, they had better odds. They had a better chance. I think going for the 2-point attempt, you know, having a 50% shot at it, I think that's great. So I'm going to have to say I'm good with him then.
Okay. And listen, I don't think there's right and wrong. It's just about establishing where we're at before the playoffs. Because this week, here's what happened. You made a big decision, a decision most coaches wouldn't make. It put you in a spot and the league screwed you. No doubt about it. You can go to your grave saying we beat Dallas. You did. Except you didn't, but you did. The point is what happened next. Was his aggression going to another level? Or what he did in the second quarter? See, those are the things I'm all out on. And I am willing to give up the hyper-aggression to just play it straight. Because to me, that's what you're going to have to do to win a Super Bowl. I just don't think you're ever going to see somebody go and win a Super Bowl and go for it on 4th down 7 times in a Super Bowl. Not down 30, not in garbage time, but a guy who fakes a punt, runs 18 trick plays, never kicks a field goal, and then goes for 2 at the end of the Super Bowl because it's a 2.4 win differential advantage.
Right, you're allowed.
I don't think I'm ever going to see it.
No, you're allowed to do the trick play, the Sean Payton. We're going to start the second half with an onside kick. The Philly special, where all of a sudden we're going to run that trick play right before the half.
But not all together.
Right.
That's insane.
There's a limit. You get
think about
one.
This. Think about this. If you were playing, let's say that was the Ravens in the Super Bowl, do you think he goes for 2 to win the Super Bowl or kicks to tie the game? You know that answer.
He goes for 2.
No, hell no, he doesn't.
He goes for 2.
Hell no.
Mike, he goes for 2.
Okay.
And
guess what?
And
that's why I'm all out.
And we can't prove that,
insane.
but come on. With 22 seconds to go in the Super Bowl, the Lions score. You know Dan Campbell.
We are going to overtime.
Is going for 2. And he will sit there and tell every reporter, I wanted to win this thing right here, right now.
David, what do you believe? Because you're ripping your headset off like Nick Saban. What do you have?
I want to be against Rico, but I think I'm leaning more Rico
You know
now.
I'm right, David.
He's
Come
Dan
in,
Gamble.
David, the doors to the studio are open. Come on in, my brother.
Kenny.
I think Rico's right. And I think I kind of like it.
No. Kenny likes it, but if the Ravens knock it down, oh my goodness! Every Lion. No. I know.
You don't get to cry.
You live by the sword. You die by the sword.
Right, and that's what I'm asking you to accept if you're all in on Campbell. I'm not willing to do that.
But yes, if given the opportunity, with under 30 seconds to go, and the Lions score, and they could go for 2 and win a Super Bowl, absolutely. Mike, it ain't even a Super Bowl. If they go out to San Francisco and he has an opportunity to make it the Super Bowl, he is going for 2. He is not kicking an extra point. He doesn't like his kicker. I can't prove that, but he doesn't like using them.
But if that's what got him to the Super Bowl, what's to stop him from ending a Super Bowl like that? Of course he would do it like that.
You're all crazy. 248-539-9797. We will get more of your phone calls next. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Heck, you need to go out and see Andrew right now. He's on cloud 9 because he's with the biggest Wolverine fan that I know. He'll find you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet to take advantage of the great inventory of the new 2024 Chevrolets. Get ready for immediate delivery. Stop in and pick out yours because the selection is right now. It's best right now. Hamilton Chevrolet wants to be your Chevy dealer. And right now, Hamilton Chevrolet wants to thank Ron Marks for taking advantage of last month's Rico deal. Ron drove off with a great deal on a Blazer. You know, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Ron knows what I'm talking about. You should too. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, was talking with Rico. But let me switch gears and tell you that when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. They got you covered. Mastercraft can't get to you same day. They're going to take $100 off that next day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. I'm not going to dignify that with a response because I have no idea what's going on, and God forbid something serious is going on. But Jesus, I'm just saying,
know what? You're right.
Just saying what I thought.
Way to go, Pastor.
Yeah,
Don't
the
do
pastor
that.
making jokes.
Don't do that.
You better hope nothing serious happened down
I'm
there.
so sorry.
Don't tell us you're sorry. You know who to tell. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good,
First time
babe.
caller, long time listener.
What's up?
I'm all in on Campbell, 100%. I love the call at the end. I love going for it again, and I wouldn't do it any other way. He told the team that we're going to get the ball, we're going to go down, and we're going to score, and they did that to perfection. And then to take his guys off, every player wanted to be on that field. Every player. They compete at the highest level.
So,
and I just love that.
And
Every
that's
player
and
after
that's
the
all
game
good.
said the
So
same thing.
even from the 7, you were good with that 2-point
Even
call.
from they are good for it. That's all that matters. And every player after the game, they all said the same thing. We didn't make the plays down the stretch. And coach said the same thing. And to be honest with you, when Dallas lined up at the end, I thought that when they lined up and did the hard count, I was like, if this was the Lions, we'd put this game away, and I love that. I said we would go for it on fourth. We're not giving them the ball back. And the game before, Ben Johnson said the same thing. We wish we would have ended the game with the ball in our hand, and that's who we are as an identity as a team. And I just love it. And who wants to go against this guy? You know, lining up, end of the game, biggest moment, make the perfect play call. And then callers in here hate on Goff. You know what I mean? He throws that pick. That's the most emotion I've seen from Goff all season long. He bends down, grabs his helmets. He knows he screwed up, and then he goes down and leads a winning drive. This team is dangerous, and this coach is dangerous. Same with the fake punt. He knew the offense was struggling, and we needed a boost, and he gave us that boost, and we couldn't convert, and the players know that.
Okay, I'll just listen. Listen, Brian, it's not right or wrong. I want you to understand my perspective.
Just know.
Do that in a playoff game and give San Francisco 1st and 10 at your 32. And I want to make sure you got that bleep-eating grin on your face. Going, oh, shucks, that's my coach. See,
It's great. No, Mike, it's great when you hit that 5-leg parlay.
But you got to talk about the losses.
Right.
Okay?
Nobody does.
I lost on Central last night. I'm not up here gloating on St. John's.
Right.
You have to understand that when you get in the playoffs, no one plays this way.
Everything went perfectly for you against the Chargers. Every gamble worked, and you won the game. It was a shootout. That's rare because you're right. In the playoffs, you start playing against teams that you're equal or better, and you give them great field position, they're going to make you pay for that.
Go to Brad, 97.1. What's up, Brad?
Hey, how's it going? Okay, listen to this. This is what I figured it out. I'm not all in, but I like him as a coach. But I think what we all fail to realize is, and hear what I'm saying here, I hope everyone listening. Dan Campbell is that same coach that remind you of that great woman that you went out and met, and she gave you a hard time from being scorned. You got to work so hard because she's been hurt from before. Dan Campbell is the same coach that was on the 0-16 Lion team. So he is that scorned player from going 0-16 that all he sees is win, and as you can see, his control theory. Until Brad Holmes, because he's like his next closest thing is his boss. It's like you got to have that person to say, hey, man, because this man hurt you or this woman hurt you, all men are not the same. Until Brad Holmes can tell him and can calm him and say, hey, listen, what happened when you went 0-16, you're a great coach. Don't get too emotionally involved. And I guarantee you at the end of the season, when someone talks to him, he's going to bring that up. I never forgot being 0-16 and being on that team. All I see now is win.
Brad, I get what you're saying, but David doesn't. No,
I'm completely lost, so I'm just going to let you explain it. Because all I heard was love, scorn, failed relationships, disappointment.
I think
What's that have to do with going for 2 from the 7?
I think he's saying that Dan Campbell is still stuck in the past. Dan Campbell is still feeling the hurt from being on the 0-16 team. I don't think he's that scorned because he went on and had a career and did other things in Dallas and other places. So he's saying because he was on that 0-16 team that he always feels like the Lions are that same way. He doesn't see them as this new Lions team that's winning. Right, I disagree too.
I think that's crazy.
But that's where he was coming from.
This is a guy who's waited his whole life to run a team the way he believes it should be run. He's got an aggressive personality. He's embraced analytics and aggression. And in his mind, this is what gives them the best chance to win. Full stop. I don't think we need to go Phil Donahue.
No, I don't. No,
you are not the father. Like, I don't know what the hell that last call was.
I do believe that the caller may be right. He went too far. Now, if he said the team, he still sees the team as that 1-16 from last year. No. And that's why he's still gambling, because the gambling got him out of that funk. The gambling gave him a nice run, and the gambling has them hanging a banner on Sunday.
Or is it because they're good?
They're good.
See, that's the other problem. Like, I give you an example. When their offensive line is healthy, they're undefeated. They run for 180 yards a game.
Well, now they've lost one. But they're not undefeated.
You're right. Okay, 6-1. But my point
before
is,
the texters called, text in.
Mistake! But like, you are also good. I think it's unfair to be like, well, the only reason you're here is because you have a riverboat gambler as a coach.
And that's why I said I'm all in, because it got you to this point. And we are not talking about whether they should tank this game and the next quarterback. Well, we are talking the next quarterback, but whether they should tank this game and the draft pick and how important it is to lose. Should they lose? Should they win? We're talking about, okay, who are you going to play and what's the path to get to the Super Bowl? But it took this man, Dan Gamble, every now and then Hank has to come out. I don't like it, but he does.
You're willing to accept when Campbell becomes Gamble.
Yeah.
I'm not. I just can't. It violates how I want to see the game run. Now, believe me, I'll say it again.
But I see the happiness on Kenny's face, and that's why you have to have Dan Gamble. Because Lions fans are experiencing something they never have.
So much of this has already become normalized, and he still colors so far outside the lines. Like 15 years ago, if you had 4th and 2 and it was from the 38, you kicked a 53-yard field, right? Now, go for it.
But Mike,
but you know this goes so far outside.
Right. And because you're winning, people will accept it. And you know what happens when coaches start losing. The same things that people loved you for is why they want to run you out of town. Oh, Brady Hoke doesn't need to wear headsets because he's got $1 million coordinators. Until now, they start losing. Man doesn't wear headsets. Hey, keep chopping, keep chopping. Well, you did chop away your career. Way to go. So, yes, when you're winning, everything you do, people love, they embrace. And right now, the Dan Gamble is winning. Now, he loses a playoff game and they come out and fall in their face next year. You're going to have more people on your side. But right now,
that's fine. I don't need anybody on my side. I want this team to win. And Lord knows I want his decisions to work. But make no mistake, I am the person who you go out and let's say it's 4th and goal from the 1, and I see you an empty set and you throw a fade route. That's a bad call. I don't care if the receiver catches it or not. Mm-hmm. It's a bad call that worked. Cool. I still don't have to agree with it. That's why I would be lying if I said I was all in.
Oh, yeah. Dan Gamble showed up the first game against the Chiefs. We all forgot about it because then your boy Kadarius Stoney said, wait. I can do better than that. But remember, they failed on that fourth down play and gave the Chiefs the ball at midfield, and you thought the game was going to go the
That's
other
right.
way.
No, it's a great point. You know what? You're right, because it was, 4+ months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. Bottom line, they have enough product. They moved enough product, cover 26 football fields. They've got all the Trex decking and railing in stock. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 weeks. No. You buy it, you get it. Industry low pricing. And they're doing installs all year round. All you need to do, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
The Lions are busy getting ready for their regular season finale versus Minnesota on Sunday. Maybe the biggest unknown they had to game plan for was the Vikings quarterback, a position that's been a revolving door for Minnesota since Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles over 2 months ago. But Minnesota coach Kevin O'Connell took mystery out of the equation Wednesday, announcing the Vikings will start Nick Mullins against Detroit. Mullins previously started 2 games before being benched after his 4-interception performance against the Lions on Christmas Eve. Mullins relieved Jaren Hall at halftime of the Vikings' 33-10 home loss to Green Bay this past weekend. In 4 games for the Vikings this year, Mullins is completing 67.3% of his passes with 910 yards, 5 touchdowns, 6 picks, and he's been sacked 8 times. Michigan is busy, too, preparing for its national championship bout with Washington, which you can hear right here on 97.1 on Monday, by the way. Off the field, though, we have an early reverse line movement alert. The point spread for this game opened at Michigan minus 4.5. It's now up to U of M laying 5 at some books. This despite 73% of public bets and 73% of the money betting Washington. And the Pistons exercised the demon that was their historic 28-game losing streak over the weekend, but now they'll try to end their 15-game road skid tonight at Utah. Don't worry, Detroit's funk away from home isn't anywhere near historic by NBA standards. The association's mark for consecutive road futility, an unfathomable 43 straight L's set by the Kings across the 90-91 and 91-92 seasons. You can hear Pistons at Jazz tonight on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 8:35. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
Hey, quick update on the Tyreek thing. So good news, at least. Everyone was out of the house, totally safe. No one's in there. Obviously, you don't want to see the dude's house burned down. But the pictures, Jesus. What the hell is going on? I mean, that is a blaze.
Yeah.
So, but everyone's safe. So that's really all that matters.
See,
all right.
I'm fine.
Wait, what?
I'm good.
He said he's fine.
I'm covered now.
He's covered now.
No, David, I'm just making a point.
I know. I'm just, I know.
There's a difference between thinking something and saying something.
Kenny's been destroying me in here.
What'd you say?
I said Kenny's been destroying me in
He
here.
should. For a pastor, that's an embarrassment. Ticket text before we get back to the people. And then I have an all in the family football today to do, which is no, it's not Archie Bunker. I just meant I have targeted questions for Rico, Kenny, David. They don't know what the questions are. They're all football related. We'll go around the room, rapid fire style. I tried to cater to their needs. So Mama's got some questions.
Mike, I just want to let you know that sometimes you're an innovator and you don't even know it. So, David, really quick, Mike has always talked about a lot of the arenas and places should downsize, especially in college and pros. Too big. So the Baylor Bears, the basketball team,
national champs a couple years ago.
Yes, opening up a brand new facility, holds about 8,000 people.
Very that intimate. Might be a little. That might be Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. 8,000.
Very intimate.
What do you get? A Barca lounger and not a seat?
And it's built vertical. So yeah, here's what it looks like.
What is it?
Where like everything almost goes straight up.
So what's the mindset of 8,000? That's a power program in the Big 12.
For years that I guess you don't sell out, you still look like you sell out.
And the place will be rocking.
Because remember, Baylor's still, that's a football school.
And if you make the tickets more expensive, you make the amenities better, but you downsize, like I've talked about it with Michigan State football.
Right.
There is no reason in 2023 that a stadium that's 100 years old has an 80,000 seat capacity.
Well, you look at Northwestern in the brand new stadium they're building, and I think it's under 40. I think it's like 35,000.
Minnesota did a great job with their new stadium. So no, I respect. I just 8,000.
Oregon Stadium, like everybody thinks, like it's not that big. It's
what, Outson?
Yeah,
Outson's 58.
Yeah, but you would think it's Oregon, it's Nike money. It would be 100. Nope,
buddy. There's 3 or 4 schools that care about the size of their stadium. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the dude driving the red Corvette. Okay. No one cares.
So, yeah. But so you, my friend.
3-4 schools are obsessed about the size of their gherkin. The rest of us just want to have a good game day experience. That's it.
And the ironic thing is 3 of them are in the Big Ten.
All righty then.
And the other one is Tennessee.
Okay. They need to pay more attention to their dental care. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how are you, sir?
What's up, Mike? What's up, Rico?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm still all in at this point. You know, like you said, the reason we're here is because of Campbell, and I saw an article not too long ago saying we're one of the top 5 teams that players want to come and play for. But I also kind of take into account that he's still learning on the fly. So a lot of these big games, these are his first big games as well, too. So I don't want him to see him make the same mistakes over and over. So, like you said, if we're in the Super Bowl, I don't think we're going to get there this year, but, you know, we go for 2 at the end, get a penalty, we got to kick the extra point at that point. But, you know, at this point, I'm still all in with them, though.
Yeah, and again, Paul, I think it's something I don't have any problem if people say, like Rico said, his aggression has helped turn the mindset of this franchise around. The all-out aggression, it puts the defense on alert. I don't think anyone is wrong. What I don't like is that if someone like me doesn't agree with a lot of what he does, that it makes me a hater. No, it doesn't. I think he's fantastic. But I just have a fundamental disagreement with how he's running the game in a lot of high-leverage spots. I don't think that makes me bad.
No, not at all. And I think if you were to ask him after the season, you know, privately, you know, you're taking a negative 12% play percentage.
Right.
He would probably agree with you and say, hey, emotions got the best of me. But, you know, again, you just can't continuously make the same mistakes over and over as the stakes get higher and higher is my only thing.
Yeah, and Paulie, that's part of it is I'm ready for the playoff game right now. And those moments, like, I'm not saying you're going to do it, but Paul, you know it if you listen to the show. If he does some zany stuff and it doesn't work, a lot of these people calling today saying they're all in are going to be singing an entirely different tune from an entirely different album. And that's my point. And that's why I'm asking it now versus later.
No, I agree. But thanks, guys. Hope you guys have a great day. All right?
Same to you, Paulie. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, but you're right. But that's the nature of being a fan. You're going to be like, oh, he shouldn't have. Well, that's why I'm willing to live with it.
Hey,
and
I'm right here telling you.
Right, I know. This isn't going to end well. The boat's going to sink.
No, it's not. How dare
Leo's going to float away as an ice cube. But
I still believe Rose could have let him up on that board.
You know what?
Why did he have to freeze to death?
Rose is selfish.
There was definitely room. Come on.
Not only is Rose selfish, she was selfish then, and then she was selfish as an old lady because she threw the diamond in the water instead of giving it to her daughter, who put up with her and let her move into her house.
That rancid old woman.
Right. Oh, let me here's to my booty call. Here's a $10 million diamond. Let me toss it in the water. So, yeah, she was a bad woman across the board.
Got Rico just hitting seniors with chairs.
Trust me. That's...
Kenny, do you agree? I mean, come on.
Oh, I'm with you 100%.
She let Leo DiCaprio freeze to death in that movie.
There was definitely room, okay?
Hey, I'm on this big piece of wood. I would have to move.
Help me, Dad.
Yeah, between her and Jenny from Forrest Gump, 2 worst women in movies.
I hated her.
I was so angry.
She waits back until she's got diseases and a kid, and then she wants him to take care of her.
Who liked her? She was awful.
He wanted to love her for a decade.
All he wanted to do was be with her. That's all the guy wanted.
Out traipsing around town. She's in a hippie colony.
I mean,
she's
basically
at the strip club.
Right.
Now she's playing a guitar. Now she's a cokehead.
Yeah, now she's licking the sidewalk. Hey, Forrest, I'm homeless. Can I come back? Sure, Jenny.
I'm homeless, gonna die, and by the way, this might be your kid.
Wait. No. First of all, hey, let me leave in the middle of the night and you wake up to a pair of shoes.
There it is.
Here you go, Forrest. Just go running for a while. You'll get over me.
So more about that call in Dallas coming up next. Christ. What other movie characters does Rico hate? All right. You're running out of time to get health insurance for 24. What are you waiting on? Call Mike Papura now. It's the only time you can change your coverage. Open enrollment. It ends soon. Mike Papura shops every health insurance plan available. Make sure you get the best bang for your buck. We know it because Mike has been taking care in the insurance game, taking care of people for over a decade. Best in the game. He'll check to see if you qualify for government subsidy. He'll shop health insurance carriers that are on and off the marketplace. He will get you the lowest price, guaranteed. Open enrollment's here. You want coverage? It's time. Call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or simply go on the web to nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, it's going to be football today with a twist. It's an all-in-the-family football today where each of my children over here I have football questions for. David, music, please. All right, we're going to go around the room. There's no order. The gentlemen don't know what I'm going to ask them, but these are specific football questions from college and pro. So why don't we start out with the privileged one, Mr. Rico Beard. Mr. Reek, okay, then whispers the Rams are going to be sitting players against the Niners this Sunday. Impact on the Lions would mean you could be facing the Packers. Correct. More on that later. But Rico, on the topic of sitting players, A, do you subscribe to it? B, you're the Niners. You're the 1 seed. Sitting everyone, some people, no one. Go.
sitting a handful of people. McCaffrey is sitting, Williams is sitting, but everybody else is getting at least a half. I'm going to treat it like the second preseason game. Win or lose, by halftime, Purdy, Debo, Ayuk, you're all done for the day. I don't believe in sitting players because I think after a while, I flashback to, 2019 Ravens when they were the number 1 seed and they ended up losing to the Titans because they sat everybody for like 2-3 weeks and they weren't ready. So,
Mr. Hatchett, a simple question with two questions rather.
Okay.
It's what you want and what does this man want? David Hall whispers, Mike Tomlin may be done in Pittsburgh. He may just say, I've had enough. Do you want Mike Tomlin back? And will Tomlin be back?
I'll start with the second one. Yes, Mike Tomlin will be back. I think he wants to return. He wants to stay the Steelers head coach. I would not bring him back. I think his voice has gotten stale. I think it's time for a new voice in Pittsburgh.
Even though he wins he hasn't had a losing season.
Hold on, I'm going to play the role of David. 1 Super Bowl, bitch. Did I do it right?
That was great. That was
okay.
outstanding.
So if that's the case, then you can't call me privileged because that's one more than my team has seen.
I want to be privileged.
David, the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years.
Keep it together. Kenny Cott, want to assess your bitterness level after watching Georgia win 63-3 over Florida State split squad. Are you more angry than ever that you lost to Bama? And just admit it, do you believe in your heart it was you who was capable of beating Michigan and not Alabama?
I believe we were capable of beating Michigan and Alabama both times. But yes, my spite level is in maybe a 15 out of 10. I'm very angry. I'm very frustrated. And I resent you for asking me the question to begin with.
All right. Happy New Year.
Trust me, it was better than the text message he sent me over the holiday.
And it's better than what he said to me over lunch the other day where he said he wanted to bear
No.
Let's go. Mr. R.L. Beard, over to you. I'd like you, without being shameless or a complete fan, I would like you to step back and please grade Jonathan Smith's first month as MSU's head coach, assessing recruiting, portal, NIL, fundraising, and general clothing donations.
You know what? I'll give it a B because he managed to bring back a lot of players that I think the state needs. He was able to bring a lot of his players from Oregon State, a lot of his recruits. I'll give it a B. Childs is what puts it at maybe a B plus because you have a quarterback now because he had an empty room.
What could he have done better?
I mean, maybe get somebody that wasn't affiliated with Oregon State or Michigan State to come to MSU.
All righty, over to Mr. Hatchet Man Hall. David, do you have a singular cell in your body that doubts that Michigan will dump truck Washington next Monday night for the national title?
No, I don't have a doubt. Washington is who I wanted in the first game because Washington has no defense. So no, I have no doubt. They're winning the national title.
Mr. Kenny Cott, you're the SEC representative. 2 notes. A, do you feel shame that your blessed SEC failed America and allowed Michigan to play for it all? And do you believe there could be a bit of a power shift with the new rules in college football and the new expanded Big Ten?
I don't know about power shift, but I'll say power struggle. I think this is going to expose how deep each conference is. You're going to see exactly how strong these schedules are based on who makes it and based on how far they advance in the playoff.
All right, back to David Hull before we go to R.L. Beard. Switch it up. Mr. Hatchetman, ESPN put out a list of the top 100 college football players for this season.
Yes.
Do you know where the first Michigan player appeared and who that player was? The answer may surprise you.
No, I only looked at the top 10. I did not see the first Michigan player.
Do you know where the first Michigan player was, Rico Beard?
I do not.
Kenny, do you? The first Michigan player debuted at 21st overall. Do you know who the player was?
I would have Blake Corum.
No.
Wow.
Rico.
Will Johnson.
No. Kenny.
Donovan Edwards.
No. But shout out Donovan.
It had to be JJ then.
No, the top-rated Michigan Wolverine on the list.
Tight end.
Mikey Sandra still at 21st overall.
Whoa.
Wow. Didn't see that coming.
That's
not even close.
And Kenny doesn't see this question coming. Kenny, I know you're a bit of a football historian. The last Browns quarterback to lead him to a title, legend Frank Ryan, has passed away at 87 years old. Your biggest memory of Frank Ryan?
Not watching him because I wasn't born yet.
Over to Rico Beard. The league gave an insulting instructional video about players reporting into games. I think it absolutely bleeped all over the Lions. I thought it was absurd. Question, would the league ever dare have that same patronizing response if it was their blessed Cowboys or Packers or Niners or whomever?
No, they wouldn't. Because the league basically doubled down and said, quit blaming us for your ineptitude. You didn't do it the correct way. We're not to blame. I don't think they would. But, Mike, I don't think, the Cowboys would have complained. But I don't think any other team, I don't think Pittsburgh would have complained. They would have said, they would have did it privately. Detroit and Dallas would have done it publicly. I think the Cowboys would have got that same instructional video, but just those two teams.
David Hall, is Monday Jim Harbaugh's last game at Michigan?
Yes, it is. Whether suspension or he's moving to the NFL, it's his last game.
The hatchet
Shame, it's got to be an L.
Hatchet man has spoken. We go back to Rico. David Tepper, the cantankerous owner of the Panthers, has now been fined $300,000 for throwing a drink at a heckler Jaguar fan. Here's my question. Is it wrong to think that this man's behavior and temper is actually going to make it harder for him to find people to run his football team?
Absolutely.
Okay, then.
It's not even that, Mike. It's would be the third or fourth coach
Try
in 3 years?
Try the
Wow.
sixth. Try the sixth.
Yeah. Now, the only problem I had with the fine, you should have just gave it to the person you threw the drink on.
Exactly. Yes.
It's going to a charity. Like, the person who got the drink thrown on them got nothing out of this. Sorry, but you're going to get seasoned. You're going to get something because we got to make this up to you. If you're about the fans, then be about the fans, especially when you got the drunk owner out there tossing drinks around.
And we go to Kenny Cott for the last question of the what?
Excellent segue. There we go.
What's wrong?
Rico talking about the drunk guy, and then you pass it to me.
This has nothing to do with that.
Excellent.
And because it's not Rico, a noted MSU alum, me, a noted MSU alum, or David, a noted pastor and Michigan Wolverine scumbag. You are an outsider, so you're getting this question. No response from the peanut gallery. Kenny Cott, next Monday night, will you acknowledge and dignify Michigan's national championship?
I will, because they're now one of us. They're involved in the mud. They're down with the dirty programs like Georgia and Alabama, anybody down south. Welcome to the club, guys.
One of us. One of us. Gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed a little football today with a twist.
That was fun.
The All in the Family edition.
Wait. I got one for you real quick.
What?
Mikey, where is your rooting interest for the Giants this weekend?
Eagles by 1 million.
The Eagles?
I hope every Giant gets diarrhea. Do not win this game and F up a top 5 pick. Please, you've proven your point. You're a bunch of gym class heroes. You love Coach Dayball. Just do us all a solid. Lay down and die. Just die. I don't mean literally die. I just mean professionally don't play well. Stop trying.
Danny Cutlass comes in for the game-winning drive.
I would take a personal day.
Hey, Mike still didn't make it back from New York. Huh?
No. Mike has locked himself in the Statue of Liberty's crown. If they go from 5 to 9 because they win a meaningless game, no. And that is
now
football.
We're done.
And that's football today.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Michigan is busy preparing for its national championship showdown with fellow 14-0 squad Washington. The Wolverines got to this point with a historic run, most recently capped off with a historic playoff semifinal win over Alabama. Heading into that game, the Crimson Tide had been a perfect 66-0 over the last 7 seasons when gaining a lead of 7 points or more in the first quarter. But the specter of NCAA sanctions, potential vacation of wins and titles, and Jim Harbaugh's future were still topics that came up on a media teleconference with the Michigan head coach earlier today. Michigan tries for its first national championship since 1997 on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting Monday at 6:30. Elsewhere in the NFL, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Flacco all will set out their Week 18 games. The Ravens, Chiefs, and Browns are locked into the AFC's 1, 3, and 5 seeds, respectively. Josh Allen says he's good to go for the de facto AFC East title game at Miami Sunday night, this after sustaining a stinger in the fourth quarter last week. And the Vikings are starting Nick Mullins against your NFC North champion Detroit Lions Sunday. The Pistons look to snap their 15-game road losing streak tonight in Salt Lake City. They'll have their work cut out for them. The Jazz are 10-5 at home. Utah won at Detroit 2 weeks ago, 119-111, without 4 of their top 6 scorers. You can hear it right here on 97.1 pregame coverage starting at 8:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, good talk. 4 o'clock. It's great to have you with us. And the topic of the day, it's a good one, and people are into it. And we're doing it preemptively. See, we like being proactive, not reactive. We know what went down in Dallas. And if you're looking for the Michigan stuff, we weaved it into all 4 hours yesterday. That's all available, Odyssey.com rewind. We've stayed away from the negative today because, honestly, there's nothing left for me to say. Your president, your AD, your coach, and your players are all delusional and tone deaf, and I'm not interested. J.J. McCarthy's comments today were hilarious. But I don't need to go there. Oh, we started sign stealing because Ohio State in 2019 was stealing our stuff. J.J., you weren't even there in 19. Second of all, I thought you, the players, didn't even know the sign stealing was going on. That's what we were told. Mm-hmm. Oh, but we did it the right way. Oh, okay. Sure you did. Do me a favor. Pass on answering the question.
Yeah, they're just trying to level the playing field.
Just say, you should ask Coach Harbaugh. That's above my pay grade. I'm focused on playing for a national title. Respectfully. Appreciate the question. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Because if we're going to go down this and he's going to answer all these questions, maybe somebody could ask Blake Corum about his LLC again. Maybe they could ask JJ. JJ, real quick, talk about that illegal recruiting trip you went on when you were about to decommit from Michigan and Harbaugh Cheeseburger. Mm-hmm. Because that's why he's up for a level 1. Yeah. But see, if we're not
by the way, why was Connor Stallings sitting right behind your bench?
So my point is, if we're not going to ask those questions, don't have the press conference. And I don't need to go here. And the kid just played a great game. I don't want to do it because all that's going to be the offseason. Go win your national title, just please. But the delusion, it's a psychological disorder. It really is. So we're going a different direction, which is Dan Campbell versus Dan Gamble. Now, you guys love the aggression. Some of you love all of it. Some of you love some of it. So I need you to make your declaration right here, right now, not after the playoff game, not during, but right now. Are you all in on Dan Gamble? Now, look, we all are in on the head coach. Saying you're all in means you give him carte blanche to make whatever zany, riverboat gambler, analytics-driven, temper-driven, insanity-driven gambles he's going to take. Because the aggression, you believe it helps more than it hurts. If you're all out, well, you still want him to coach your team. You just wish he'd be more tactical. You wish that in certain moments, like, I don't know, 2-point conversion from the 7, yeah, we're going to go ahead and kick that ball. You know what? Second quarter, We just got away with murder. CD fumbled it into the end zone. The fake punt, which was crazy, worked. Let's get points. Let's not walk away empty-handed here. See, that's why I'm all out on the Dan Gamble thing, because I like the game run a different way. I think the elite teams play a different way. And analytics have to be a part of what you do in 2024. But analytics are dangerous. I think you get seduced by them. They don't factor in that they're men, not machines. They don't factor in matchups. They don't factor in the player. They don't factor in weather, injuries, none of it. Mm-hmm. All it is an algorithmic decision. I don't believe that's how football's played. So I am all out on the gamble thing. So, look, no one's right or wrong. It's about identifying where the people are at. And overwhelmingly, people are all in on Dan Campbell's alter ego. And that's fine. I'm willing to stand, not alone, but I'll be in the minority on this.
I think they want this, Mike, because it's been decades of ineptitude here in Detroit, and you get to experience fun things and touchdown plays and exciting football. And it is gambling. You get caught up in the euphoria and the emotion. Oh, my goodness, look what we just did. It's going to cost you. But it's to go with that one caller, it's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all.
Wow.
Fantastic. For 3 decades, you got nothing. And now you get a home playoff game. You're locked into the 3rd seed. You may get, Matthew Stafford coming back to Detroit, and you get to play against the prodigal son. You get to it'll be probably the best week of radio ever. The whole Jared Goff versus Matthew Stafford. Unless it's embargo.
Let's go to not on this show, it ain't. Go to Ron 97.1. Ronnie, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Happy New Year, guys.
Same to you.
New Year. Here's my take. I'm all out, and the reason I'm all out is, and I was all in the first 2 years, but that's because we weren't the better team the first 2 years. We needed to resort to some tricks here and there, but we are the better team most weeks. I'd even say 15, 16 weeks of the season, we're the better team. We don't need to resort to tricks all the time. I think Campbell gave Dallas way too much credit, thinking, we can't beat them in overtime, where I completely disagree. I think we had all the momentum. Dallas really only scored one touchdown drive, other than that freak lucky play that, Barnes missed a tackle. I think we have the advantage in overtime. I'm okay from the 2-yard line. Absolutely not from the 7. We're the better team now. We don't need to resort to this anymore.
Ron, I'm with you. And again, I'm the same guy who'll tell you in today's game, as long as they haven't outlawed the brotherly shove, 4th and an inch, midfield, of course I'm going for it. 4th and an inch on the goal line, nah, I'm not going to kick a field goal. I'm going to go. But this other stuff, no, I don't have a need for it. I'm with you. I think this team is quality. I think they're built right. I just feel like you should have graduated from some of this stuff.
It's an unnecessary step, but
to me. But I'm a little more old school with it.
I'm with you.
But you're on board.
I have to be, because I like what I see. I like how Lions fans, man, it's a different feeling down at Ford Field where you believe in this team. And
I do.
I can't take that away from the people. So
you don't have to take it away.
That means, you know what? You got to go with Dan Gamble.
I know it's always going to be a love-hate thing for me. So it'd be dishonest for me to say I'm all in, because there will always be points I'm going to criticize and critique it, because I don't think it's the best way to run a team. I think he does 9 out of 10 things right. These guys run through a wall for him. He is respected. He is a good football coach. Mm-hmm. It is this one singular personality trait of his that drives me nuts. Go to Ryan, 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Ryan. What's going on?
Hey. Well, Mike, you need a little bit of love here, man. I'm all with you. I'm no football coach. I'm not a great football mind by any means. But watching all the games, I believe he's cost us more than he's won us. And part of the reason why I disagree with Rico on what got us here is that, and also I think he motivates the players other ways. These players are smart. Do we really believe that all these players agree with all of these gambles he's done?
That's a tough question, man. I mean, at the end of the game, when you tell your team, listen, we're going to go down the field and score, we're going to go for 2 and win the game, hell yes, they agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, because I think it's more of a you just got to trust the process and hope that coach knows what he's doing and what he's talking about.
Yeah, well, the play from the 2, I'm all in. 7, that is a whole different ballgame right there. You're taking out the run. It's so much harder. Even from the 4, I believe it was so much harder.
It was.
And I don't understand why we have to pick between the 2. Why can't we just be in the middle? And because he's a great coach.
But he does not want to operate in the middle. See, that's the thing. Listen, Ryan, guys like you and me, I think we're moderates on this. I'm not a person who wants, Wyoming head coach Craig Bowl and that level of conservatism. That's a guy that on 4th and an inch from the 40 in positive territory punts the ball. No. I'm in the middle. Times to be aggressive, times not. But I don't ever lose my mind with this stuff. If you're all in on Dan Campbell, you are all the way in. He can do whatever he wants, and you're never going to get upset by it. Plenty of you are not upset with what he did from the 7 or the 4. I differ. So that's okay, but I don't think it's wrong for me to say I'm out. I will never, ever subscribe to that line of decision-making. Ever.
No, and I'm all in only because I was given 2 choices.
That's right.
And choice.
It's a nasty game, isn't it?
Right. Your choice is if you play ultra-conservative or you just play conservative and you do things like every other coach, I think he loses his edge because that's not him. That's not what he does.
Okay. That's fine. It's uh-oh. David, you okay? Oh my God. Is he choking? Kenny, help the guy.
Kenny's just like, well.
Kenny's sitting there with that stupid smile on his face, and David's gagging.
Kenny's like,
Can't stop coughing.
Kenny's like, I always wanted to be producer. David, do you need any help? I'm sorry. Hey, David.
Here, David, take a sip of water.
David, if you need help, clearly say, Kenneth, please come and help me. If you don't, I'm just going to let you keep coughing.
David, currently choking. Kenny. That doesn't help the problem, David. All right, go get some water. Kenny, will you please hop on the board so David can get his life together, and we get to your phone calls next. 97.1.
Okay, you probably made the New Year's resolution. You want to get in better shape. Planet Fitness heard you, and they're here for you. And now through January 12th, pay just 24 cents, and you can get started at Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. At Planet Fitness, you will experience the squeaky clean gyms with tons of equipment, whether it's elliptical machines, whether it's treadmills, free weights. Planet Fitness has it. And if you say you don't have time, actually you do, because Planet Fitness can give you a full body workout in just 30 minutes within the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include fitness training. You get all of this for just 24 cents to get started in 2024. You get it? But it's now through January 12th. And after that, it's just $10 a month. And you can cancel at any time, but trust me, you're not going to want to cancel because you're going to love Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Just stop at any Planet Fitness to sign up or go to planetfitness.com.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in fatality or serious injury in Michigan are staggering. The attorney you choose has to have specialized knowledge and expertise to handle these cases. That attorney is David Femininio. Him and his team, they've helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years. They're ready to help you right now. You've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. David on the ticket text, then back to the calls. You guys want to mix in a little college football blitz later in the hour? I'm not against it. Just making sure we go back and forth. And David, if you want to mix a couple Michigan things into that blitz, go ahead.
Yeah, you could talk about the flight of the Bama Crimson Tide players hitting the portal left and right.
Serious now.
Gone.
No,
7 players.
I'm being serious. David, you think Harbaugh's last game is Monday, right?
Yes.
Do you think Saban's got more than one? Do you think Saban's got 1 year left? He hates the portal. He hates NIL. He's 70-something.
You know what?
You know, Miss Terry's in his ear going, get your ass home. It's time to go on the boat.
I think that's why he was so angry, because he really wanted to go out with a bang. At least if he lost in the title game.
Well, then get a quarterback who can throw a forward pass.
And that was the frustration. Like, oh, my God, this is so simple. Center.
You can't live on
hike
deep
the ball
shots.
to quarterback.
Can't
Why
live
is
on-
it so difficult?
Can't live on deep shots.
How about hiking the ball?
David?
I'm all in on Campbell. He's done nothing. I'm sorry.
Time out. We are losing David. Like, this is, we may need to go to the bullpen and go to the bearded white guy. Because, David, are you okay? Did you eat a bad almond or something? He's done. Okay. Take a text next segment.
I told Kenny last night, this was me last night, all last night. I almost texted him and saying, look, you may have to do this. I may answer phones. It's better to do that and sound this way than
Kenny.
Yeah.
Going to the bullpen.
Go to the righty. Get him out. He's throwing grapefruits out here.
Yeah.
David's out. We're doing a live in-segment switch. David to phones. Kenny on the ticket text.
Kenny, you need some warm-up reps.
No, hey. No warm-ups. Sit down and start reading. We'll get to Kenny momentarily as he gets set up. All right, we'll go to Ann, 97.1. Hello, Ann. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Happy New Year.
So what's
Happy
going
New
on?
Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Well, I got to say, I'm in my 70s. I've watched the Lions my whole life, and we had season tickets for 20 years. I watch almost every NFL game. I like Campbell, but when you're down in Dallas at their end of the field, you got to take a field goal. You've tried 3 times. You can't get the ball in. You go for a field goal. And then at the last, when we were, when we should have won the game, and we did win the game, and then he goes for the 2-point conversion for the 3rd time, and they throw it to a 3rd-string tight end that I've never even heard of.
Amen. Amen.
I mean, I think that's ridiculous. I mean, I can see people get upset, but my God, I've watched them my whole life. I've struggled with them, and that's really important. I think they need to know. When I watched every game Sunday, any NFL game I could watch, nobody, when they were down near the other end playing in this important time of year, they didn't go for a touchdown when they were down at their end. They took the field goal. Lions had 3 chances to get the ball in, and then they go for a 4th time. And don't kick the field goal. I mean, that could have won it.
So let me ask you the question, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. So are you willing to overlook all that? You're all in on the risk taking, or you're all out? That there are some reckless decisions that are made, and it's not fair to gloss over them.
Yeah, I like Campbell. I like his, his spirit and stuff. But I think we're now down in an important time of year. And these games are so important, and to keep going and making these wild, crazy decisions.
Yep.
And then after they took our win away, he goes for it again. I mean, your team is doing well. You've just scored. Take the extra point. don't just put the whole game on a third string tight end. I thought that was awful.
It was, and it was. It total, and that's my point. But understand, and Han, I know you know this. There are a lot of Lions fans who, like Kenny, like Rico, like David, they're willing to take the bad with the good because they believe in that way of running the game. I'll never be able to just go, well, light disagreement with it. That's light disagreement. I wanted to light my television on fire going
Why did you
for
go full Kelser?
I didn't like what I heard on the radio today. Then turn it off. I just don't think it's fair. Well, who asked you? My point, sorry, was just I can never blindly overlook some of these decisions he's making, which means I have to be all out.
I can't be mad at you because I do think that it's going to frustrate me.
Some of it's reckless. I'm
It
sorry.
is. It's absolutely reckless. He went full Dan Gamble on that third.
Right. Dan
going
Campbell
for 2.
is tactically aggressive.
Right.
Dan Gamble is.
He told Dan Campbell, sit down. I got this. We're doing it again. Coach, maybe sit down. I know what I'm talking about. All right. Well, who's our fourth string tight end? That's who's going to win the game.
Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. You know what, Mike? You're not alone. When the question is posed, unless you embrace every single decision this guy makes, including those that border on lunacy, then I got to be all out. I like to go for 2. I don't like him skipping all up on the ref, confusing the ref. 3 guys already there. He makes the 4th. Okay, so then you got to kick it once they overrule it. And then what you do in the future, you have much less success for trick plays, gadget plays, unexpected plays, because every other coach in the league now thinks this guy is absolutely nuts. There is nothing that is going to fool anybody anywhere. And if you pose it like that, I got to be out because I think 80% of the people agree that going for 2 is fine, but 90% of the people say once you don't get it, you got to kick the point and go into overtime.
Well, and again, the one that drove me equally as nuts as going for it from the 7 and then the 4 was not taking the field goal in the second quarter of a defensive battle where you just got a gift that CeeDee Lamb fumbled it out of the end zone. You then fake a punt that explodes for 31 yards. At that point, you have to walk from that drive with points. And he didn't. He YOLO'd it from the 6-yard line on 4th and goal. I'm going, why? I mean, you just one time take the points, man. So that's why, as much as I like him, as far as his use of analytics, I'm all out. It's not for me. And look, you could say, well, all right, smartass, what are you going to do if it's 4th and 4 from the 40? Well, I'm going because I can't kick a 57-yarder. That's not analytics. That's I hate my kicker. Or my kicker's a bum. So that's okay, though.
No. But, Mike, here's the thing. If your defense is playing well the way that they were, it's now a field position game.
But that's what analytics doesn't. Why am I yelling at you and pointing at you? I am so sorry.
You don't like me.
Let's walk it back.
Mike.
I didn't like what I just heard. That's what analytics doesn't take into account. It doesn't take into account the style of game it is. Right. It's just Johnny 5 spitting out a number. Does not compute. That's not how the game is played.
Right. I'm going to play a field position game, and if my defense is doing something, I'm paying a punter a lot of money. Can you put him inside the 10, and hopefully we can get a 3 and out and get the ball back 1st and 10 from the 50? That's what I would do.
248-539-9797. Get more of your phone calls. Mixing a little college football as the day goes along as well. Football fever, it's here. It's Paulson's, the latest TVs in stock for the playoffs. Hell, even national title game. You can go to Paulson's this weekend, get yourself hooked up for U of M and the coronation as they put Michael Penix into a pine box. Sony 98-inch LED TV. You'll feel like you're there, and you'll save a ton of money because it's a pain in the ass to go to that game. Sonos soundbar starting at $279. The sound is so crisp, you're going to hear Jim's jaw hit the ground as he spits it out. It's all there for you. Paulson's, paulsonsav.com. Their prices are always as low or lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups.
The NFL is stepping into a time machine this weekend, going back at least 5 years. You'll see quarterbacks start this weekend like Carson Wentz, Blaine Gabbert, Sam Darnold, and other names from the not-so-distant past. This as many teams rest their starters like Matt Stafford, Pat Mahomes, Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Flacco. Elsewhere in the NFL, the league issued an instructional video to all 32 teams last night, reminding them of eligibility reporting requirements. This after the controversial call that went against the Lions in Dallas Saturday night. NFL officiating executive Walt Anderson explains the rules with video excerpts of the Lions and Cowboys playing as examples during the video, including the now infamous two-point conversion attempt that referee Brad Allen pretty obviously botched. ESPN reported that much of Allen's officiating crew has been demoted in NFL playoff assignment priority, and some will not see postseason action at all. Allen and his crew, though, are calling Steelers at Ravens on Saturday, a Week 18 matchup with playoff implications on the line. The Pistons look to snap their 15-game losing skid on the road tonight in Salt Lake City. They'll have their work cut out for them. The Jazz are 10-5 at home, and don't forget, just a couple of weeks ago, the Jazz came in here without their four of their top 6 scores and won 119-111. You can hear it right here on 97.1 pregame coverage starting at 8:35. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Hey, you want an interesting note before we just go back to the Lion Skulls? Just to show you we are truly living in idiocracy, like we're in the upside down. Did you see Harvard's president resigned? Yeah. And the thing that got her wasn't obviously some of the things she said and didn't said, but she plagiarized some of her work. So she turned in her letter of resignation today. One problem. It seems like she plagiarized that too.
But you know what? At that point,
I mean, what planet do I live on?
At that point, you've already been embarrassed. Yeah, middle finger. And I would say
there's news stories.
You may
everywhere.
want to Google that. Yeah,
dude. Here, let me explain how this is going to work. Where you won't plagiarize anything. I'm out. Regards, Claudine. Like that.
Right.
Oh my!
I may not even change the name. I would have just kept it.
God. We are living in the upside down.
You're already embarrassed. You're already fired. Screw it.
And they got you for 50 examples of plagiarizing work, which you've thrown 27 students out of school for.
You're never going to get hired again, so you might as well really burn it down.
They ran her letter through a plagiarism program.
Not only that,
Kenny, even you have to laugh. And I'm not invested in this. Like, it was just something where it's like, well, I guess she's going to lose her job. I'm steering clear of this deal.
At that point, screw it. Just plagiarize everything. It doesn't matter.
Right.
your resignation.
And on top of that, the final paragraph, if you look at the first letter of every line, it will probably have a message for you.
There you go. The little orphan Annie decoder.
Right.
All right. Now, we're going to try Kenny on Ticket Text because David is struggling today, and I thought we were going to lose him. Go ahead, Kenny.
But before we do, you stuck me in a room with a dying man over here, okay? I just wanted...
Well, first of all, I didn't put you in there. You're free to...
I'm going to go back to the penalty box.
Yeah. Doug and Scott put you in?
Yeah, the penalty box.
We have respect. See, Doug and Scott and Kang, they don't think enough of you to bring you in here. Oh, Kenny's out with the unwashed masses. Well, you want that?
No, with Kang in here, I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise anyway, so...
It's his show. Well, it is his show.
Hey, he collects. So here's the deal. I'm just making a point. If you don't want to sit in the room with David, go in
it's
the
all
bullpen.
good. It's all good. It's all good.
Now read the damn text and don't play.
I am in. We are in. Stop questioning MCDC LFG. A lot of letters there.
Now, hold on. Time out. When you stop questioning things, you become a lemming. I think that's the most dangerous thing you can do as a human being, much less a sports fan. When you stop questioning things. No, of course we get to question. He made decisions that the very math he lives by doesn't support. It's okay to question that.
Right, but if you question somebody, that means you're a hater. I mean, listening to how many people are attacking Jim Costa for what happened, the exchange that him and Dan Campbell had yesterday. Well, he was being disrespectful and look at the way. I was like, guys, he did his job. And I know not a lot of people do their job in this industry anymore where you actually ask tough questions and you actually say how you feel. Dan Campbell, Mike, it amazed me. I had to sit there and defend Cookies. Like,
to who?
Why are you people are angry? Like,
Who?
oh, this is disrespectful. I'm not getting enough. Who?
Give me a name.
No,
Rhyme it.
I'm smart enough not to do that.
Rhyme it.
No.
Turn your microphone off. Tell me privately.
No.
Come on. Who the hell could be mad at Jim? What the hell? Now listen, I'll beat up on Jim when he acts like a jerk. He's got a very smarmy disposition. The point is, he didn't do anything wrong to Campbell. Campbell was like, no, say what you want to say. He said it. Campbell's like, we're good. What's the problem?
I mean,
who was mad at Jim?
Oh, just we. I guess Evan put the stuff up there. You look at some of the comments. And
well, there's your first mistake.
What, reading the comments?
Yeah, who cares?
Sometimes it's entertaining.
Hey, comments.
Like, you've never seen one of the Rico clapbacks, though. They're pretty legendary when they happen.
What do you mean?
When somebody says something that Rico finds unpleasing, he'll expose them on Twitter. It's fantastic.
That's not the right one.
Exactly.
What do you do to people? What are you
He
doing?
body bags people, dude.
What are you doing?
I don't do anything.
You're supposed to be this whole God-fearing
I
man, and
am.
I got Kenny telling me you're body bagging people.
And I say nothing disrespectful. It's just we just have a difference of opinion. I just express it in a better way that they can't do.
All right, Kenny, you'll have to show me some of this. I don't like some of this illicit activity. This is scandalous.
There's a couple of your mothers in there. That's
Oh,
all. No,
you
I'm kidding. I'm
can't
kidding. I'm
do
kidding.
that.
I'm kidding. There's
All
no
right,
your mother.
Kenny, go ahead. Take a text.
Dan Campbell coaches like I pick my parlays to lose. That's from Aaron in Waterford.
That's a little strong, but okay.
All out. His awful game decisions cost them more than they help. Not taking the field goal, tied in the first half, 2 points from the 7, the fake punt against Green Bay, etc. That's from Mike.
I think there's enough bad that you can have a conversation of how much is it really worth? How much good versus how much bad? Are we really gaining tangible advantage? And I just don't agree with his level of aggression. It's too much. Too much.
It's been 30 years. I don't feel like there's anything to lose. I'm all aboard the bullet train, full steam ahead.
All right, but hold on. See, Rico, what do you make of this? People using the Lions' past as a justification for what I deem to be a flawed present. Like, I think they're good. I think they're a really good football team.
It is, Mike, but it's the catch-22. Why are they a good football team?
Because they're built right.
They're built right, but a lot of it has to do with the way he coaches.
I think if you want to coach the way he coaches, you better have a superstar quarterback.
No, but
I mean
Mike,
a superstar quarterback who's got legs, too.
Here's the thing.
Because
it's his aggressive style that's different because you've had Hall of Famers and you didn't have these type of results.
Because you were never built right. Never had a running game. Never had no line.
I mean, you had Hall of Fame running back. Nothing happened. You had a Hall of Fame wide receiver. Nothing happened. You've had people on this team. You just never got it right. You
really attribute the success to him shaking the dice.
I think he did something that no other coach has been able, or GM. He and Brad Holmes actually changed culture. Now, where this culture is going to take you, I don't know. But this is not the same Lions team. You've said it. I've said it. We've all said it. This is a different team. It took me a while to finally say, you know what? I don't expect them to go out and lose at some catastrophic way every Sunday. You actually expect them to win.
Let's go to Casey, 97.1. What's up, Case?
Oh, hey, hold on a second. Oh, they got me. Sorry, I'm underneath the car right now.
Oh,
hey,
no.
Yeah, working on my rear suspension. Anyway, happy Pure Michigan Wednesday to you guys. I'm all in on Dan Gamble, and I'd like to argue that he might be heralded as, a guy who historically changed the approach to football. But I got a thought. You know the guy Sean McVay, who used to have the guy who would pull him back from the sidelines.
Mm-hmm. The get back coach. Yeah,
that's the guy. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like Dan might need a guy who runs along the sidelines with him, and in some random moment, if he's maybe gonna go and do something crazy, maybe he puts him in a headlock. I don't know, but maybe he needs a get back coach to help him out.
Well, I encourage you to find that person because the man is built like a tank. And I really don't know who's telling that man to get back. Now, if you're going to go shopping at the, Mr. Olympia, or you want to find like a dude like they got in Philly with that Dominic.
The security guy.
Yeah. Now, you want to find a guy like that? Maybe. I don't know how long that list's going to be if people are going to tell Dan Campbell to get back.
Is he going to listen? That's the thing. I don't think it's not the size. It's rather.
Dan Campbell looks like he deadlifts in his sleep.
Correct.
Who the hell's telling him to get back?
No. But if you can find that person that he actually listens to.
Good. Let me know how your search goes. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls. NFL regular season wrapping up. You're going to see some wild point spreads this weekend. Be careful. FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 wager. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. App is easy to use. They got the pre-built SGPs, more betting markets than anyone. So just visit FanDuel.com/ticket and make your first bet a layup. It's FanDuel, official partner in 97.1 The Ticket, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. All right, to the people. If you want to do Odyssey.com rewind, a little football blitz, again, the JJ commentary, I don't know. I'm more interested in the Lions stuff. I thought his comments were absurd, but basically it is what it is. Your president, your AD, your coach, and your players, they're all delusional. And it works for them. It's why they're going to win the Natty. They actually believe their own nonsense. But JJ getting up there talking about, you know what, we started stealing signs because OSU was doing it in 19 and 20. How would you know you weren't there? Second of all, how would you know we were told the players had no clue? Oh, well, the players did it the right way. You know what? Here's an idea. Just play. Okay? Just play. And we'll deal with all that in the offseason. I don't need to hear it. Oh, he also says that if the Natty's vacated, it won't change what they accomplished. Sure. Cool.
I told them they're welcome in the mud with us, man. If you want to be cheaters, you can be cheaters just like us. Nobody's going to deny it.
Kenny robbed the policeman's pension. It doesn't change that he's wealthy.
Nope.
It actually does.
Back-to-back natties. Dude.
But I donate a lot of money to charity with the stolen money that I got.
I buy kids toys. Right. Therefore, it doesn't matter. I'm a terrible owner. Right.
I'm Nino Brown. I'm giving out turkeys on Thanksgiving.
Perfect. So, look, we've stayed away from it because there's much more fun topics. And we'll get into the football of Michigan and Washington, where I do believe you're going to body bag Washington. Rico is standing firm. He's been a UW guy all year. Respect. I think it's orbital ramming speed. And did someone just die out in the bullpen area?
I heard that too. David, could you check on that for us?
Did something bad just happen? What is...
These are supposed to be soundproof walls. I just heard the loudest
noise. Yeah, I'm not used to hearing a scream.
I don't know what was worse, the scream or Powers just sauntering by, looking at his phone, acknowledging nothing.
Evan's yelling, I guess. I'm not sure at what.
Okay.
We can update that story
maybe it's
later on.
It's the Howard bet.
A developing story. All right, let's go to the people. Get back on task. We'll go to Luke, 97.1. What's up, Luke?
Hey, Mike. What's up, buddy?
How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. So I'm all on the MCDC powertrain, man. You know, and I'm not going to go back into history. I've been on hold here a while, so I've changed my take about 5 times. But I am on board. What I want to say, though, is you had mentioned, you know, other teams don't play reckless like this. Teams like San Francisco and the Chiefs and whoever out Baltimore. But I think this is where, you know, talent is greater than grit. And that's kind of what this team and this roster is built off of. That's what the coaches ensued into this team is, you know, it's just a gritty team. And I think Dan Campbell realizes that. And although some of his play calls may be reckless and decisions may be reckless, I guess, but it's the play calling this season that's had me scratching my head more than anything, man. Like, just one example is it's first and goal to go. Why is Jahmyr Gibbs in the game, and why isn't David Montgomery in the backfield and pounding the rock, running downhill? Because that's what he does best. That's why we got him. And I just can't get past play calls like that. So that was my take. And I guess to finish
Luke, you highlight something that I think a lot of people have missed is that for all the good Ben Johnson has done, Ben Johnson in the red zone specifically has been rough. A lot of those critical red zone play call, it has been rough.
So let me say one last thing about Dan Campbell. And I mean, there's one thing that I know ain't happening, but I don't know what's going on in that headset of his. But part of me really wishes that he's got Motley Crue playing in there, and it's blaring the Wild Side, baby.
I mean, it's but no, I mean, to get back to the Ben Johnson point is like, you can be a really good offensive coordinator. He is. But a lot of when people call up, what was he doing from the 11? What was he doing at the 6? What was that call on the 2? Wait, Ben Johnson, red zone, yikes. A lot of real questionable stuff. Why are we running a slow developing play with Jahmyr Gibbs in an obvious rundown where people can slice and dice and jump a gap? And there's a lot of that.
No, because at that point, that's why I think you just need to turn around, hand the ball off to David Montgomery, and just say, David, end zone, go find it.
You know, to play that I'd love to see him break back out in the red zone. People will go, that you can't possibly. You remember when they actually ran a read option and Goff kept it? Think about a high leverage situation with Gibbs in the backfield. You're in the shotgun. No defender in his right mind is going to respect Jared Goff on that play.
That should have been your 2-point play.
I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
that's your Super Bowl winning 2-point play.
We all yucked it up when that play happened and went, wow, nobody on that defense. Because you can't. You can't respect Goff and still effectively stop the play. I would love to see them bring it back out where it's like, no, Jared, seriously? Read the D end. He's going to crash down and take Jameer out. Just keep it.
Kenny.
And then waddle your way in the end zone.
How comfortable are you? You need a 2-point conversion play to get into the Super Bowl. You run this play that Mike is saying, ball in Jared Goff's hands, but he's not going to give it up. He is going to run it in for the 2-point conversion.
Run it on 4th and 1, but do not let a game hinge on that decision. If you want to do it on 4th and 1, fine.
No,
but if the Super Bowl lies on that one play,
Super Bowl, all eyes are on you. You're in Santa Clara, California.
Wow.
The Lions, if they score the 2-point conversion, there's 8 seconds left in the game.
Not only are you taking a risk running a play there, but you're taking 2 risks by running that play there.
But remember,
if you get it,
nobody thought they were throwing to Decker. Just like nobody. No DN in football would sit there and go, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, Fred Warner's not in there talking to Bosa. Watch out for
Let's protect the backside here. Jared may get out the gate.
Right. They're not pulling the whole, hey, let's act like that's Jalen Hurts. Nope.
That was against the Cowboys, though. We're talking about getting into the Super Bowl. That's the difference between Dan Gamble and the Riverboat Gambler guy that we all are uncomfortable with.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
David, you okay?
David is far from
not great
okay.
back here.
Not going good.
Let me speak.
The problem is if you keep making him laugh, it's making it worse.
Okay. Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I'm all out on Gamble. It's like he doesn't use the 3.5 hours of football that's been played in front of his eyes to make decisions. It's like he's playing a board game and rolling the dice. And let me give you 2 examples. I get really sick of hearing people say, I've already heard a couple people call up and saying, he learned under Sean Payton, he kicked an outside kick to start the Super Bowl. Yeah, guess what Sean Payton would have done if there was an offside and there was a flag thrown and the officials decided that there had to be a re-kick because the Saint was offside. Do you know what Payton would have done? He wouldn't have tried to onside it again. He would have kicked it deep. Good coaches analyze what's going on in the game and use that to help them make a decision. Let's use Harbaugh on Saturday. My first thought was, I don't want to go to overtime. But Harbaugh made the right decision. He never hesitated. He said, no, we're kicking an extra point.
That's right.
Because he analyzed what was going on in the game, and he said, we're dominating.
And Chad, real quick, I agree with you. Just like I said, if in that overtime Alabama scored that touchdown, I'm saying, Nick, you better go for 2 because if you keep playing this out,
you'll lose.
You have no chance at beating Michigan.
I think both of you are spot on. I had zero doubt in my mind that when that game went to overtime, Michigan was winning. Michigan is built for overtime. Alabama wasn't. But that's Harbaugh not blindly using a computer. That's reading what's in front of him. See, I'm with Chad on this. The analytics do not take into account the matchup, the flow of the game, injuries. It doesn't take account anything. It is just data. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's a good way to run a game. I don't.
Well, because with the analytics, you take the emotion out of the game. But I think sometimes you have to get the feel of the game. What's the wind blowing like? What's the weather? What's the field condition? There's a lot of different things that analytics can't give you. And that was one where, you know what? You're too emotionally charged and things aren't going your way. Take a deep breath, kick the extra point, regroup, and get ready for overtime.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. The alter ego of Dan Campbell is Dan Gamble. Are you all in with it or are you all out? 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions released veteran pass rusher Bruce Irvin earlier today, 7 weeks after signing him. This as Detroit makes roster space for the potential returns of C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Aleem McNeil, both of whom the team hope to get back for the regular season finale against Minnesota on Sunday. In other Lions news, the Minnesota Vikings will start Nick Mullins at quarterback against Detroit Sunday. And another Lions headline, the team has installed 2023 NFC North Division Championship banners at their practice facility in Allen Park. And one more headline. Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy, in a media teleconference today, was asked whether sign-stealing allegations and potential future ramifications from the NCAA would tarnish what Michigan accomplishes this year. Friendly reminder, J.J. McCarthy's first year at Michigan was 2021. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so while we are going to continue with what I think is a very engaging and largely a fun topic, which is this Lions and Dan Gamble. I mean, Beanie kind of baited us into it. So that happened right before the show where JJ's comments and ESPN has covered it. And he was asked about a vacated national title. He was asked about the scandal, so you can't call it Sparty Radio. But I'm going to say it to you again. It's just more, it comes from the program. It's the delusion. First of all, we were told the players didn't know anything. So, JJ, how do you know about sign stealing? How do you know what was going on in 19 and 20 when you weren't there? How do you know, oh, well, we were just trying to catch up to everybody? Well, the whole point wasn't about sign stealing. Everyone knows people steal signs. It's how you did it. That's like saying everyone likes money. How you obtain it is a different matter. So again, it's the light show with a border collie act. Second of all, the whole thing about, well, you know, would a vacated title affect their accomplishment? And he says no. Well, first of all, what do you want the kid to say? Yes. The whole point is his opinion on it means nothing. He's a player on this team. He has a job to do. He dedicates his life to football. Now, the problem I have is acting as if these players on this roster did not benefit from the cheating. They did, period. So I no longer care about your opinion. So you can go win the national title, and you can take a great trip to Houston. I hope fans go. I hope if you guys out there have a origin story that's like me and my dad, or, you know, it's this quest, go, take the trip, frame the photo, do your thing. I've never asked you not to have fun, told you not to do it. But putting JJ up there, you know, here's an idea. Hey, JJ, any comment that you're the reason your coach has a level 1 violation for illegal COVID recruiting? Because you were the cheeseburger. You know, like, how about that? So we didn't want to go that route. Why? Because it comes off as nasty and it comes off as sour grapes. And it's like, no, I don't even think it's worth talking about. But Beanie baited us. No. So he's gonna get the chair to the spine when I see him at 5:30.
Here's the thing, too, the whole, well, everybody does it it's.
You know what Beanie rhymes with? Weenie.
If you get caught for speeding doing 80 and a 70, that's different from doing 120 and a 70. Different levels of punishment. Everybody speeds. Everybody doesn't do 120.
As Danny Cannell put it, Florida State, former QB, Cover 3 podcast, also CBS Sports, they cheated their balls off for the last 3 years, close quote. Full stop. If it's you versus everybody, cool. Don't acknowledge what everyone else is saying and just say, you know what? Ask Coach Harbaugh. I'm focused on bringing a national title to Michigan. Done. Respect. But don't. We were told you knew nothing. Yet now you're Walter Cronkite over here giving us the oral history of cheating at Michigan. Don't do that. Right. Whole thing's ridiculous. I mean, go play, go win it. But if it's Michigan versus everybody, you get to be happy, and you don't get to tell anyone that they need to validate you. I've told you that since day one. So go win it. Go to dinner. Go take the picture. I'm going to bet on Michigan just like I did against Bama. If you win the Natty, I win money. If you don't, it's like I paid for you to lose. It's the perfect emotional hedge for me. Same thing I did with the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I hate the Eagles. I may hate the Eagles almost as much as I hate Michigan.
So
almost.
you bet the Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Coffee. Sorry. Needed a sip. Here's the real topic of the day. Dan Campbell. Now the dust is settled from this weekend. He is not going to change. He is who he is, and many of you love it unconditionally. That Dan Campbell's alter ego is Dan Gamble. He is going to be hyper aggressive. I remember there was a story, it might be 15, 20 years ago, of a high school coach in Texas who refused to punt the football. That it was math driven. We're going to go for it every time.
I remember that.
We do not kick. We do not punt. We have somebody to come on for extra points, but even then we go for two most of the time. And he was seen as a nut. He was probably a little ahead of his time, but he was extreme. I think Dan Campbell is extreme. So understanding that, are you all in that even at his most extreme of decisions, i.e. going for 2 from the 7, which is going to hurt your ability to win by about 15% according to the numbers, that you say, it doesn't matter. I'm all in on Dan Campbell. I love playing this way. Or are you all out? Not on Dan Campbell as a coach, but on the Dan Gamble portion of it. That this is not how football's played. That this is hurting the team. That you can already envision one of these decisions ending your season. And that you wish he'd be more tactical in his aggression. That's what we've talked about. People are into it. It's been a good conversation. There's no right or wrong. I think you have every right. It's a lot like the Michigan thing in that you have every right to enjoy it. I've never told you not to. But don't tell me to like the same dessert you do. You're having fun? I think you're cheating scumbags. It's all a win because it's content. It's beautiful. Anything from you in your fashion hat?
No. You nailed it. I just think it's funny.
You got to say, that's a loud hat you got today.
Really?
Gold brim, red Niners. I mean, that's loud.
It's a Christmas gift.
I didn't say it's ugly. I said it's loud. Oh, when was that drop?
Earlier today.
You said that today?
I did.
Yeah, you did. What was he talking about? Do you remember, Dave? He's on the phone. Yeah, you said that earlier today.
Who said it?
Yeah. You said it.
Right. Let's go to the people. Reed is going to bat lead off in the 5 o'clock. Hi, Reed.
Hey, Mike Rico. What's up, boys?
What's going on, brother?
Fun topic today. A lot of good points on both sides, which is why it's fun. But I think I'd have to go with Dave and Rico on this with Dan Gamble for different reasoning. I agree with everything they said. But I think another element of why this Lions team is going to be dangerous in the playoffs is just think about all the preparation on the opponent's side you have to do when you know the team you're playing against is just doing all of this crazy stuff, all these different trick plays, going for it from all these different yardages. Like every player on the other team has to hit their assignments or else they're screwed.
Yeah,
So I think every team is taking their boots.
I think you have a lot of credibility to the point, Reed, that you are hard to defend, that it does make the opponent nervous, that you do increase the odds of it going wrong. But remember, Reed, if let me ask you a question. If you had to spitball it, like you're just sitting here, we're having a beer, and I'm like, all right, how many good gambles has he made versus how many bad? What do you think those numbers would be at percentage-wise? And how big of an advantage do you think he's given you?
God, it's so close.
See?
And I think because it's so close is why I'm erring on the side of Gamble, because I don't think they're the best team, obviously, like with the 49ers. So I err on the side of aggression versus not.
Okay. And Reed, believe me, I'm not asking him to coach like it's 1985. I like aggression. 4th and an inch, tush push. 4th and 1 at the goal line, you're damn right I'm going for it. I'm not kicking a field goal. That's aggressive. But I have a line in the sand. And it's like going for 2 from the 7, fake punts from my 25. No, Reed. I mean, there's some of it where it's like a teenager playing Madden. I can't. Right. I can't do it. But no, I desperately want their postseason to not involve any of these decisions because I don't want to do that show. Because look, the league boned you hard. I think the term I used yesterday was a sandpaper condom. They really hurt you. And I'm sorry it happened to you because the league keeps doing it. But your coach compounded the league screwing you by making 2 egregious decisions. They were egregious. You got to kick from the 7.
Yeah.
Go to OT. Your D had played great.
As any coach would always tell you, Mike, and whether you played basketball or whatever, baseball, you never let it come down to the final play. You never put it in the hands of the referee, and that's what you did by not kicking that field goal.
In the second quarter.
Yeah, you left it to the refs.
That's the
to
one
decide
thing.
The game.
If you're all in on Dan Gamble, maybe there's a compromise I could offer.
Please give it me one because I don't like being all in. So I'll take. You know what? I'll take it.
Let me.
It's like Kenny on my prop bets. I don't even need to hear. I'm in.
Let me offer next.
Oh my! Sizzling.
Doug, is that you?
Perfect. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate, the best mattress. The eco-friendly, most comfortable iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or there's Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. So let me offer the compromise. For the people that are all in, I want to offer you this compromise. Can I get you to offer one change?
Yes.
And we could all be on the same page.
Yes.
I would be able to be all in and let go of a lot of the issues if you guaranteed me that the first time he's got an opportunity for points in the game, he takes them. So an example, second quarter against Dallas after the CeeDee Lamb fumble, you fake the punt, you drive down the field. Now, after that fake punt works, I got to walk away with points. Got to. Otherwise, I've rendered the miracle null. You don't go for it from the 6. You kick the field goal. You give me the 3 points. Now, after you do that once, I give you carte blanche to go full Madden mode and do what you got to do.
So you're smart. You build up a basis, a foundation.
Just put
points on the board.
Yeah. You've hit a couple of the hands in blackjack. Take a few chips off the table.
Right. Put them in your
points
pocket.
in your pocket. Would that be the compromise? We could all be on the same page?
Yeah.
So 4th and 1 at like the 30-yard line, you want the field goal.
No, 4th and 1, I'm running a tush push.
Okay, all right. As long as I can agree with that, then absolutely.
Yeah, no. I'm saying when it's 4th and goal from the 6, we're going to go ahead and take those points.
Yeah, 4th and 1, I don't want to see.
4th and 4 from the 33. 4th and 6 from the 34. Yeah. 4th and 4 from the 20. Take the points one time early.
Yeah.
And then do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, 4th and 1, I don't want to see a 7-yard handoff to Jahmyr Gibbs. And, yeah, he gets tackled. Don't want
Kenny, would you accept that compromise?
That compromise that you just described, yes, as long as it's not within like the 3-yard line on the right side of like the 35 somewhere in there. I want them to go for it on like 4th and 3 at the 25. Go for it.
I don't.
I'm kicking a field goal.
I'm going for it. But anything further away than that, I'm down.
Okay.
And see, I guess that's why I think they hate their kicker. Because the fact that that's the option. Because, Kenny, teams with good, like Dallas, their kicker hasn't missed one all year. So you know what they're going to do? They're going to kick that field goal.
Forget good kicker, decent kicker. People who don't actively hate their kicker, I think actually kick that field goal.
So, yeah, if you have because that's a 40-yard kick. That's bare minimum for an NFL kicker.
That's an NFL kicker. Should be able to drill that, no problem.
I'd say I'm with you. If you take the points, you can gamble later. But here's what happens: if you take the early points, you don't have to gamble. It's the other team that has to go and do something stupid.
Go to Jeff, 97.1. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Excellent. How about yourself?
Not too bad. Happy New Year to you and Rico. And Mike, I'm on Team Mike.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
Let's hear.
I got 3 big reasons why. Number one, up until now, we've never been in the playoffs. I don't want to ruin my playoff chance in my very first game if we're going up against, say, Green Bay or whoever. And I don't want that to go down as something didn't go right. The guy went offside on the opposing team, and it didn't look like we were going to get it any because the way we had to play, the pass or whatever, was dropped like today or last week. And boom. Here we go. He's going to go again. No, take the points. The other thing is 2 weeks ago, he did something. He was on the 34-yard line, 10 yards to go. And what did he do? He went for it. No coach in their right mind does that. And the other thing is we're not just putting up our playoff opportunities up on the line now. It's his responsibility to act on the best behalf of his team. I don't want to throw away a whole game for one poor decision because the thing is last week, had Campbell done that in a playoff game, all these people are saying, yeah, I'm on board with gambling. I guarantee you 60% of those folks would have been on side with you. Said, you can't do that. You can't do that. They're just saying it right now because there wasn't that much to lose, okay, except the seeding. Rico, you're a great guy. I love listening to you, but there's no way you're doing that. And here's the last point, which is the most important point. Okay, Dan Campbell is going to have to go against Pete Carroll. He's going to have to go against these other coaches. They're more seasoned. They aren't going to play this way, and they're going to beat him. And that's why I don't like what he's doing. But I think he's a great coach.
Jeff, you're right. I can't say you're wrong. My thing is the reason why I'm all in, it got you to this point. He's done something no other coach has been able to do in Detroit. So I can't say it's wrong. He's been reckless at some point. But when he's not, he's gotten you to win a division for the first time in 30 years.
Go to Tyler, 97.1. What's up, Ty?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, hey. Ty. What's up?
So I'm kind of curious about your guys' opinion on the whole decision being based off of week 2 against the Seahawks and how, we pretty much lost based off of a coin toss. I've heard a few other callers mention that, if it were college, or I guess a few callers back talking about Harbaugh in college, taking the points before it went to overtime.
Okay.
College and the NFL are a little bit different, but again, I think the conviction of Dan is a hell of a lot better than, what we've had previously.
All right, hold on. So just so I understand, so how are you? I loved what Harbaugh did because it wasn't about analytics.
Right, but
it was about knowing the team and knowing I'm built to win this in overtime.
But he's saying, like in Seattle, they just got the ball and drove down and scored, and that was ball game in overtime.
Right.
Okay, but let's all remember, Tyler, I didn't have a problem with him going for 2 at the end of the game. I had a problem that once the penalty was called, you can't run it back from the 7 or the 4.
Yeah. The first time made sense. The third time was just him being spiteful, saying, no, trust me, this is going to work.
Yeah, I'll level with you guys on the third time. Even, when it was brought back to the 7, still, that was...
I mean, because Tyler, that's when you need one of your buddies at the poker table to say, no, come on, step away. This is wrong. You're gonna lose everything that you worked for all game, and nobody stopped him.
Would you guys still have the same opinion though in the event that one of those attempts converted?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way I can prove that to you, Tyler. You either trust. You've listened to the show long enough, I'll just shoot you straight. Yeah, I'm the same guy where if I'm watching a game with Rico and I'm like, whether this works or not, I hate this decision. Yeah. It could be State going for it on a certain 4th down, or like I'm the same person. I don't care if it works or doesn't. The fade route at the end zone is a dumb play call. I've always hated it. And it's like I stick to my convictions on stuff.
And I would say this, Tyler, I said the same thing in that Kansas City Chief game. You were up, punt the ball, make Mahomes drive down the length of the field to score. Do not give him the ball at midfield.
Insert Kadarius Toney.
Now, you did, and it worked, and everybody forgot about that. But you pretty much set Kansas City up to win that game. It just didn't happen, so you forgot about it.
Let's go to Jesse, 97.1. What's up, Jess?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
Happy New Year.
I wanted to try and make this a gambling analogy in a way. So when you start out at the 2, I think the way you said it's a 57% chance, which if I do my math right, it's about a minus 130 is what the odds makers would say. They push it back to the 7, that's like a plus 130 then. But I think the way Dan Campbell saw it, if he's betting live, it's a much better chance in his mind. He knows his team, how the game's going, so he thinks he's getting much better odds than what the book would give him, and that's why he said, let's push and go for it. I think he felt that if he went to overtime, his odds would be a lot worse than that, and that's the way I would feel. Dallas is built to win in overtime in a dome. The Lions are not, and the reason for that is Brandon Aubrey. All Dallas has to do is get the ball to the 50-yard line, and it's game over.
No, it's not. No. Whoa. Remember.
Hit from the 50.
But remember the new rules.
I mean, yeah. Detroit would get the ball back, but
if I win the toss, I go down the field and score. Game's over. Or I kick a field goal, and now it's on me to not give up a touchdown. They tie the game. I felt the way your defense had played, you had every right to win that in overtime. Every right.
I felt like we weren't going to score another touchdown, though, if Dallas was trying hard. And I don't think Badgley was going to hit unless we were inside the 20. I don't think Campbell trusted Badgley to kick it all.
Yeah, well, see, now we're getting
Jesse,
to something, Jesse.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. I got to put blame on him and Brad Holmes that it has even gotten to this point that if you do not trust an NFL kicker to kick a 45-yard field goal, that's malpractice as an organization. Because today's NFL, guys are routinely hitting field goals north of 50. And the elite kickers, forget it. I don't know what planet they're on or what kind of bionic leg they had installed, but Aubrey in Dallas, Tucker in Baltimore, guys are, 57. It's good from 67.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have somebody you could trust from 45 and in, that's malpractice.
Right, here's you stick Tucker out on the field, and John Harbaugh is already talking to the defense. He's not even paying attention because that kick's going through. It's money. It's automatic. But the Lions chose not to really address the kicking situation all year long. It's going to come back to hurt you one of these games.
Went into the offseason knowing this all year
David's back.
since January.
And David's gone. And on cue.
Grand opening, grand closing. All right.
And David's windpipe. 248-539-9797. Football, playoffs, it's here. Paulson's audio, video, TV's in stock. Whether it's for the Lions playoff game, you can get one ready for the national title game Monday night. Sony 98-inch LED TV. You'll feel like you're there, and you'll save thousands from trying to be there. Sonos soundbar starting at $279. Paulson's, they've got it all. Just go to paulsonsav.com. Check out their stock list. Whether it's the Michigan game, the Lions playoff game, go to Paulson's. You could be set up and ready to rock by game time. Their prices always less than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. They will show you right in the store. It's paulsonsav.com. Paulson's audio video, it is the toy store for grown-ups.
The Lions will face Nick Mullins Sunday with a chance to finish the regular season 12-5. Minnesota coach Kevin O'Connell making that announcement on his starting quarterback earlier today. Detroit picked Mullins off 4 times en route to a 30-24 NFC North clinching victory in Minneapolis on Christmas Eve. Scary scene in the NFL. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill and his family are safe after his Southeast Florida home caught fire earlier Wednesday. Flames broke out at the 9,300 square foot palatial estate about 30 miles northwest of Miami and were reportedly contained to one room of the property. Some of Hill's family was present when the blaze began. Hill was at practice. No one was harmed. Hill purchased the 7-bedroom, 8-bathroom home for a reported $6.9 million in May 2022. And Michigan State linebacker Jacoby Windman is entering the NFL draft, foregoing his last year of college eligibility. Windman joined MSU from UNLV in 2022. This past season, he redshirted 15 tackles and 1 sack in 3 games before exiting versus Washington with an undisclosed injury. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Hungry Howie's. There's nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. You got the Lions game. How about the Michigan playoff game? Well, they're offering the pepperoni duo. It is the new pizza of the month, the duo featuring classic cup pepperoni and the original pep, not to mention the real cheese, fresh dough made in-house, all for $9.99. It's a large pizza loaded, double the pep, double the flavor, under $10. I mean, $9.99. It is $10. Who are we kidding? Deals all the time. The mix and match all the time. Get a large pepperoni duo for $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's. All right, so we'll see how annoying Rieger's going to be today. No.
We got the big guy here.
Who?
Wojo's back.
He still works here?
Yeah, I had to introduce him.
You know what I was told?
I was like, yeah. Uh-oh.
Just ignore them.
Sorry about that. Howard just hit a 3.
Okay, hey, 70. Well, listen, guys. I'm just telling you, it's a fun bit behind the glass. It's radio for 2. Any of these afternoon college games, we throw a little half a unit on them, and we're having some fun. We're not going to get into the nuts and bolts, but we need points. That's all I'll tell you. Life's too short to bet the under.
Overtime.
Here's the deal. I have heard a rumor that after being gone for over 2 weeks, being a fanboy, Wojo is getting Friday off in the name of being a fanboy.
Not even a rumor.
I've heard he used, I have to fly to the game. Friday? Mm-hmm. It's called a Comrex in your hotel room. You can do your 40-minute show.
Yeah,
you and I got to tell you, MSU's got to get good at something so we can start fanboying it up and traveling all over the place and never working.
Abuse it, yeah.
Just kill it. I mean, John's not even on the radio until tomorrow. Guy's been drunk for 3 days.
Yeah. You're right.
It's amazing. It really. Is that live from the Yale game?
I wish. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Keep us posted. Rieger's in because he's the only person who works on the Rieger and Wojo show.
She's here today.
It doesn't matter because he's fanboying out on Friday. I have to fly. It's unbelievable.
I mean, what is Houston? 2-hour flight, if that? He could fly out on Saturday.
There are lots of ways.
It's like a 2.5-hour flight.
There are lots of ways he could do it. All right. Well, what are you doing coming up next? I will just tell you. I'm not dignifying Bob's presence.
Hey!
Well, you haven't been here in a month.
I've been busy.
Bull.
Haven't seen him since last year.
Ridiculous. And you're using Friday as a freebie. I know what you're doing.
I have to go to Houston.
Uh-huh. And
it's way far away.
You know, there are 24 hours in a day, and you only work 40 minutes of them. You could have picked another time.
Hey, today we got 2:30. 5. What just happened?
Guys, listen. We're doing a radio show, but I'm willing to hear. What do we got? Let's go.
We're all tied up at 71.
142. We got 145 and a half. How much time left?
15 seconds.
Okay, we need
We need overtime
no
bad.
hero ball.
What is this?
What game is it? What do we got?
A bit on the show.
A 3, and you foul the person shooting a 3.
No, Rico, just go to overtime. Here's the deal. They put some of these D-list college basketball games on in the afternoon. So we've had a little bit. We do cash the ticket. It's been a running little thing. We just do we'll put a half a unit. Howard versus Yale. The over-under was 145 and a half. I got Kenny on yale.edu or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you feel like we're watching this game?
I was about to say, do you guys think you're
Howard's
the
website.
only people watching? Like the demographics are like, 2 people in Detroit are watching. That's it.
They're like, man, our brand is growing.
Look at the ratings. Wow, we're killing it in Detroit.
Probably
5
thinking it's
people
an
are
alum.
watching.
Like, no, not alums.
No.
So what are we listening to?
Nothing. They're doing their thing behind the
Yeah, they're
glass.
watching the game, seeing if it hits the
and
over.
I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay.
What do you have coming up
well,
next?
Well, I'm sorry I haven't been here, but, when Michigan tries to win a national title every 30 years, you sort of have to follow them around a little bit.
Time out. Hold on.
Hey, what is that?
That was the Jansen, it sounded
Kenny
like.
Cott.
We are going to overtime.
Let's go.
Damn it, I wish I would have got in on this.
We're going to Houston, baby.
That's Jansen.
What, Wojo, did you hear this? Did you hear the Jansen
Yes,
celebration?
on the broadcast.
You hear John's going to have a kid named Doug in 9 months?
I said little baby Houston.
Or
have you heard this?
Or Blake.
Have you heard this?
Yes.
Oh,
Where
okay.
the broadcast, the final play?
Yes.
I played it
was
for our
very
boss.
excited.
It was
who had not heard it.
Hey, height of
He loved it.
professionalism.
Oh, it's amazing.
Am I right?
Let me ask you this. You think Doug was a little miffed that John might have trampled over his broadcast just a little bit?
No, they're a good team.
No.
They don't mind that. Please.
You know what? You know who was really miffed to this day?
The Alabama center.
No. Oh, no.
He's
in the portal
I
already. No, was
That's
it
unbelievable.
Blaha when the trouble with the snap? And
God.
Strayhorn.
Well, that was so unprofessional.
Yeah.
He's trying to set the whole thing up. And, George, he did it. And it was just like, okay, Jason, calm down.
And nobody knew what was happening.
Take the picture first.
All I imagined was Strayhorn like collapsing George's clavicle with a punch. George is lying on the ground like this.
He picked up the ball and he's gone. Okay, you just gave it away.
Count that baby in a foul.
You know what would have trumped trouble with the
gun.
snap? Honestly, in the history of Michigan, if that trouble with the fielding the punt, if that had been a safety,
Thaw.
and that safety on the final.
Can I say
Can you
this?
imagine?
Can I say this to you? And it's
What?
not. It's not smarm.
No.
This isn't.
Trouble with fielding the punt.
No. How many times out of 10, when you muff a punt like that inside the 5,
Yeah.
does that ball check up like a 9-iron on the green
Eh.
versus bound into the end zone?
Yeah, well,
Bob,
if Alabama had timeouts, Michigan was in trouble, but they couldn't stop the clock.
the fact that kid was able to
That the
collect-
ball
That was
didn't
amazing.
just go into the end zone and become a safety or a touchdown.
I know. God forbid a Sparty says something on the topic. You got very lucky.
Team of destiny.
You deserve
Mike.
to
Mike,
win
team
the
of
game.
destiny.
He should have caught the
Destiny,
ball.
Team of
Destiny's
destiny.
real. No, the
Team of
destiny's
destiny. Yeah.
real.
But
And
you know,
as I
Washington
said
could be a team of
yesterday,
destiny,
I
too.
don't have to agree with how Michigan's arrived at the resolve, but it's real. The cheating scandal has helped them in that they're unbreakable. Their delusion is their weapon.
Well, that is true
It's
to a certain
true.
degree, but they really lucked out that Alabama kept dropping Jalen Milroe back to pass.
They lucked out that Tommy Reese was the OC.
God.
They lucked out that their center could not, for the life of them, snap a
Yeah,
decent
but
ball.
you know what? Here's the other thing. Bama's got no excuses.
I
Michigan
hear
missed a field goal. They missed an extra point. They muffed 2 punts. They threw a pick that wasn't a pick but was a pick.
Had the chance to go up by 10.
Should have thrown a pick late when the ball got tipped and it was a flutter ball. And Roman Wilson made an incredible
That was an
adjustment to the ball.
unbelievable
Don't forget
catch.
the double pass from Donovan.
That actually was the best catch of the day.
What, JJ, the one-handed
yes.
grab to corral
Yes.
that ball and then
And
complete a
my
pass?
motion,
My
turn,
point
and
is,
throw.
Alabama has no excuses.
No, they don't.
None.
They should have changed
Michigan
their center
deserved to
weeks
win the
ago,
game,
by the
period.
way.
What are you
And
guys betting on
Michigan-
this game? I mean, this is big. You got to
I've
cheer for
said-
Michigan, don't you?
Well, first of all, I bet Michigan to beat Bama, and I'm betting them to beat Washington. They are going to orbital ram that team. But he wants Washington.
Seems
If
painful.
Washington wins, we have to figure out what I'm doing. If Michigan wins, he has to dress like Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, see, that's not going to happen.
No, that would be great.
No, it has to happen.
Jim Blackball.
But think about this.
I don't own anything blue and yellow at all.
I will procure it.
And I'm never wearing it.
Mike hates my questions,
Mike,
but
the
You
internet.
want me to dress like Prince? I'm not going to wear a damn
That's how
cravat.
ridiculous. No, that's how ridiculous it is
Come on.
because I know you're not going to dress
Come
like
on.
Prince.
You
If
do
I
it.
dress like Prince, you have to
never-
agree to be
We'll
Jim
buy you
Harbaugh.
some khakis.
I am never
Some
wearing
Lululemons.
Michigan
Yeah,
gear.
Lululemons
I just
are
want
expensive.
the hat,
Yeah.
the Lee Harvey glasses,
Dude.
and the ridiculous
No, if
sweatshirt.
Washington-
Maybe the shaw in his
Yeah,
mouth.
and he's got to
Put it
do
this
a
way.
pound of dip during the
If
show.
you ever see me in Michigan gear, call the police. It's a cry for help.
You've been kidnapped.
Call the police.
No, if Washington wins, you have to dress like Kalen DeBoer.
No.
that don't work.
Yeah, but very quickly. So
doesn't,
again, I got a
doesn't.
question for Mike, though.
I'll probably just take another hoodie from him.
So, but Mike bet Michigan, and he's betting his finances on Michigan, too. So if it comes down to the very end, Washington has the ball, they're driving. You're hoping like hell the Huskies win, though, right?
No, actually, no, he won't.
Now we can do that if you
No,
want, Mike.
he won't.
Mike, if you want, we
Oh,
can.
come on. He doesn't want
If-
Michigan to win a natty.
No, I know. He won't
Yeah,
root
but-
for
but
Michigan there.
Jeff, this is what you get twisted. Like, how do I explain this? I'm not 25 anymore. There are
27?
people whose identities are so wrapped up in their team, it's creepy. If Michigan wins, is the sun going to rise? Like, do I still get paid? I had to watch the Eagles win a Super Bowl. I hate the Eagles.
But, Mike, I need
I
to
don't
believe.
want Michigan to win, but however, Bob might be right because depending on the amount of money I put on the game, I'll be honest.
Yeah, you'd spend that money to see them in
Yes,
misery.
exactly.
Sure you
I
would.
choose to believe that the Mike Valente I know will always root against Michigan, no
I
matter
do.
how much money he bet on
But
them.
I also,
See,
when
the
I
beauty
do
of it
agree,
is, I picked Washington way back at the beginning of the
Yeah,
season.
look, I bet Michigan because I
So I'm
thought
not
they
being
beat
a hater.
Alabama.
Oh,
and
you
I
did.
gave
I
the
agree.
cap on the air.
I actually think Washington will be tougher even than Alabama was
I-
because of the pinpoint precision passing of Penix.
Okay,
Also
I'm
known
not
as
taking
Penix.
debate on that.
All
All
right,
right,
You know what?
Hey.
I'll just probably take another hoodie from him, and I'll buy you a Michigan hoodie if they win.
Come on, dress up as Harbaugh.
I'm never wearing
Why are you
Michigan
guys always
gear.
wearing hoodies?
I want you to visit Bo's grave.
But you cannot commit an act at that grave.
I'll go visit, and you know what? I'll take a buck nut and I'll smash it on the grave. That's what you do, right?
Yeah,
You guess.
This
This
is where I don't say what's on my mind.
This is amazing.
And we move forward.
Oh, this is a better bet.
yeah, I like that
Hey,
one.
limited time engagement. You get these two together for about one day.
Yeah, one day, then
Here
we'll
we
just
go.
back.
Big show.
Get ready for their 5-minute show? Go.
Woo!
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Michigan is just 5 days away from potentially capping one of the greatest runs in the long history of its program with its first national championship in nearly 30 years, and yet the specter of scandal simply will not go away. QB J.J. McCarthy was asked today about the sign-stealing allegations. Michigan and Washington showdown with the national championship game on the line Monday. You can hear it right here on 97.1, coverage starting then at 6:30. And the Pistons are back at it tonight with a chance to end their 15-game road losing streak at Utah. Hear it right here on 97.1, the Ticket, pregame coverage starting at 8:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, what do we have here? It is indeed the mighty Wojo and the Little Rieger Show on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeffrey, before we get started,
give it to me. I've been waiting for
beautiful
this.
Wednesday.
Give it to me, Wojo.
Yeah, well, I already did it on the morning show, so this isn't the first one of the year this year.
You don't hold it for our show?
Yeah, no,
I'm
sorry.
that so disrespectful.
All right, let me get out of the way. Happy New Year. Anyhow, let's get it. No, that ain't it. No, you think that's it? No, that ain't it. Come on. I want to have the voice for the rest of the show, kind of. Happy New Year! Woo! Happy New Year, everybody!
Not your best one.
No, Happy New Year. This is it. After today, you don't wish people Happy New Year anymore. That's the rule in America.
Is the rule the third?
Supposedly, yeah. Isn't that
I didn't even know that. I was wondering about that.
No, somebody said on the Twitter box it's the Larry David rule or something. That
Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Whatever. Yeah.
I guess I don't know that rule, but
I don't either, and nor do I follow
you
it.
can't do it.
Oh, I can do it, pal. Oh, I will do it.
It does annoy people, though. Like, I've gone to 3 different places today, and I just, throw in the obligatory Happy New Year, and
People don't
like it. They're like, Happy New Year.
I was doing it on January 2nd, and people like, oh, yeah, Happy New Year. Like, I don't know what it's not offensive. They just think it's being, patronizing or simple or trite, which it is all of those things, I
mean, people
guess.
are over it, I feel, by, New Year's Eve, which raises the question. New Year's Day, Michigan plays. So New Year's Eve, are you just drunk as hell shouting out, Happy New Year to everybody?
I had to work the next day. I couldn't even get drunk on New Year's Eve. That sucks.
An awful New Year's. Even I got drunk on New Year's Eve.
What do you mean, even you?
Even I got drunk on New Year's Eve.
No, and I warned people about this years and years ago. I used to have this conversation with our great friend Jamie Samuelson, and I said, just be careful what you wish for. I know everybody wants good football teams around here, and it's great. Go Lions, go Michigan State, win games. And I said, just be careful. When they get really good, your life is going to get very hectic. And we're at that point, Rieger, because as soon as Michigan's done on Monday, then the Lions play at home against either Green Bay or the Rams, and then they'll go to the next game, which may be at home or may be on the road, and the NFL will find another way to screw them. I don't know how many ways are left.
I mean, there's so many places to start this show, but you mentioned the Rams. Did you hear the big news? Did you hear the big news about the Rams?
Some of it.
Sean McVay is not playing Matthew Stafford or Cooper Kupp or Kyron Williams. They don't care about that game against the Niners. Now, the Niners are going to play Sam Darnold. But if the Rams lose and the Packers beat the Bears, that means the Packers come to Ford Field instead of the Rams.
Which I think I think I'm speaking for Lion Nation. They'd rather have the Packers.
No, you'd rather have the Rams.
No. Rieger?
Packers already beat them once.
The rule